Immortal Cultivation begins with time management. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyright or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1001 Love only makes people stupid. Zhu Yingyan stood in the cave. She was still dressed in white, with long black hair, without pearls or makeup. Her flawless face was pale and numb, staring blankly at herself in the bronze mirror. A few days after the attack on Tianmen Hall, Elder Changzhen had been secretly removed from the Kunlun sect's genealogy. This name, in an instant, fell from being a hot new star in the sect to a point where it could not even be mentioned. Immortal Cultivation rushed back to Kunlun from outside that day. After inspecting the secret realm of Tianmen Hall, he quickly communicated with the head of Ziwei and reached a consensus. Elder Changzhen might have betrayed Kunlun. Zhu Yingyan refused to accept this conclusion, but it didn't matter whether she accepted it or not. After all, she had just formed her infant not long ago, and her reputation, connections and status in Kunlun had not been fully accumulated, so she could only sit and watch the message ferment rapidly within the sect. "Senior brother, where did you go?" Zhu Yingyan stood in the cave for several hours, dumbfounded, until she heard shouts from outside, then she slowly moved. When she left the cave, she saw Ziwei sect master and Kisun Immortal standing outside, looking at her seriously. "Cunning," the head of Ziwei sect said in a deep voice, "the sect has decided that you will be the next head of the sect." Zhu Yingyan looked unmoved, and just asked calmly, "Then what about senior brother?" "Cunning." The Immortal Kisun comforted her, "Whether you believe it or not, your senior brother, after all, he hasn't shown up for so many days, right? Besides, you and the head of the sect saw him steal the sect's secret treasure in the secret realm of Tianmen Palace that day, right?" "I only saw senior brother standing there," Zhu Yingyan said coldly. The sword light rolled back the chest basket. But that sword light was not the sword light of the Tianyuan Yeki sword, nor was it any flying sword that I remember senior brother using. Who knows whose flying sword it was? Besides, senior brother was able to suddenly disappear from the secret realm of Tianmen Palace, obviously using some kind of space-related magic. Senior brother and I are together day and night. How can I not know what magic senior brother knows and whether he has practiced it? "Master, Immortal." She bowed again and gritted her teeth and said, "I am not trying to excuse my senior brother. I just begged the sect to give me some more time to let me find out the truth. If my senior brother was just coerced by a villain, disguised as a traitor to the sect and then kidnapped, wouldn't it be sad for his relatives and happy for his enemies to make such a hasty conclusion?" Ziwei sect master and Kisun Immortal looked at each other. Both of them were very embarrassed. With Changzhen's strength and wisdom, there are only a handful of people in this world who can kill him. Breaking into the secret realm of Tianmen Palace, coercing him, and using space magic to take him away. Regardless of whether there is such a powerful person, the question is why they would do this. If they were just hostile to Kunlun, wouldn't it be easier to chop Changzhen with a knife? Although the two of them had guessed that Changzhen was most likely a traitor, among the cultivators in the nascent soul realm, the one with the highest potential and prospects was only Elder Cunning, without a doubt. Changzhen has no relatives in the secular world, so his identity and origin cannot be investigated in detail, but Cunning has many relatives, all of whom are in the Zhu family of Tianan. During the period after the theft of the Tianmen Palace secret realm, Ziwei sect leader and Kisun Immortal not only tracked down the whereabouts of the traitor Changzhen, but also contacted the Zhu family of Tianan to investigate Zhu Yingyan's life experience in detail. The results showed that Zhu Yingyan was a pure-blooded Zhu family member, and even grew up in the family residence since childhood. He rarely went out and there was no possibility of being replaced by someone. It is absolutely impossible for him to betray Kunlun. Since he will not betray, the candidate for the next sect leader will naturally shift from Changzhen to Cunning. As a result, Cunning was immersed in the old love and was unwilling to believe the fact that Changzhen had betrayed her. What should she do? Yingyan. Ziwei sect master couldn't hold it anymore and could only persuade her tactfully. The sect didn't say Changzhen was definitely a traitor, but he's missing now and he doesn't contact the sect. If the future successor to the sect master is lost and can't be found, it will definitely make a fool of himself outside. That's right. Kisun Immortal thought that as a last resort, he could only deceive the little girl. If Changzhen returns to the sect one day, explain the reason, and you can return the position of successor to him. Of course. Ziwei sect master echoed. During this period, the sect will also mobilize manpower resources to find Changzhen's whereabouts. Thank you, Master, Immortal. Zhu Yinglong bowed to the ground again and again, and really no longer refused the candidate for the sect master. After Ziwi's sect master and Keaton Immortal left, Zhu Yinglong returned to the cave silently and continued to be in a state of being dumbfounded. With her intelligence and wisdom, how could she not see what the Immortal sect master could see? However, even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, she is unwilling to accept the fact that her senior brother has betrayed Kunlin. After an unknown number of hours, Zhu Yinglong looked at herself in the bronze mirror, who looked haggard, and finally trembled and said, "There are too many strange things in this. If my senior brother is a traitor, what is his purpose in sneaking into Kunlin? He is a candidate for the next headmaster, and he has all the resources and treasures in the sect, and he can take whatever he wants. Let's take a step back. Given time, he will ascend to heaven. With his rank and strength, his voice will even be higher than that of the Red Pine Immortal. Why would he betray the sect? Why would he betray the sect? This doesn't make sense, this doesn't make sense. I must find out the truth and the reason. I want to redeem my senior brother's innocence." 2 lines of tears suddenly flowed from her beautiful face, covering up her trembling voice. Zhu Yinglong slowly lowered her head, letting the tears fall on the back of her hand and flow down her clenched fist, like a string of small pearls. "I don't accept it, I don't accept it, brother, my husband, Dong Huang realm." Since the truce between the princes, the larger war actions have subsided, but small-scale conflicts are still continuous. It is worth mentioning that a few years ago, Shizhao launched a military raid on Bizhao. Both sides can be said to have won and lost, and finally ended with Shizhao withdrawing its troops, but Bizhao also suffered heavy losses and was unable to attack Thongzhou again. Now all the knowledgeable people among the princes can see that the overall situation in the world has been determined, and the Bizhao camp has no power to resist. The reason is also very simple. The longer Qiqiaoseng is in office, the more deeply rooted his rule over the Cunning clan is. As long as Qiqiaoseng can completely control the Cunning clan, plus the power of his mother's White Tiger clan, the Thongzhou camp will be as stable as Mount Tai with 2 major princes. Dongzhou Kanglong has always been a fence-sitter. If he is not sure enough, he will never take the initiative to attack Thongzhou. In this way, even if Bizhao and Nanzhou joined forces to attack Thongzhou, they would definitely not be able to win to the imperial capital and establish a new monarch. Bizhao has no power to turn the tide. Qi Huihun is destined to be just a prince of the previous dynasty, and the friendship between Kalin and Bear will last forever. As this conclusion became more and more popular, many Kung tribes in Bizhao called for Qi Huihun to be offered as Thongzhou and to reconcile with Kalin. Just yesterday, the Black Turtle successively killed 3 rebellious monster tribes, suppressing similar voices a little, but everyone knows that this is not a long-term solution. The general trend is unstoppable, and even the monster tribes below can see that the Black Turtle is even less likely to be a solid block. The clan leader Guiyan is already busy and exhausted, and Guilinga sees it in her eyes and is anxious in her heart. Fortunately, the ancestor of the Black Turtle has not yet changed his mind, but if this continues, it is only a matter of time before he changes his mind. Just when she was worried, she suddenly received a letter that was forwarded by someone. When she saw the name on the letter, Guilinga's expression immediately froze. Chapter 1002 Chuan Alliance. Long Hu stood in the reception room of the Black Turtle clan, while elders Long Qi and Long Yuan stood beside her. If she had dared to appear here a few years ago, she would have been immediately captured by the Black Turtle clan and sent to Kanglong to deepen the relationship between the 2 clans. However, the situation of the Black Turtle clan has greatly deteriorated compared to a few years ago, so there is no urgent need to make friends with Kanglong. Long Hu waited in the reception room for a while, and soon someone came out from the inner room. It was the clan leader Guiyan and the Black Turtle Patriarch. Long Hu was a little surprised. In her original expectation, the clan leader Guiyan would definitely come out to receive her, but it was reasonable not to alarm the Patriarch. However, she quickly calmed down and saluted lightly. "It is an honor for the Patriarch to come to greet me. No need to be polite." The Black Turtle Patriarch waved his hand. "Long Hu, you have been missing for so many years, and now you suddenly come to my Bizhao, but is there anything important? The implication is that if you have something important to say, speak up quickly, if not, then we should do what we should do." Dragon Fox smiled and said, "I heard that the old ally is not doing well recently, so I came to express my condolences." Hearing this answer, both of them felt a little unhappy. Once upon a time, Xuan had always been a close ally of the Kuling clan. It was a pity that after Qiwan's sudden death, the Xuan clan bet on the wrong horse. Now Hun is about to be completely eliminated in this power struggle. Even if the Chuan clan turns around and chooses to surrender, it is impossible for the Cunning clan to restore the close relationship they once had. The phrase old ally is indeed heartbreaking. However, neither the chief of the Guyan clan nor the ancestor of the Black Turtle is a person of impatient temperament, and they soon realize that there is a problem with this title. Old ally? Who's old ally? The Cunning clan is indeed an old ally of the Black Turtle clan, but you, Dragon Fox, are not of Cunning origin, so how can you be called an ally? When they noticed Long Qi and Long Yuan next to them again, as well as the forces behind them, some extremely absurd emotions arose from the bottom of the hearts of the clan leader and the ancestor. Could it be Jie Long? If it was Jie Long, then it could indeed be considered an old ally. It was earlier than the alliance with the Cunning clan. If Emperor Yinglong had not fallen into the human world, and the Jie Long clan had not made subsequent stupid moves, the Black Turtle and the Jie Long might have maintained an alliance until now. Unfortunately, it was because the Black Turtle clan turned against them at a critical moment that the Jie Long royal family lost the ability to prevent the Cunning from infiltrating, and eventually lost the imperial power passed down from generation to generation, as well as the Thongzhou on which the family depended for survival. Thinking of this, the clan leader Guiyang quickly glanced at the Black Turtle ancestor. If the Dragon Fox and the two Jie Long monks were subdued and sent to the imperial capital, could they reconcile with the Cunning clan? The Black Turtle ancestor did not respond, but just thought silently. He understood why Guiyang had such thoughts. It depends on the subconscious guilt of the betrayer when he meets the victim, and the subconscious thought of simply not doing it anymore. However, capturing Long Hu and other Jie Long monks and offering them to Cunning is a stupid move among stupid moves. First of all, due to the dispute over power and succession, the hatred between the two clans is too great, and it cannot be made up by a few Jie Long remnants. Secondly, what would Kang Long think if he knew about this? After capturing Long Hu and handing it over to Cunning at the first time, it seems that our Kang Long is not worthy of your Quangui consideration, right? It is true that we have offended Kang Long, and we can't sell it to Cunning. After all, Guiyang is also that clan leader, and he soon realized his mistake, and then looked to the east again. What does that mean? How about going to find that Kang Long clan? The ancestor of Quangui shook his head. Since Long Long disappeared, after this period of time, everyone has basically seen the diplomatic nature of the Kang Long clan. To put it nicely, they are only willing to stand on the side of the winner. To put it bluntly, they are just fence-sitters. There is no point in diplomacy with the Kang Long clan, whether it is timely assistance or icing on the cake. They will only enter the game when the overall situation is determined or there is no other choice. The two people exchanged glances quickly, which naturally could not be hidden from Long Hu and others. Long Qi and Long Yuan both became nervous, but Long Hu did not show any abnormality, just waiting very politely. She certainly knew that she was a very heavyweight bargaining chip, but now there is no force in the various princes of the East Empire realm that can pay the price for her bargaining chip. That's right. The Black Turtle Patriarch finally spoke. We, the Black Turtle clan, and your Jie Long clan were once close allies. However, the general trend of the world is like a rolling torrent, which cannot be resisted by one clan. If our clan had adhered to the alliance and assisted your clan at all costs, the Cunning clan might not have been able to take over Thongzhou smoothly, but the Jie Long clan would still not be able to keep the imperial power, and at best they would have been competing for the world. That's natural. The Dragon Fox smiled slightly and said, the Jie Long clan's crime in the past was that after losing the emperor, they were not worthy at the position, and they could not defend Thongzhou themselves. Why should they blame their allies for breaking the agreement? If I were the emperor in the past, I would have exchanged Thongzhou for Thunao, and the whole clan would have returned to Beiming Fanyan, and strengthened the alliance with your clan. Wouldn't it be better? The Black Turtle Patriarch was silent for a long time, then smiled and said, that's right. The clan leader Guiyang said nothing of the side, and continued to think about what the Dragon Fox said. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. What a vicious plan. Selling Thongzhou to Thunao, not to mention the Cunning clan, Beru and Kang Long will definitely not sit idly by and watch Nanzhou dominate. At the time, Thongzhou, as a key place of the Four Wars, will inevitably set off a bloody storm and involve the three great princes at the same time. In this way, who will have the spare energy to intercept the dragon from going north? Especially the Cunning clan at the time, holding the eldest prince of the dragon in their hands is just like calling on the world to say Thongzhou belongs to me, and they will inevitably face the pressure of the three great princes. As long as the Jialong clan returns to Beiming Fanning in one piece, then Bizhao will be dominated by two heroes. Of course, the Chuan clan already has an alliance. As long as the Jialong clan is still strong, the Black Tortoise will definitely not betray for no reason and create a great enemy for itself. Of course, there is no if in reality. In the history of the Jialong clan, no one could think of the heroic act of giving up Feng Zhao, so in the end it was swallowed up by the culling and nothing happened. Thinking of this, Guillaume looked at Long with a more solemn look. This girl has inherited her father's style. Don't underestimate her. The Black Turtle Patriarch was silent for a long time, and his originally narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and a deep ray of light flashed through them. Longu, let me ask you. If my clan sends you back to Dongzhou, how sure are you? Guillaume was startled when he heard this, and before he could react, Longu said calmly, 3 points, 5 points, 9 points. Oh? The Black Turtle Patriarch said slowly, I would like to hear the details. If Bizhao just sends me to Dongzhou, saying that Longu has something important to discuss with Kanglong, then I am 3 points sure. Longu replied. If Bizhao was willing to form an alliance with Beiming Fanning and restore our brotherhood, and then send me to Dongzhou as an ally, then I will be 50% sure. But if Bizhao was not only willing to form an alliance, but also willing to take me as the leader, follow my orders, and let me lead the Bizhao envoy to Dongzhou, then I will be 90% sure. Guillaume's face changed immediately after hearing this. Before he could speak, he heard the Black Turtle ancestor slam his cane on the ground and laughed. What a courage! You are worthy at being the Emperor's daughter. You really have your father's legacy. If you have really made up your mind, then what's wrong with you, the Jialong, being the leader of the Chuan Alliance this time? Chapter 1003 The Destined They, Shushan, King Luo Peak. Zisu suddenly realized that junior brother Ling seemed absent-minded recently. It was as if he was counting the days on his fingers, waiting for something. Her sword tactics suddenly changed, and Fei'an's sword knocks Huming sword away at a tricky angle. In terms of the grade of flying swords, Fei'an's sword is not even worthy as Huming sword. But the sword immortals of Shushan never use sword techniques when practicing swords. Even if it is a competition between brothers and sisters, even the strength and speed will be controlled to be exactly the same. Therefore, Ling Yunpa was only slightly distracted, and the flaws in his sword path were seen by Zisu, and he was defeated before he could react. Junior brother. Zisu retracted the Fei'an sword and asked softly, are you worried about something? Ling Yunpo smiled embarrassedly, only to hear senior sister and say again, can you tell me? Look, this is senior sister Anne, who always says what she thinks in her heart. If it was Yu Yinlian, he would have given me some advice in a roundabout way. If it was Xie Luli, he would have investigated secretly behind my back. If it was Jian Glin, he would have come up and interrogated me harshly. As for Longhu is much more naive than senior sister Anne, so I guess she wouldn't notice it. Of course, there is also an advantage to having such a senior sister Anne, that is, no matter what you say to her, you don't have to worry about any unknown consequences, because apart from me, the person closest to senior sister Anne is the headmaster Sujian, but she won't tell the master about the private things between the senior sister and the disciple. Thinking of this, Ling Yunpo let down his guard a little, and said to senior sister Anne with a wry smile, Senior sister, it's nothing, just a little trouble. What trouble? Zisu's personality is like her sword, she is not the type who will retreat immediately when encountering setbacks. Well. Ling Yunpo sighed and said, Sister, when you have to give up some very important things because of something more important, what should you do? Although this is a bit confusing, Zisu is a natural swordsman after all, and the ability to grasp the key points does not need training at all, so she said without thinking. Since it is a more important matter, there is no other way, right? If possible, try to save both sides, but if it is really not possible and you have to choose one of the two, then you can only give up with pain. But, she earnestly reminded Ling Yunpo, being a person and doing things is like drawing a sword. If you have made up your mind to attack, don't hesitate and regret it. The so-called decision, once it is made, it should be made, junior brother, you must remember it. I remember. Ling Yunpo said seriously. It is worthy at being Sister Anne. In just a few words, I dispelled most of the guilt and self-blame in my heart. Then, senior sister, if I give up the relatively less important Shushan in order to seize the booty and stone and save senior sister in the future, you can understand it, right? Thinking carefully, the relationship between senior sister and I seems to be completely different from that of other small accounts. Whether it is Qiuzhu, Luoshi or Yijiang, they are already in a relationship of Taoist couples, but only with Senior Sister and Little Fox, I have been unable to take that step. Although as long as you confess, I will agree immediately, but because of this, there is always a feeling of deceiving fools, and it is difficult to start when I think of this. It's just because of guilt. In the sea of consciousness, Kunlun Mirror commented, he is the type who needs the woman to take the initiative. For women like Nzisu and Longhu who are more reserved and docile, it is absolutely impossible for him to take the initiative to confess. He also knows that he is a spy, and he knows that the closer the relationship is now, the more painful it will be when they separate in the future, so he chooses not to say anything. That's right. Su Mingjian nodded and said, but I think apart from the process of confessing, the remaining steps to improve the favorability of the Sword Master have not missed any. That can't be helped. Kunlun Mirror said lightly, it's impossible to hide in someone's sect without socializing, right? Whether it's Zhu or Yan or Nzisu, they are people you have to deal with on a daily basis, in order to avoid developing feelings with each other, deliberately avoiding any behavior that may improve the favorability of each other, that is trying to cover up the truth and putting the cart before the horse, right? Okay, you're right. Su Mingjian knew that the mirror had already taken the shape of the other party, and he was too lazy to argue with her. Su Mingjian thought about it carefully and felt that something was wrong. If Kunlun Jin was brainwashed by the Lord Sword Master, then why would she be prepared to stab him in the back? You kept saying that the Lord Sword Master's behavior was very reasonable, but when the Lord Sword Master was about to swing the sword to cut off the love, you sneaked back to renew it. How could that be? Thinking of this, Su Mingjian's mind turned, and he couldn't help but smile. So that's it, I have understood everything. This broken mirror was not assimilated by the Lord Sword Master, but was selectively absorbing the advantages and strengths of the Lord Sword Master. She is imitating the methods and style of the Lord Sword Master to achieve her own goals. A Lord Sword Master is already terrible, can Arjun really surpass him? In any case, there will be no lack of fun in the future. It turned out that I followed the Lord Sword Master in the first place. Su Mingjian thought happily, and the scene of the Lord Sword Master being stabbed in the back appeared in his mind. Ha, this invincible sky throne, only I can ascend. What? Junior sister, senior sister, wife? Where are you from? And you, a Jin? Su Mingjian couldn't wait. Ling Yunpo didn't know the calculation of the mirror and the sword, but because of the guidance of the senior sister, the pressure was suddenly released, so the sword moves were much smoother. Seeing that the junior brother was finally freed, Nzisu also breathed a sigh of relief, and then concentrated on commanding the Feian sword and began to strengthen the offensive. In the next few days, the two practiced swords and drank, and they were very comfortable. After Nzisu was promoted to Yuanying, Su Jian passed on the King Luo Peak Taoism to her. As the master of the peak, it is natural to recruit disciples and cultivate fresh blood for Shushan. But Nzisu was impatient to do this kind of thing. Who can force her to accept disciples? As the master of Qin Sword and the strategic nuclear weapon of Shanqing Temple in Shushan, Ling Yunpo usually has nothing to do. Just like that, the destined day finally arrived. Early in the morning, Ling Yunpo received a message from Su Jian on his flying sword, asking him to go to the demon locking tower to take charge. It was obvious that the immortal Chanma had already left Shushan, and if one calculated the date, he was with the immortal Kisan. Qiu Changtai would take action tonight, thus alarming the immortal Kisan to return to his sect, so Shushan also needed to get the fragment of the heaven repairing stone tonight. Ling Yunpo arrived at the bottom of the demon locking tower early, and under the care of Su Jian, he took over the restrictions in the tower, and then began to close his eyes and rest. Chapter 1004 It's all your fault. The demon locking tower is a building left over from ancient times, and many of its structures can only be described as abstract. Even though Ling Yunpo has studied it for a long time, he dare not guarantee that he can see the whole picture of many places, and can only say that he roughly understands what the designer is thinking. The fragments of the heaven-fixing stone embedded in the sword column were obviously not obtained from the Long Eyebrow Immortal. They should have arrived at Shushan earlier, and then were used as the patch core of the demon locking tower and embedded in the entire restriction. After that, there were countless people who added new formations to this patch. Anyway, Ling Yunpo roughly identified it for a moment, and 30 people were the least. If the formation arranged by a rubbish formation master is shit, then regardless of the original restriction of the demon locking tower, just the ones added by later people around the heaven-fixing stone fragments are a pile of shit. Ling Yunpo has decided to cut the Gordian knot and directly design a new formation to patch it up, and then discard the original formation. It sounds like it will take a lot of time, but fortunately he had prepared a plan in advance, so it was easy for him to set up the formation overnight. On the back of the sword column, Ling Yunpo drew a simpler, more refined and more perfect formation, and then connected it to the overall restriction of the demon locking tower. Next, just cut off the original formation and take away the fragment of the heaven-fixing stone. Ling Yunpo was about to operate when he suddenly heard someone outside calling, "Junior brother, I'm here to find you." "Senior sister Anne." "Why come at any other time? Why come at this time? If you were 1 minute later, I could take the fragments and delete my account." Ling Yunpo was about to act quickly, but he saw the sword light rushing into the bottom floor of the demon locking tower, and then Nzisu jumped down from the sword light lightly, holding a wine pot in her white hand, and looked over with a smile. "Junior brother, I just got some star brew, would you like to have a drink?" The so-called star brew is produced from Xingzhou Island in the South China Sea. It is said to be brewed with the starlight of a summer night, but how it is actually brewed is unknown. In short, it is hard to find in the market and is highly sought after by many wine lovers and gourmets. Ling Yunpo looked at the pot of star brew. The lid was not opened, and it seemed that he had already smelled the fragrance, and his appetite was immediately aroused. No, I still have to get the booty and stone." His will finally overcame his desire, and when he was about to refuse, he saw Nzisu had conjured up a wine glass like a magic trick and poured it for him attentively. After 3 rounds of wine, Ling Yunpo drank heartily, thinking that his senior sister should leave too, right? Nzisu's pretty face was slightly drunk, and the wine glass was spinning between her slender fingers. She asked softly, "Junior brother, when are you going to talk to master about that matter?" "What is it?" Ling Yunpo asked, pretending to be stupid. "That's it." Nzisu, under the influence of alcohol, blurted out all the words that he had not dared to say. "Let's ask about the love flow, don't you know?" Ling Yunpo fell silent. If the booty and stone was still nowhere to be found, he might have agreed to go with the flow and ask the master for marriage for his senior sister. But the booty and stone is already in hand, and Ling Yunpo is about to be delisted. How can he get married to someone before being delisted? Seeing that Ling Yunpo didn't say anything, Nzisu seemed to understand something and his face turned pale. She lowered her head, her bangs covered her beautiful eyes, and Ling Yunpo couldn't see her expression. "Senior sister." Ling Yunpo felt uncomfortable and couldn't help but speak out. Nzisu asked in a low voice, as soft as a mosquito. "It's not that I don't want to be a Taoist couple with my senior sister, nor do I want to ask my master for marriage," Ling Yunpo said slowly, feeling that every word required great courage. "It's just, there is indeed a compelling reason." "What compelling reason?" Nzisu suddenly raised her head. Her eyebrows were slightly frowned, her mouth was pursed, and her eyes were unusually stern. Ling Yunpo had never seen senior sister Anne, who always doted on him, show such an angry look. After a long silence, Ling Yunpo stood up and cast a few spells at the sword column. The original formation was cut off, and the new formation had been connected to the demon locking tower. Nzisu was watching all this from behind. Of course, she didn't understand the formation, but she could see that Ling Yunpo seemed to be operating the prohibition of the demon locking tower. Then, Ling Yunpo jumped up with the sword light, took off the fragment of the sky repairing stone on the sword column, put it into his sleeve, and then landed in front of Nzisu. "Junior brother." Nzisu asked blankly, "What are you doing?" "The reason why I joined the Shanking sect of Shushan was to aim for this day to seize this fragment of the heaven repairing stone," Ling Yunpo said slowly. "After you go back, you can explain this to the headmaster." Nzisu hadn't reacted yet, but Ling Yunpo couldn't bear to see her heartbroken eyes after she figured it out, and shouted directly in his sea of consciousness, "A Jin, teleport." As the world spun, Luo Yan opened his eyes in the Tiangong workshop and sighed deeply. "Why do you say that?" Kumlin Jin couldn't help asking. "If not, what else can I say?" Luo Yan asked angrily. "If she refuses to leave, and I disappear, she still doesn't understand the situation. What if she is misunderstood as the murderer who stole the fragment of the booty and stone? I think that Long Mei Immortal is a brainless person." "No way," Su Mingjian said in surprise. "With Su Jian here, Long Mei Immortal's protective nature will not punish Nzisu severely. In short, it's better to speak more clearly." Luo Yan was silent for a long time, and said slowly, "Since you are leaving, don't implicate others, so as not to add to the sadness." "So senior sister Anne is already someone else?" Su Mingjian stretched out his voice. "Nonsense," Luo Yan cursed. the one who is related to Anzisu's Ling Yunpo. If I, Luo Yan, appear in front of her, what do you think her reaction will be? What I mean is, Kumlinjing said patiently, even if you want to leave, you don't have to tell her so clearly, can't you be more tactful? Is it necessary? Luo Yan sighed again. Of course it is necessary. Kumlinjing thought to himself. If you don't explain clearly, the other party may still have a glimmer of hope in his heart. For example, you are not a traitor but have been captured or something. But if you explain it so clearly, what if senior sister accepts the fact that she was deceived and betrayed, turns from love to hate, and comes to kill you with a sword? Alas, it's also my fault for not telling him the truth. He probably still thinks that as long as Ling Yun is deleted, everything about Anzisu will have nothing to do with him. Cheng Yuanzue. Yuanzue, I'm 1% of the fault here, but 99% of it is still your fault for being too naive and doing things too roughly, leaving loopholes that can be exploited. Although you can't hear it, I have said everything I can, so you can take care of yourself. Chapter 1005. Too suspicious. In terms of trying to seize the fragments of the heaven-fixing stone, Luo Yan's side is probably the easiest. The reason is simple. Kunlun's heaven-fixing stone fragments are in the secret realm of Tianmen Peak, so the Red Pine Immortal needs to set up many restrictions to prevent people from sneaking into the secret realm. For example, the fragments of the heaven-fixing stone in Shushan are directly embedded in the restrictions of the locking demon tower. Unless someone has great attainments in the formation, it is impossible to take it out smoothly. In other words, the higher the difficulty of taking the fragments, the fewer bad hands the Immortal may have. No matter how difficult the former is, at least they are all cards that have been revealed, while the bad hand is completely unknown, so Luo Yan would rather conquer the former than deal with the latter. On the side of Pengliu King Temple, the fragments of the heaven-fixing stone are placed in the space layer of the Wangxiang Immortal. If you have not practiced the Sleep Kaiang Kung, you can't even find where the space is. From this perspective, the possibility that the Immortal has a bad hand in the space layer is not very high. However, in terms of the diversity of means, the various magical powers of the Wangxiang Immortal are definitely more than those of the Changmei Immortal, who is used to using force to break cleverness. The Changmei Immortal can embed the fragments of the Butian stone into the restriction of the sword column to rot, but the Wangxiang Immortal may not do the same. Maybe he has set up some treacherous traps. In any case, we have to wait until the day to take action. The Wangxiang Immortal has not left Penglai, so of course I can't go to investigate. Therefore, Luo Yan has been staying in the Tiangong workshop recently, concentrating on handling many commissions from the outside world, most of which are some customized formation requirements. The owner of the workshop suddenly began to concentrate on his work, which shocked Shiluli, Liangru and Huanshi King. Everyone entrusted Shiluli to come and test Luo Yan's mouth to see if he was possessed or had a brain seizure. Is it all right? Luo Yan asked inexplicably. As the owner of Tiangong Fang, isn't it my duty to handle the customer orders of Tiangong Fang? You also know that this is a matter of course. Seeing him speaking so righteously, Shiluli was speechless for a moment, and could only say woodenly, well, indeed, it's not bad. She quietly left the study and cast another hexagram. The copper coin fell, but it was a sign of great misfortune. Shiluli fell silent, because the hexagram of great misfortune was extremely rare, and most of them appeared in an ambiguous form. This was the first time that Shiluli had seen such an extremely obvious and unambiguous sign of great misfortune after mastering the art of fortune-telling for so many years. Her hands trembled slightly, and she couldn't help throwing the copper coin again. The copper coin flew into the sky, and she suddenly realized that something was wrong. One hexagram cannot be calculated twice. This is an iron rule. If it is calculated twice, it proves that the Taoist heart of the fortune teller has been shaken, and the result of the calculation is no longer accurate. Sure enough, the copper coin fell again, and it had become a sign of turning misfortune into good fortune. It is naturally a good thing to turn a disaster into a good one and follow that previous great disaster, but it violates the principle of not calculating the same hexagram twice, which makes Shiluli completely unable to put her mind at ease. No matter how she calculates, it is impossible to be accurate. Shiluli was a little irritated, and could only return to the sword-making workshop silently, planning to talk to her husband again in the evening. If Zhu Yingyan and Anzisu are here, they would probably say to Luo Yan directly, I calculated a great disaster, you explain to me what a great disaster is. But Shiluli is not like this. She thought about it a little, and then she thought that if her husband deliberately concealed it from her, then she would rashly go over to ask. Not only would she not get the answer she wanted, but she would also alert her husband and make him more alert. Well, although it is not appropriate to use alarm the snake and it seems that her husband is a little bad, but that's the meaning. When Luo Yan came back from the study in the evening, he saw a rich dish on the table. There were all kinds of meat and vegetables, and the food was so delicious that it seemed like Empress Dowager Kixu was having a meal. Luo Yan couldn't help but tremble all over. He thought, could it be that his wife had noticed something and put a poison that could make people lose their cultivation in the dishes, and wanted to lock him up in the basement of Tiangong workshop? "Husband, please sit down," Shiluli said with a smile. Luo Yan sat down tremblingly, and saw Shiluli holding the chopsticks in her right hand elegantly, and gently holding the sleeve of her right hand with her left hand, and picking up a fairy fruit in her bowl. "Husband, please try it. How does it taste?" "Wife." Luo Yan was originally guilty, so he didn't dare to taste it. He just forced a smile and said, "We are all fasting monks. Why should we be greedy for food? Why don't I keep it for now? Next time when you are tired from work, you can eat some as a midnight snack." "No," Shiluli said with a smile, "this is my gift. It's really unreasonable for you not to taste it." Luo Yan was more and more sure that there was something wrong with the food, and hurriedly asked, "Wife, why did you suddenly cook today?" "This is it," Shiluli said slowly. "Husband used to have a more casual personality. Recently, he has suddenly been working hard, which surprised everyone. So after thinking about it, I decided to make some delicious food to reward husband as an encouragement." As she said that, she personally took the chopsticks and spoon, took a little bit of each dish, and ate it herself to show that it was not poisonous. When Luo Yan saw it, he knew that he had misunderstood and felt ashamed. In order to cover up his shame, he pretended that he had no doubt that the dishes were poisonous, and just changed the subject with a smile. "It's nothing, but I suddenly felt that I was too lazy before, leaving so many things to my wife to take care of, which is really unreasonable. It's great that my husband can have such a thought." Shiluli wiped the corners of her eyes. It's not that she was moved to tears, although she lied hypocritically. Luo Yan still felt a little sorry when he saw Shiluli's expression. In this case, there are still many remaining tasks in the workshop that day, such as some needs within the sect, and the courtesy invitations from the headmaster and elders, etc. So please take over them all. Anyway, they are what the owner of the workshop should do. Luo Yan was dumbfounded and quickly refused, saying, "Hey, I just started to take over the affairs of the workshop recently, and I am still a little unskilled. My wife, let me adapt for a while first, or we can talk about it next month." "Next month for sure." "That's fine." Shiluli nodded in agreement. Seeing that Shiluli no longer insisted, Luo Yan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and started to eat with Shiluli. Shiluli chewed the food and thought to himself, he is willing to do some things for the workshop, but he is not willing to take over everything. In other words, he does not really want to work, but for some other purpose, for example, compensation psychology. Want to make up for it? Adapt for a while first, and then talk about it next month. It is not a simple delay, but the time point of next month is given. In other words, by next month, the motivation similar to compensation that drives him to do these things will no longer exist. Chapter 1006 Showdown. After the banquet, they were full and satisfied. Luo Yan did not suspect anything, just thinking that it was because he had been lazy for too long and suddenly worked hard, and it was just a reward from his wife. There was no conversation that night, and the next morning, Luo Yan continued to work. Now he is the owner of Tiangong Fang. Although his status is respected, he has a lot of affairs to deal with, and he is the busiest among the 3 religions. Not to mention customer orders, there are all kinds of personal exchanges from time to time from the sect, such as experience exchange, accepting disciples and holding banquets, and learning about the sect's policies and guidelines. It made him miserable, and he wanted to pass it on to Shiluli again and again. But thinking about how lonely and helpless his wife would be after he betrayed Penglai, he could only bear it. Shiluli saw it in her eyes, and she became more and more certain that her husband must be hiding something from her, otherwise he would not have such a temporary change of nature. Could it be that he had a woman outside? With this thought, he immediately got out of control. At first, I thought about it and subconsciously felt it was ridiculous. The entire Tiangong Fan business was in my hands. What could he use to support another woman? If he really cheated, I would kick him out. Humph. However, I changed my mind and felt uneasy. What's the point of kicking him out? He's Elder Jinoon, a young cultivator, and has the attainments of formations. He can easily build another Tiangong Fang. To put it bluntly, it is now Tiangong Fang that needs Luo Yan, not Luo Yan who needs Tiangong Fang. Without Luoyang's Tiangong Fang, who else can draw formations to meet the customization requirements of many large and small sects in the outside world? I'm afraid it will become a fortune-telling sect in a minute. Thinking of this, Shilli became more and more worried, and even put aside some of the work of sword-making for the time being. He ran to Luoyang's study whenever he had nothing to do, served him tea and water, and massaged his shoulders and back, which made Luoyang a little flattered. This woman is so gentle. I'm afraid it's not that I have been doing too much work recently, which is uncharacteristic, so that he has noticed that I am leaving. There is no time to lose, we must cover it up quickly, and not let anything unexpected happen at the last minute. So he put his feet on the desk and said lazily, I've been designing formations for a whole day, I'm so tired. Come, Madame Luli, take off my boots for me. Shilli's eyelids twitched. In normal times, she only needed to look at Luoyang with a fake smile, and her husband would be obedient. But now she was lacking confidence, so she could only swallow her anger silently and take off Luoyang's boots. Madam, you are so kind, why don't you wash my feet for me by the way? Luoyang said with a smile. Shilli had no expression on her face, just went to the side to get a basin, stretched out her hand and pointed, and the water from the Milky Way kept pouring out from her sleeves and falling into the basin. Luoyang immersed his feet in the basin, and felt a burst of coldness that penetrated his bones and pierced his heart, and he couldn't help shivering. My wife, it's cold. Cold. Shilli laughed inwardly, and cast a spell with her hands. Then, there were rays of starlight falling, and the water temperature rose to a warm level. Luoyang's expression eased, and he soaked his feet comfortably for a while, and then he held Shilli in his arms, hugged and kissed her, which made Shilli feel a little relieved. After a few days, it was finally the day for the Wangxiang Immortal to leave the sect. Luoyang put down his work and just left the study when he ran into Shilli, who was planning to come over. Where are you going, husband? Shilli asked. To check the sect protection formation. Luoyang brought out the excuse he had prepared long ago. The sect protection formation, Shilli pondered slightly. Now in Pengliu King Temple, Luoyang is the best at formations, so the sect protection formation has always been maintained by him. But Shilli recalled carefully and found that Luoyang usually went to inspect once from the 10th to the 15th of each month, and today was the 7th day, which can be said to be much earlier than usual. If it is said that the husband knows the importance of the sect protection formation and deliberately went to maintain it a few days in advance, it is not impossible to explain. He has not even taken over the affairs of the Tiangong workshop completely, but he has time to care about the sect, right? The more Shilli thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. She smiled and said, speaking of this, I haven't seen the sect protection formation yet. Why don't you go with your husband to gain some knowledge? This reason is really too poor. After all, when has your eldest lady she ever been interested in formations? The lady must be suspicious. Luoyang wanted to refuse again, but thinking of Anzisu before, he gritted his teeth and hardened his heart. Sooner or later, it will be exposed, and it is better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. For a smart girl like Luli, if you hide it from her from beginning to end, it is a fool's dream. It is better to wait until you get the booty and stone, explain it to her clearly, and then delete the account. With the precedents of Longhu, Zhuyinglyan and Anzisu, Luoyang's psychological bottom line has been greatly reduced at this time. As the saying goes, the more you experience, the more numb you become. That's just the way it is. Then my lady, come with me. He said rather sadly. Seeing that he agreed so regularly, Shilli was stunned at first, then relieved, and then a little uneasy. The two left Tiangong Fang and walked towards the residence of Wangxiang Immortal. Husband. Shilli's feeling of uneasiness became stronger and stronger, and he subconsciously found a topic. Do you think that I am sometimes too suspicious? My lady is smart. Luoyang said lightly, but smart people often like to think too much, which is normal. I think that thinking too much is not a bad thing. What is more troublesome is actually being nosy. Yeah. Shilli certainly knew what thinking too much and nosy meant, and responded sullenly. After walking for a while, Shilli suddenly asked, Husband, the sect protection formation, is it in this direction? No. Luoyang said calmly, I'm going to the Immortal's residence to get some information. Oh. Shilli naturally knew nothing about this, so he could only nod in agreement. Arriving at the residence of the Wangxiang Immortal, Shilli suddenly said, The Immortal seems to have left the sect early this morning. Maybe he went to do something important. Luoyang said casually. The headmaster invited a few scattered Immortals to come. Shilli continued, it is estimated that the immortal may not return for a while, so he asked the scattered immortals to take charge. Yeah. Luoyan replied absent-mindedly, and continued to scan the coordinates of the location where the Wonxiang immortal opened the space before. Oh, I found it. Are you kidding me, my husband? Shilli asked in a low voice, if you want to get the information, why are you standing here motionless? My husband, are you using your spiritual sense to explore something? Can you tell me? Luoyan was stunned for a long time, and suddenly smiled and said, Luli, you are still so sharp. You are crazy. Shilli was so shocked that her eyes turned black, and she said quickly, you dare to covet the immortal's things. Let's run away before the immortal finds you. What if I say that the reason I joined Penglai King Temple is for this thing? Luoyan said expressionlessly. I can't write anymore today. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Mundo Fanfic Novelers, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelers. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1007 The Last Piece. Did you come to Penglai from the beginning just to seize that thing? Shilli was stunned for a long time, but she saw Luoyan wave his hand, and a space distortion wave appeared. Seeing the space fluctuation, Shilli was immediately scared. She could not guess what her husband was going to do, and hurriedly stopped him and said, Wait, husband. Before she finished speaking, Luoyan had disappeared in front of her. Coming to the space in his sleeve, Luoyan was stunned for a long time. Kumlan Mirror was very understanding and did not arch her, but just said gently, Cry, if crying can make you feel better, then cry. Luoyan said in a stiff voice, Why should I confront Luli? What if the Wonxiang immortal has set up some difficult-to-solve restrictions in there and holds me back, and Luli goes to find the head of Krashandu to report the news? Wouldn't I be courting death? This, Kumlan Mirror was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, so he persuaded, It's okay, look at Luli's attitude, she doesn't look like she is going to report you. How can she not expose me? Luoyan was immediately furious, when the subsequent sect discovers that the fragments of the booty and stone are stolen, and I rebel against Penglai, won't they suspect Luli first? She should report me quickly. I can't report you, and I can't not report you either. So what do you want to do? Kumlan Mirror was also dumbfounded. You can report me, but not so soon. Luoyan said patiently, it's better for her to report when I get the fragments of the booty and stone and am ready to leave. With so many requests, Kumlan Mirror and Suming Sword were speechless. Or you can just discuss with Shilli and ask her to wait for you to send a signal before reporting. Since you have already betrayed, don't hesitate, okay? Luoyan also knew that this was not the time to be sentimental. He focused his mind back and looked at the messy pile of debris in front of him. The fragments of the booty and stone were casually placed on the top of the pile of debris, as if they were just an inconspicuous and ordinary member among the many debris. But it was precisely because of such a careless placement that Luoyan was more certain that there must be some kind of trap hidden in it. A Jin, scan it, don't make a mistake this time. Kumlan Mirror scanned it carefully and suddenly said, Well, the fragments of the booty and stone placed on the pile of debris are actually just an illusion. Illusion? Luoyan stared at the fragments in the distance carefully and didn't see any clues. That's right, since it's an immortal's trick, I definitely won't be able to find any flaws if I don't cheat. But I remember that last time, the Wonxiang immortal directly took the fragments and asked me to touch and feel them. Luoyan said suspiciously. There are two possibilities. Kumlan Mirror said calmly, first, the Wonxiang immortal took it out specifically for you to see. After you finished looking at it, he put the fragment away and created an illusion outside as bait. Can an immortal be so dirty? Luoyan expressed his doubts and muttered, It's not a magic trick, is it? Second, the fragments were originally illusions. Kumlan Mirror continued, but when the immortal reached out to take the fragments, he automatically triggered some kind of restriction, which replaced the illusion and the real fragment, so what he gave to you are the real fragments. If I were an immortal, I would definitely choose the second method. Luoyan made a quick judgment, substituting a beam and a pillar may be technically simpler, but it is too damaging to one's image. If the truth is discovered, where will you put your face? What is image? Kumlan Mirror asked in confusion. It means majesty. Luoyan explained, a great immortal still uses the trick of switching things. Isn't it shameful? Kumlan Mirror was speechless, thinking that it was a great artifact, but it was helping you to use illusions and create clones everywhere. what's wrong with the immortal using the method of transplanting flowers and trees? However, she still carefully scanned the phantom of the fragment of the sky-repairing stone. After a moment, he said uncertainly, "It seems that there are hidden spatial fluctuations nearby, but I still have to analyze carefully what the specific structure and connection are. Is there any quicker way that is not so detailed?" Luo Yan urged impatiently, "Lily may report me at any time, and you are still here analyzing carefully. Do you want to wait for the immortal Wang Xibang to come back and analyze it carefully with us?" "I didn't tell Xie Luli, what's the point of you being mean to me?" Kumlin Jing said dissatisfiedly. "Who asked her to report it? Who are you going to find? Stop arguing." Su Mingjian suddenly said, "Master Sword Master, after your Tianji Divine Shuttle was unsealed in the second layer, did it gain a new ability?" Luo Yan was stunned when he heard this, but he immediately reacted. "Indeed, you mean, after reading the file to this point, in addition to processing the Tiangong workshop orders every day, he also took the time to take the Tianji Divine Shuttle, which was unsealed with the Chaos Red Talisman, to the Dragon and Tiger Tractor for a careful inspection. The results showed that the Divine Shuttle was indeed unsealed, and it had a very special ability. An independent and continuously expanding small cave was opened up in its body. Luo Yan could use the Tianu Divine Shuttle to directly store items from the outside world into the small cave. If you just want to store items, many magic weapons and spells can do it, such as storage bags, the Red Dust 100 Worlds map, the Sleeve of Kaiang, etc. But these methods are without exception, and their storage security is relatively low. For example, if a divine weapon of the level of Qin's Human Sword is put into the space without any seal, the end result will inevitably be that the Human Sword will tear the space and escape. But the internal space of the Tianu Divine Shuttle, in the words of Arjun, is just a small cave with restrictions. Without the permission of Luo Yan, who controls the Divine Shuttle, it is extremely difficult to escape from it, so Luo Yan subconsciously thinks that it can be used to trap people. At this time, after Human Sword's reminder, Kumlan Mirror reacted immediately. To find the whereabouts of the Butian Stone, we need to analyze the hidden spatial fluctuations nearby, which is definitely too late in a short period of time. But if we regard this spatial fluctuation as a log safe, even if I can't unlock it immediately, I can just take the safe away, bring it back to a safe place and slowly pick the lock. Isn't that enough? She told Luo Yan about her inspiration, and he was stunned. Can this spatial fluctuation be put into the cave of the Tianu Divine Shuttle? You can understand spatial fluctuations as the key to the location of the Butian Stone fragment. Kumlin Jing was very confident, as long as you take this section of spatial fluctuations away, the Wangxiang Immortal will lose the whereabouts of the Butian Stone fragment, and you're the only one in the world who can find it. You'd better make sure that the Butian Stone fragment is inside. Luo Yan warned her seriously, "Don't take this container back. If you open it and see that it is empty, then you can ask me to come back again." "That is absolutely impossible. I'm very sure," Kumlin Jing said with certainty. Since Arjing said so, Luo Yan did not hesitate to take out the Tianu Divine Shuttle and activate it. He moved the entrance of the cave to the position of the spatial fluctuation and collected all the phantoms into the cave. Then, he said without hesitation, "Teleport." As soon as the voice fell, the pile of debris suddenly exploded, and a colorful brilliant light emerged from it. The evil spirit in it was like a sword against the throat. It was definitely not an ordinary method. But Arjing's teleportation was faster and had already sent Luo Yan away from Penglai Fairy Island. In what I'm mounting, in the residence of the Fanshindo, Wei Dongliu opened his eyes. This Penglai Butian Stone fragment can only be regarded as half of it. Fortunately, the most difficult part has been completed. Next, Arjing only needs to completely crack the spatial fluctuation and take out the Butian Stone fragment inside. Trying not to think about Xiaoluli, Wei Dongliu quickly focused his attention on the last Butian Stone fragment. The Butian Stone fragment in the Hell Road is the most difficult to obtain among all the fragments. First of all, the sect of the Three Pure Ones of the Orthodox sect was infiltrated by his three trumpets like a sieve. Just from the fact that Qiu Cheng Tian, Ling Yunpo, and Luo Yan were able to successfully reach the location of the Butian Stone, we can see the huge advantage he has accumulated after long-term preparation. The fragments of the Butian Stone of the Hell Road are hidden deep in the Hell, close to the chaos of the Earth's core. Although Wei Dongliu has already infiltrated the interior of the Hell Road, he does not have the ability to take the initiative to go to the Hell Road station. He must wait for Luo Duchang to issue a notice and give the location of the teleportation aid before he can go to Hell through teleportation. However, now that the immortals of the three pure ones of the Orthodox sect have left the sect one after another, Luo Chang of the Hell Road will definitely take advantage of this time to try to attack the three pure ones of the Orthodox sect. Wei Dongliu put himself in the other party's identity, and it can be naturally inferred that he would never make trouble at this time and let the members of the Hell Road return to the sect station where the fragments of the booty and stone are hidden. In other words, if you want to reach the sect station of the Hell Road, you can only enter from the entrance of the Earth Vein like in the Kaibaho Chuan Yuan secret realm, and then pass through the 9 nether yellow springs. In the secret realm of Kaibaho Chuan Yuan, due to the great disaster of world destruction, the chaos in the Earth's core surged, causing all the ghost soldiers and demons to escape, but this is impossible in the real world. To pass through the 9 nether yellow springs and the 18 hells is equivalent to passing through the territory of the Ghost King and the Demon Lord. Not to mention the danger, Wei Dongliu can be 100% sure that there must be spies planted by the Hell Road. Don't wait until you have alerted the snakes all the way, and finally go down to the entrance of the Earth's core, and find that the fragments of the sky-making stone have been moved away. That would be too stupid. A Jing. Wei Dongliu confirmed unwillingly, is it really impossible to teleport directly to the depths of hell? It's hard to say. Kumlin Jing said embarrassedly, the space in hell has been very unstable recently. I don't know if it's because the great disaster of world destruction is approaching, or if the Hell Road has done something. In short, the safety of long-distance transmission cannot be guaranteed. It must be that the Hell Road has done something. Wei Dongliu pointed out a key reason. Why don't we teleport once and see? Su Mingjian suggested. What if the transmission fails? Wei Dongliu asked seriously. Well, if the coordinates are distorted, it may be transmitted to other levels of hell, or to the center of the earth. Kumlan Mirror explained. It's okay to be transmitted to other hells, but if it is in the chaos of the center of the earth, even if you can escape successfully, you will probably lose half your life. Wei Dongliu frowned and said, what if it is not a long-distance transmission, but a layered transmission? For example, I go to the first level of Wang Quan first, and then jump to the second level, and so on. It should be possible. Kumlan Mirror said uncertainly. If it is possible, it's fine. If it is not possible, it's not possible. What do you mean by should be possible? Wei Dongliu asked dissatisfiedly. By the way, Su Mingjian suddenly said, Sword Master, don't you plan to let Madame Jing accompany you? You mean Jinglin? Wei Dongliu said in surprise, she is a demon, how can she accompany me? At this point, the voice stopped abruptly, and replaced by a flash of inspiration that surged out of his heart. Yes. The power of this great free heavenly demon is here, why not use it? If our Jim can jump and teleport in layers, it would be fine if she is 100% sure. But how can I be assured when she says it should work? What if I get stuck in a layer and can't jump down? At the time, I can't go forward or retreat, and I will be discovered if I stay where I am. It's better to take Jinglin with me and hide all the way. As for how to use the power of my wife, Wei Dongliu has the experience of Luoyang bringing Shilili with him before, so his ideas are very clear at this time. Just say that you need to go to the station of the hell, and don't say anything about other clues. Jinglin will definitely not guess that you went to the fragments of the sky-making stone. And with her fun-loving personality, she will definitely be willing to accompany me to play in that hell. After reaching the depths of hell, just find a way to get rid of her, go to the fragments of the sky-making stone and leave. Isn't it beautiful? Wei Dongliu was thinking happily, but he didn't know that Kumlan Mirror hesitated for a moment and secretly asked Su Mingjian. Although the woman's true identity is a demon, he used her like a rag and threw her away after using her. Why do I still feel a little sorry for her? What does it matter? Su Mingjian asked her back, didn't you plan to give her a hint to go find the Sword Master? No. Kumlan Mirror said in surprise. Really? Su Mingjian didn't believe it at all. Really not. Kumlin Jing said sternly, look, junior sisters Yu, senior sister Am, Mishi, and the fox in the East Empire realm, are either married in a formal ceremony or in love with each other, so even if they find him later, they won't do anything to him. But if the demon finds out that he has been fooled, he might kill him after finding him. Although he is a little bit insidious, cunning, and shameless at certain times and in certain aspects, which makes me unbearable, he is still a hero who helps me repair the sky. How could I really kill him? You'd better. Su Mingjian sneered, I've seen many demons that can kill people, but this is the first time I've seen a demon that is entangled with the human race in these hundreds of thousands of years. I guess the most outrageous thing she can do is to abduct Lord Swordmaster and imprison him in the demon palace of Wuzizar Heaven. Can she really kill him? Do you believe it? Chapter 1008. Attack on the Orthodox Church. King Luo Peak of Shushan Mountain. Zisu suddenly closed himself up and locked himself in a secret room deep in King Luo Peak, which was exactly where Su Jian had closed himself up in the past. This made Su Jian very anxious. Although Nzisu didn't say it, he could guess that Nzisu must have chosen to close himself up to stabilize his heart because Ling Yunpo had betrayed the sect, which caused his heart to be shaken violently. If he stabilized it, the follow-up would be safe and sound. If he couldn't stabilize it, he would go astray, or even his heart would be broken, invaded by the inner demon, and all kinds of bad consequences would be overwhelming, which would naturally be dangerous. Even though Su Jian was worried about all kinds of things in his heart and hated Ling Yunpo to death, he was helpless in the current situation. Although this child looks like his mother, his personality is like me, and he has always refused to turn back until he hits the wall, and he is stubborn. In addition, he is practicing the King Liu, but the object of his love has problems, so it is good that his heart is not broken on the spot. The long-browed immortal stood beside Su Jian, opened his mouth, but couldn't say it after all. When King Liu's flaws, he didn't need to remind them specifically, everyone in Shushan already knew about it. To put it bluntly, everything depends on the object of the love. If the object is fine, then you, me and everyone are all good. If the object betrays, you will inevitably betray as well. If the object unfortunately dies, then half of your life will go with it. How many people who can practice when King Liu are not affectionate? It all depends on the child's luck. After holding it in for a long time, the long-browed immortal finally managed to say something nonsense. Su Jian showed a smile that was uglier than crying. He really couldn't laugh anymore. In the secret room, Zisu sat silently, as still as a sculpture, with traces of tears on her beautiful face. The long black hair scattered on the ground, the ends were already beginning to thaw faintly. White hair overnight, to this extent. At an earlier point in time, Wei Dongliu was using sweet words to persuade his wife Jiangli to secretly help him. The depths of hell. Jianglin was puzzled. What's so good about going there? It's full of cold and gloomy air, the order is even more chaotic, and there is chaos lurking. Who wants to go to that kind of ghost place? Oh, wait. Jianglin suddenly thought of a problem, that is, her husband's chaos demon body. As we all know, the cultivation talent of the chaos demon body is closer to a kind of bloodliner, and it is not something that can be exchanged for good luck by reincarnation and rolling dice. It means that the person who has the chaos demon body must have the bloodliner of the Hell Demon King in his ancestors, and the blood relationship is not too far away. Most likely it is either the father or the mother. Is this trip to the depths of hell to take me to meet my parents? Speaking of meeting my parents, Jianglin is no longer bored. She now thinks that she and her husband have a sweet relationship. The relationship is impeccable and perfect, which can provide her with a constant source of emotional strength. The only two shortcomings are parents and children. In the traditional culture of the human race, parents and children are also very important. Jianglin, the child, was still trying to find a way to make it, but since Wei Dongliu didn't mention the parents, she had no other choice but to work harder at night. Now that Wei Dongliu finally offered to take her home, Jianglin was immediately overjoyed. How could she not agree? When are we leaving? Jiang the witch asked excitedly. Do you want to bring a gift? Do I need to put on makeup? Would it be impolite to go just like this? Wei Dongliu. So is there any misunderstanding? No matter what the misunderstanding was, it would be the best if the demon wife was willing to escort him to hell. Therefore, he was happy to see it and didn't explain any misunderstandings at all. He just nodded and said, if there is no problem, we will leave in half a month. Half a month later, it was the day when the three immortals of the three pure ones of the Orthodox Church agreed to leave the sect to find the secret realm of the Great Light Palace. However, only about 10 days later, Wei Dongliu suddenly received a call from the Bloodsea ancestor. In a few days, the three pure sects of the Orthodox sect will all agree to leave the sect. The Bloodsea Patriarch sneered and said, the Orthodox sect thinks it is flawless, but the sect guarding immortals are respected and their every move is watched by the whole sect. How can they hide it? Then you will organize the 6 paths to attack the 3 pure sects. You must bite off a piece of meat from them before the sect guarding immortals return. It is true. Wei Dongliu's face was stern, and he sneered in his heart. What I can think of, the hell path can also think of. If I attack Kunlun alone and take the fragments of the sky-making stone and leave, Shushan Penglai will definitely take precautions after knowing it, so the three religions must take it at the same time. Let me, Wei Dongliu, become the leader of the six paths. In fact, just waiting for this moment, let me organize the six paths to attack the three pure sects at the same time, so that the hell path can fish in troubled waters behind. It's a pity that no matter how you plan and calculate, you are still too small-minded and don't know the importance of going straight to Wanglong. Fishing? Why muddy water? You never thought that, on the first night after the three immortals left, I had already snatched all the fragments of the heaven-repairing stone, without having to wait for the demon cult to attack. Although he knew it was unnecessary, Wei Dongliu still agreed and asked the Bloodsea ancestor, since we are going to attack the three pure ones, to what extent should we attack? Should we focus on taking advantage of the real benefits or taking advantage of the virtual land first? Taking advantage of the real benefits means to attack the rich resource points and maximize the benefits as much as possible. Taking advantage of the virtual land first means to capture the key locations, which can create a menacing situation and help to gain reputation and prestige. Anyway, when the Orthodox religion reacts, these territories will be taken back, so it is virtual land. In normal times, if Wei Dongliu wanted to start a war himself, he would definitely choose the former, so that the six-path sect would be willing to serve him and listen to his orders after seeing the actual benefits. But now it was the Bloodsea ancestor who gave the order, so he pretended not to understand the immortal's meaning and asked him, do you want to rob them of their money or just beat them up and be done with it? The Bloodsea patriarch was slightly startled, then waved his hand and said, for such a small matter, you can decide it yourself, no need to ask me. Wei Dongliu almost couldn't hold back his expression after hearing this, thinking that you are too ridiculous. You don't mention any requirements, just give a general direction, let me play freely, right? This immortal can be rotten, but he, the leader of the six paths, can't be rotten, otherwise the hell path will notice the situation and will definitely be suspicious. So I still have to pretend that I really want to fight and call on other sects in the six paths to come to the meeting. When they come, as the leader of the six paths, don't you have to propose a strategic policy? The most painful thing in the world is that you know that something will never succeed, but the top leader has already spoken, and you still have to work diligently and do your best to do it. It can be said that there is no sense of accomplishment at all. After saying goodbye to the Bloodsea patriarch and leaving, Wei Dongliu was about to go back to think about the plan, when suddenly the message from the hell path came along with the magic weapon. No matter what other regions, just attack Kunlun, Shushan, and Penglai and make them feel in danger. Chapter 1009 Reaching a consensus in the main hall of the Fanxingdo residence. The three sects of Yonglido, Shirodo, and Donghuangdo have already arrived at the venue. Apart from the host Fanxingdo, only Tianmodo and Heldo are left. Heldo has always been a mysterious dragon, and no one expected them to come to the meeting, but no one from Tianmodo could come, which surprised everyone. Wei Dongliu remained calm, called Jiangli to ask a few questions, and then said to everyone, there has been a change in Tianmodo, and they cannot attend the meeting for the time being. Let's start first. When everyone heard this, they didn't say it on the surface, but naturally they hurriedly called people to investigate what happened to Tianmodo. As a result, they found out that there was a fight inside Tianmodo. Among the many sects, Tianmodo is probably the most difficult sect to infiltrate when it comes to planting hidden insiders. After all, everyone is an expert in illusion playing with the devil, and if the level is not high, they will be discovered and killed in minutes. It's just that the internal turmoil of the heavenly demon sect was really serious this time. The head sect leader Dukyishi had been missing for a long time, and everyone guessed that he was in danger, so the internal situation could not be suppressed. The ancestor Zizaye was also high up in the palace and refused to take charge of things. In the power vacuum, some people soon took risks and began to form gangs and factions to compete for the vacant position of the head sect. In addition, the heavenly demon sect has always been cruel and unscrupulous. There was no immortal to maintain order. The competition quickly turned from the dark to the open, and even began to kill each other without reservation, ambushing and attacking, and raiding the cave. The entire Japan mountain was almost in chaos, and even the sects outside were alarmed. With the ancestors Izaia guarding the sect, many surrounding forces did not dare to take advantage of the situation, so they could only wait and see when the internal turmoil of the heavenly demon sect would end, just for fun. When Wei Dongliu heard the news, he sighed in his heart. Helping Shilui to avenge his blood, the result was equivalent to Wei Dongliu cutting off his own arm. Before the war at the Orthodox Church started, the heavenly demon sect was destined to be absent. Fortunately, the outcome of the war is no longer important to me. Because on the eve of the departure of the Orthodox Immortal, when the demon sect army was still on the way, I think they had already started to fight the fragments of the heaven-repairing stone in the depths of hell. For now, we still have to find a way to persuade the other sects to join the war, and the heavenly demon sect cannot attend. This must be done for the hell sect to see. Thinking of this, Wei Dongliu said in a deep voice, I recently received intelligence, which can be said to be a godsend. He told everyone the details, and saw that the three sects were dumbfounded. Directly attack the Orthodox Church's Sanking resident. Do you want to play so big? Does Sect Master Wei think that even if the sect guarding Immortal is not here, we can capture Cunning, Shushan and Penglai? The sect master of the Ingido Fixie asked first. If we can capture it, then everyone will follow you, the Great Alliance leader Wei, even if they have to sell their pots and irons. Knowing that it is impossible to capture it, what is the point of doing this? Wei Dongliu pondered for a moment and said slowly. To be honest, this matter is of no practical benefit to our Liudro sect, but it is of great help to the Immortals. In the past trip to the secret realm of Kaibahok Chuan Yuan, we and the three pure ones of the Orthodox sect got clues to the secret realm of the Great Light Palace at the same time. Therefore, the Immortals of the three pure ones of the Orthodox sect left the sect this time to explore the secret realm. If we can attack the three pure ones resident and force the Immortals of the Orthodox sect to give up the exploration and return to help, wouldn't it be a great thing for the Immortals behind them? The head of Fixie was moved when he heard this, and instantly understood Wei Dongliu's motives. I think it was the old ancestor of the Blood Sea who ordered it behind him. Indeed, the competition within the secret realm of the Great Light Palace is actually a competition at the level of Immortals. If the three Immortals of the Orthodox sect knew that the sect's resident was under siege, then even if they were unwilling to return to help, it would be good to make them feel cautious and restrained. Of course, more importantly, when Yang got a clue last time, so the sect guarding Immortal, Venerable Whitebone, also had to go to the Great Light Hall. If Wei Dongliu didn't mention this, he could still pretend not to know. Since it was mentioned, as the head of the Inglido, he had to consider it for the sect guarding Immortal anyway, otherwise, if it got to Venerable Whitebone's ears, wouldn't it damage the relationship between the two parties? He quickly raised his eyes and looked around, and saw that the Shirda was also quite interested. After all, Gilai also got a clue last time. Only Shio, the head of Don Huangdo, stood up without hesitation and said with a sneer, Then I will leave. Wait a minute, Master Shi. Wei Dongliu said slowly, you and I are of the same blood and have long been a thorn in the eyes and flesh of the three pure ones. Even if Don Huangdo does not participate in this operation, will Shushan not invade southern Xinjiang afterwards? He knew the identity behind Shiro and guessed that the other party was eager for the battle between good and evil in the human world to continue, so that there would be no time to care about the affairs of Don Huangdo, so he was not worried that the other party would leave. Shio was also calm and just said, We Don Huangdo do not have any clues about the Great Light Hall. If you want us to join the war, it's not impossible. It depends on the sincerity of Master Wei. Of course. Wei Dongliu said with a smile, I think the Inglido and Shirodo, like our mortal Dodo, can show enough sincerity. So the four sects began to negotiate fiercely and uncompromisingly on some details. During this period, they inevitably contacted their own sect guardian Immortals. When they heard that Fan Xingdao was planning to start with the Orthodox religion to contain Kisan, Changmea, and Huangxiang, they gave instructions one after another. You can follow Fan Xingdao, but you can't invest too much, just bluff. Even if this matter is beneficial to the sect guardian Immortals, it has no benefit to the sect itself, and they don't want to be criticized. Since the sect guardian Immortals have given instructions, the various factions have no objections, and it is only a matter of time to reach an agreement. After the meeting came to an end today, Wei Dongliu yawned and left the main hall, thinking why is it so troublesome to put on a show? When the day of the battle comes, it will be ironic that the great leader Wei disappears in the battle. When he returned to the room, he saw Jiangling putting on makeup in front of the bronze mirror. As a demon, changing your form is just a matter of thought. Why are you pretending to put on makeup? Wei Dongliu was complaining in his heart, and then he saw Jiangling turned around, pretending to have just noticed her husband's arrival, and asked him carefully, Husband, do you think I look good like this? Wei Dongliu looked carefully, and she was indeed the demon lady, with a sense of aesthetics at full capacity. It should be noted that women in this era did not actually have so many makeup skills. They just put their hair up with a bunch of hairpins, put on some lipstick and blush, and that was it. This demon lady Jing was really unconventional. She actually had a big wavy hairstyle, with almost invisible eyeshadow and fiery red lips, and the unique feminine charm immediately came up. "Madam, don't do this, I'm scared." Chapter 1010. Plowkeeper, 6 Paths of Siege, the night before departure. Countless cultivators have gathered inside the sect's residence. As long as the headmaster gives an order, they will all rush to Cunning, Shushan, and Pendlai. Of course, we must wait until it is confirmed that the 3 sect's guardian immortals have left the sect. In this regard, everyone will not and cannot trust Wei Dongliu's intelligence channels, and must figure it out personally. What no one knows is that Wei Dongliu, the leader of the Mortal Path who should have presided over this battle, is not in the Mortal Path at all. In a mine under the jurisdiction of the Ying leader, Wei Dongliu and Jianglin have quietly sneaked into the entrance of the Earth Vein. Here we are again. Jianglin was wearing a fiery red dress, like a blooming flaming rose. "Husband, do you think this place is the place of our first love? Didn't we come here last time to find the red spider lily? How did it become the place of first love?" Although he was complaining in his heart, Wei Dongliu was not stupid enough to go against the great freedom demon. He just smiled and agreed. "Looking back on the past, everything is just like the first time I saw it, it's still vivid in my mind." Yes. Jiangli thought about the past secretly, and couldn't help but gradually lost his mind. Thinking of the various interactions with Wei Dongliu in the past, it was really sweet everywhere, which made her heart jump with joy. Wei Dongliu also looked back on the past, and was simply scared. Thinking of the past, in order to brush up the mysterious character, he dared to play with the great freedom demon. It was really walking on a tightrope on the cliff without knowing it. Fortunately, this Jing demon girl fell in love with me in the end, otherwise when she awakened her memory, wouldn't the first thing she did was to find me immediately and kill me hundreds or thousands of times to vent her anger. His arm suddenly softened. It turned out that the lady hugged his arm from the side and pulled him away with a smile. The two quietly passed through the gate of hell, and with the help of the illusion of the great freedom demon, they were not discovered by the ghost soldiers and ghosts along the way. Although Jing's illusion can achieve this, if the situation requires the use of force, a Jing will be unable to help. How can he compare to the omnipotence of Madame Jing? The space here is really wrong. Kunlun Mirror suddenly said, let alone long-distance teleportation, even teleporting from one level to the next is difficult. It must be the work of the Hell Road. Wei Dongliu said this, and suddenly realized, then after I get the fragment of the heaven-fixing stone, won't I be able to even reload the game and leave? Yes. Kunlun Mirror said seriously, I guess you can only return the same way. After leaving the range of Anquan Hell, I can help you teleport away. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Wei Dongliu was shocked, then how can I delete this account? Kunlun Mirror thought for a while, after taking the fragment of the heaven-fixing stone, ask her to send you back the same way? So you think she is a fool, right? Wei Dongliu said madly, besides, she is the great freedom heavenly demon. Do you think she can't recognize the fragment of the heaven-fixing stone? Kunlun Mirror was speechless. Others may not recognize the heaven-fixing stone, but many heavenly demons are trapped outside the sky, and they don't know how many times they have hit the heaven-fixing stone. How could they not recognize it? Wei Dongliu's intentions were immediately exposed when Jianglin saw the fragment of the sky-repairing stone. Even if he teleported away later, he would just have to wait for the person at the place where the sky leaked. This would be a dead end. But if he didn't let her see it, how could it be possible? With the degree of disgust between the two of them now, which Jing would not leave him. How about I sacrifice myself again, and disguise myself as you when I get to the center of the earth, and send witch Jing away, and you take the opportunity to return the same way? A Jing. Wei Dongliu frowned and said, it's not that I don't trust you, but this lady is too familiar with me, can you really hide it? Indeed, your lady is not just familiar with you, she is familiar with every inch of your skin from head to toe. Thinking of this, Kunlun Jim couldn't help but feel a little guilty. She was still confident in her illusion, but not so confident in her acting skills. After all, compared with Cheng Yuan's unit, she was simply beaten. If there is a slight mistake in words and deeds, and Jiangli secretly finds out, in this hell where teleportation is impossible, it will be a big trouble. What's so difficult about this? Su Mingjian finally couldn't help but said, let the sword master accompany the demon to get rid of it, and Jin, you can go and get the fragment, right? Wei Dongliu suddenly realized, yes. Jin, I have prepared the formation for you, you just need to follow that draw the formation, and then take the fragment of the sky-making stone. Do you want me to do it? Kunlun Jin was still a little hesitant. I haven't done it before. Then Jin, do you have any other ideas? Wei Dongliu asked again. No. Kunlun Mirror admitted defeat. Okay, then leave it to me. Don't make any mistakes on your side, or the Jin which will notice something is wrong. What nonsense are you talking about? Wei Dongliu was puzzled. I'm the real Wei Dongliu, what is there to worry about? So the plan was set. First use Jiangling to pass through the layers of Wangquan Hell, and after reaching the bottom of Hell, Wei Dongliu will find a place to send Jiangling away and let Kunlun Mirror get the fragment of the sky-making stone. It seems that something is wrong. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that this is the only way. Jiangling hugged Wei Dongliu's arm, and the two of them passed through Wangquan Hell all the way. All the ghost soldiers and ghosts they encountered were avoided by the magic of the Sky Demon. In this way, they went straight down to the 6th layer of Hell, and saw a large number of red copper pillars standing in this cave, and firewood piled up like hills below. There are similar strange structures in every Hell, so the two did not care much, but just rushed straight to the entrance to the next layer of Hell. But he found that a copper pillar with a thick diameter had been erected above the entrance, completely blocking the entrance. On both sides of the copper pillars stood a huge 6-armed demon god, holding a sword, a spear, a sword and a hammer, staring with blazing eyes, constantly scanning the surroundings. The Plow Keeper. Jiangli said in surprise, why is this guy blocking here instead of looking at the deep pit? Wei Dongliu frowned slightly, knowing that this Plow Keeper was a famous demon king in Hell. He usually pushed all kinds of suffering souls into the deep pit at the edge of the endless pit of the 5th layer of Hell, and then chopped them into pieces with various weapons for fun. Now the other party was blocking the only way to the lower Hell. It was obvious that it must be an obstacle deliberately set up by the Hell to prevent anyone from infiltrating through Hell when they were doing things against the Orthodox Church outside. Husband, do you have any friendship with this Plow God? Jiangli asked in an ambiguous tone. Ask him to let us go. I didn't know him before. Wei Dongliu shook his head, and I heard that he is the most unreasonable guy, so it will probably be difficult to communicate with him. It's better to kill him. Chapter 1011. Huge copper pillar in the Yellow Springs Hell. No matter whether it is the ghost soldiers or the demon king, no matter what their rank and cultivation level are, most of them are used to winning by force. The Guardian of the Plow is a typical representative of them. It does not have many strange and unique magic skills, but is extremely good at using violence. All 6 arms hold sharp weapons, and they swing them as fast as thunder, and each blow is enough to split mountains and rocks. If an ordinary cultivator encounters this Guardian of the Plow, as long as he fails to kill the opponent with one blow and lets the Guardian of the Plow use a counter-attack, it is almost a certain death. The attack speed of this Demon King is too fast, and the force is enough to break most of the defensive spells and magic weapons, so if he is hit, he will definitely die. If you want to survive in the hands of the opponent, first of all, the movement speed must be fast enough to dodge every attack of the Guardian of the Plow. Secondly, the means of attack must be sharp enough to knock him down before being killed by the Guardian of the Plow. Wei Dongliu himself does not lack powerful means of attack. The Wonxai Bangju Immortal Sword alone is enough to break the opponent's defense. But it is not easy to dodge the attack of the Plow Keeper. He must use his extremely strong sword control skills. His own Kagome foundation is Kunlun's 9 Heavens Pure Land Realm True Words, but the foundation of sword control is the Tiasang Sunday and Moon Mixed Origin Sutra of the Shushan lineage. Although Jiangling is unlikely to have such eyesight, Wei Dongliu really does not intend to take risks. He has already got 5 out of 6 of the sky repairing stones, and he does not want to capsize at the door of the final destination. Jiangling has already cast an illusion and quietly approached the Plow Keeper from behind. Wei Dongliu stood in the distance and began to prepare the Wonxai Bangju in sword formation. The Plow Keeper stood on the edge of the copper pillar, and 2 thick, sulfur-smelling black smoke blew out of his bullhead-sized nostrils. The weapons held by his 6 arms were also burning. Suddenly, he lowered his head and saw a black mist rising up, which turned into the pretty appearance of Jiangling in front of him. "Big guy," she said with a sweet smile, "why do you want to be someone else's watchdog here? Isn't it better to just get out of the way?" The Keeper of the Plow sprayed 2 lines of flames from his nostrils with disdain, and then raised the weapon in his hand and chopped down fiercely at Jiangling. This was also expected by the two. After all, the Keeper of the Plow was notoriously arrogant and unreasonable in Hell. The axe blade split the black fog and made a huge crack on the ground. The separated black fog regrouped and transformed into the appearance of Jiangling again. This kind of purely physical violent attack was naturally restrained by the Great Freedom Demon. If it were Wei Dongliu, he would definitely not be able to deal with it so easily. Wei Dongliu stood in the distance and calmly arranged the Wongxai Bang's weapon in sword formation, and then launched it. The gloomy wind blew, the ghostly air was eerie, and countless sword ki went forward, leaving countless deep bone-deep, bleeding wounds on the huge body of the Keeper of the Plough in an instant. The Plough Keeper roared in anger. He soon realized that it was meaningless to tangle with this demon. The human cultivator who set up the sword formation in the distance was the real problem. It tried to take a few steps forward, but found that it was already difficult to walk. The black mist that Jiangling turned into was like two long and tough ropes, locking his ankles tightly. The Plough Keeper tried to break free, but soon realized that it was futile, so it quickly turned around, opened its 6 thick arms at the same time, and swung the burning weapons like a storm, hitting the copper pillar behind it heavily. The copper pillar suddenly burst out nearly 100 chains made of flames, shooting in all directions. Most of them seemed to be spiritual giant snakes, tightly wrapped around Jiangling, who was made of black mist. They beat the black mist and made it roll and roll, but they could not do anything to her. A small number of them shot at Wei Dongliu, who was split in succession by his Wongxai Bang Wuxian sword. But these chains were also just the illusion of flames. In a moment, they turned into chains again and continued to wrap around him. Wei Dongliu dealt with them for a while, and then he knew that these chains could only be solved by sealing. The best sealing object is of course the fragment of the heaven-fixing stone, but this thing is too sensitive to Jiangling, so it is not convenient to take it out. The second is the derivative Taoist method of 9 heavens Pure Land Realm Mantra, the Supreme Chuangji Spirit Talisman. This thing also has the ability to suppress, but how can Wei Dongliu practice Kunlun's immortal secrets? What other means are there? Just as Wei Dongliu was thinking hard, he heard an earth-shaking wail. For some reason, a huge blood hole had appeared on the chest of the Plough Keeper. Countless thick black hair seeped out from the blood hole, and once again transformed into Jiangling's pretty appearance. The originally brutal and vicious Plough Guardian was no longer able to launch an attack that could split mountains and rocks. He just collapsed backwards stiffly, splashing large pieces of lava sparks. Then, its body slowly melted into the hot sea like wax. I remember it can't be killed. Wei Dongliu said with emotion, I wonder how many years it will be reborn in this hell. Even if it is reborn, it won't have the previous memories. Jiangli said slowly, what's the difference between it and being dead? Anyway, this kind of immortality is enviable after all. Wei Dongliu said slowly. Jiangli looked at him calmly, and began to think about whether there was a way to transform the human race into a demon. The two walked around the copper pillar for a while, and heard Wei Dongliu say, the entrance to the lower hell is here, but I don't know who brought this copper pillar here, and how to move it away. I can pass through this copper pillar. Jiangli smiled secretly, but in order to help my husband get through, we still have to find a way. Wei Dongliu thought for a moment, and told Kunlun Mirror. A mirror, scan it. According to the scan results of Kunlun Mirror, this copper pillar is some kind of thing that was formed in hell, similar to a large magic weapon. Once attacked, it will spit out a lot of fire essence and attack the enemy in the form of chains. This means that it is not very realistic to destroy the copper pillar with violence. After all, the fire essence is not afraid of most attack methods. Attacking the copper pillar with these chains is a last resort. But if they don't attack the copper pillar, they don't have the huge body of the Plough Guard to lift the copper pillar and move it to another place. If it doesn't work, use the innate 5 elements divine light. Seeing Wei Dongliu silent for a long time, Jiangli suddenly said, if my husband has no idea, I have an idea. What idea? Wei Dongliu said in surprise, Madam, please tell me. Doesn't my husband have the 100 poison gold and silkworm yu? Jiangli smiled. I have had a migraine since yesterday, and I haven't slept well in the past few days. I will update alone today. Chapter 1012 At you. When Wei Dongliu heard what his wife said, he suddenly realized something. This copper pillar will release a lot of fire essence, but the 100 poisonous golden silkworm yu is invulnerable to water and fire, and is not afraid of high temperature at all. The copper pillar itself is the gold of the 5 elements, which can be said to be indestructible, but the 100 poisonous golden silkworm yu is best at swallowing golden jade, and can be said to be born to restrain this copper pillar. So the two of them quickly left the copper pillar, and then Wei Dongliu shook his sleeves, shaking off 3 golden lights, and flew quickly towards the copper pillar. Not long after, countless fire essence chains exploded again, splashing in all directions. Unfortunately, there were no monks near the copper pillar, so these chains soon shrank back unwillingly. In the copper pillar, 300 poisonous golden silkworm were running wildly against the high temperature of the fire, frantically gnawing a path inside the copper pillar. Since Wei Donliu formed his nascent soul, these 3 fat worms have rarely been used. The reason is that although the 100 poisons golden silkworm has high attack and defense, its speed can no longer keep up with the nascent soul cultivators, and it is easy to be trapped by some spells that trap the enemy. I didn't expect that now I would encounter this motionless copper pillar, and it would be useful. Soon, the luster of the copper pillar's surface dimmed, and it was obvious that its spirituality was mostly damaged, and most of its essence was eaten alive by the 100 poisons golden silkworm. With a slight movement of the mind, the 3 fat worms quickly flew back and fell into Wei Donliu's palm. I saw that the 3 worms were not only swollen from eating, but also that the edges of their alive trap, which were originally bright golden, had a faint bronze color, which was obviously caused by the swallowing of the copper pillar. I don't know whether it is good or bad. Looking ahead, a huge hole has been eaten alive on the copper pillar, enough for Wei Donliu and Jiangling to pass through at the same time. The couple smiled at each other and flew towards the entrance of the copper pillar. After passing through the copper pillar, they came to the next level of hell. Relying on Jiangling's illusion throughout the journey, they were safe and sound, and were not discovered by any demons. In this way, they went down to the 13th level of hell. There were blood pools and red seas everywhere, and the air was extremely smelly. Just taking a breath would give them a splitting headache. Jiangling was a demon, and the poison could not do anything to her. Wei Dongliu was a chaotic demon, with a strong resistance to the poison, but not completely immune, so he gradually felt physically exhausted. "What's wrong, husband?" Jiangling said with a smile. "It's just a little bit of poison, it's a bit too much to bear." Wei Dongliu was of course unwilling to admit that he couldn't do it, so he snorted and said, "My husband is practicing an important technique, and I am temporarily unable to resist the poison of the blood pool. Please escort me." Humph. Seeing that he was so stubborn, Jiangling felt very interesting, so he smiled and hugged him in his arms and continued to walk forward. When they came to a blood pool, they heard her suddenly say, "Isn't the entrance to the lower level here? How come it suddenly became a blood pool? I think someone has done something to it again." Wei Dongliu said slowly, "Well, I think the entrance is at the bottom of the blood pool." Jiangmo envy sneered, "But this blood pool must be poisoned. It seems that we have to enter." Wei Dongliu frowned and said. Wei Dongliu didn't want to take risks easily because of the poison that could threaten even the chaos demon body. However, the other party obviously knew this and placed the poison in the blood pool near the entrance. Unless he used teleportation and other means to skip classes, he would be infected with the poison as long as he passed through the blood pool. Should he reveal his trump card in front of Jiangling? Wei Dongliu thought for a long time and decided to keep the deepest trump cards and not use any means such as a Jin teleportation and Tianji divine shuttle. Let's try the quality of the poison first. Seeing that her husband had made up his mind, Jiangling said no more, and hugged her husband tightly in her arms, and then quickly dived into the blood pool. The moment his body was immersed in the blood pool, the first thing Wei Dongliu felt was pain. The unbearable pain, with a kind of fierce itching feeling, quickly penetrated from the surface of the skin into the bone marrow. But these feelings soon eased a little, because he saw that Jiangling had already virtualized part of his body, wrapped around his body surface, and tried to isolate the blood water with strange poison. "This is the blood god's dirty water." Su Mingjian suddenly said, "The Hell Road can actually get so much blood god's dirty water, it's amazing." Blood god's dirty water? Wei Dongliu endured the pain and asked hurriedly, "Is there any way to solve it?" "It's not easy to solve it." Su Mingjian replied, "It's not a strange poison in the strict sense, but an auxiliary elixir required for some kind of bodybuilding secret technique, something that is harmless to the body." "Who would study the solution?" "The way to overcome it is also very simple, just endure it." "Endure it?" Wei Dongliu was extremely speechless. This bloody water corrodes the body, picking out flaws and weaknesses. Su Mingjian continued, "Master Sword Master uses his true essence to counter it, allowing the weak parts of the body to be corroded cleanly, and then the flesh grows again. In this way, the strength of the body will gradually increase. It is a clever method used by ancient ghost cultivators to train corpses. Of course, if the will is strong enough, it can also be used to strengthen the body. This can be explained. After all, the zombie has no consciousness, and it doesn't matter how painful or itchy it is, but does anyone really use this thing to bathe and refine themselves? Wei Dongliu tried hard to activate his true essence to expel the blood and water that penetrated his body, but the blood and water were like maggots attached to his heels, always infiltrating into his body strangely. Suddenly, the sky spun and the earth spun, and the two are already in the 14th level of hell. "Is my husband okay?" Jiangli asked curiously. She naturally hoped that Wei Dongliu was fine, but if there was really something wrong with his body, she could take advantage of the situation and provide the heavenly demon transformation method to help her husband transform into a heavenly demon body, and bring it with her for easy driving. Wei Dongliu did not answer, but quickly operated the chaos demon body, and the demonic energy in his body surged out, forcing a large amount of scarlet blood out of the acupuncture points. Although the blood has been discharged, there are still many residual toxins in the body, so the pain and itching are still there, and it is necessary to find a time later to carefully remove them one by one. "It seems that my husband is fine." Jiangli was obviously a little disappointed. "A small toxin, what can it do to me?" Wei Dongliu used his will to force the strange feeling down, and said calmly. Perhaps because his acting skills were too good, Jiang Moenvi did not say much, and continued to perform illusions to cover the whereabouts of the two, and then continued to rush to the depths of hell. The next trip was extremely smooth. The two end down several layers of hell and finally arrived at the bottom of hell. At this point, the plan of replacing the pillars with the beams must be implemented. Wei Dongliu continued to take Jiangli to stroll around secretly, while Kunlun Mirror quickly left the body and ran to the entrance of the center of the earth to perform a formation, taking out the sky repairing stone and taking it away. However, just after going down to hell, Wei Dongliu had not yet calmed down, and saw Taoist Luo standing in front of him with a smile, his hands in his sleeves, and said leisurely, "It turned out to be you, fellow Taoist Wei. My head still hurts. I went out with my family this afternoon, so I didn't have enough time to write, so I can only update it one by one. I'm sorry. My family said that I must have a sheep, but I don't have a fever, cough, or chills now, just a migraine." Chapter 1013. Today I know who I am. In the process of trying to seize the fragment of the heaven-fixing stone, Wei Dongliu had of course designed a plan for being caught by the immortal. Simply put, he would use the consuming sword to forcefully hold the immortal, and then use the Kunlun Mirror to forcibly take the fragments. Of course, now that the great demon lady with the strength of an immortal is here, there is no need to use the consuming sword, and he can just hand it over to Lady Jiang. Thinking of this, Wei Dongliu was not panicked, but calmly asked Taoist Luo, "So the sect has been on guard against me for a long time?" "Oh, no, the master has probably never trusted any member. Whoever takes advantage of this time to break into hell will fall into the trap set by the sect." "Probably right," Taoist Luo said slowly. "However, do you really think that no one can find out what you did in the cave of Jian Temple?" "Indeed." Wei Dongliu nodded and said, "Even if you use the method of elimination, you can associate it with me, but why can't it be number 2? Number 2 didn't appear here, so it can't be number 2. Taoist Luo laughed and said, "Okay, now you can hand over the fragment of the heaven-building stone. As for the mistake you originally wanted to make, the sect can let it go." These words were really insidious. If it were those monks who were not very thoughtful, they would have been shocked by being caught by the immortal. Now that they heard that Taoist Luo was willing to let them go, they would naturally be deceived. But how could Wei Dongliu be so stupid as to be fooled by such a statement? He didn't want to talk too much nonsense with this person, so he just turned around and said, "My lady, thank you for your help." Jiangli secretly brushed his hair with his hand, and then suddenly turned into black mist and rushed towards Taoist Luo like lightning. As the head of the Hell Road, Taoist Luo's cultivation, ability, attack habits, and even his real name are unknown. I don't know how many cards he has hidden. If Wei Dongliu faces him head-on, he will definitely be disgusted. However, what is more disgusting than this old shady guy is undoubtedly the old shady guy. Have you heard of the immortal demon? Jiangli secretly turned into black mist and attacked Taoist Luo from all directions. He saw that the other party pinched his fingers with one hand, and it was like an invisible wall, isolating the surrounding black mist from the outside, and he couldn't get in at all. However, as a corresponding price, Taoist Luo himself was also trapped by the black mist and couldn't get out to chase Wei Dongliu. Wei Dongliu naturally didn't hesitate at all, and quickly flew towards the center of the earth with his sword. When he arrived at the Heldado sect's headquarters and came to the entrance to the center of the earth, he saw that the place where the chaos was originally gushing out was now covered by a formation. The lines of the formation were simple, the rooms were precise, the structure was smooth, and it was a whole. If it wasn't created by a formation master like himself, who else could have this ability? It seems that our Jin is still quite powerful. Wei Dongliu looked around, looking for the figure of Kunlun Mirror, when his face suddenly changed slightly, his consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness, and he saw the shadow of Kunlun Mirror saying in the sea of consciousness, Yuan Shui, when you see this message, I will have left with all the fragments of the heaven-fixing stone. During this period, I have thought about it for a long time, and decided that I still can't leave the last link to you. After all, as long as the three immortals from Kunlun, Shushan and Penglai communicate with each other, they will know that each other's heaven-fixing stone fragments have been stolen. In this way, it will not be difficult for the immortals to guess where you are going in the end. You were a traitor to the three pure ones of the Orthodox Church. If you are caught by the three immortals, you will probably not have a good end. But if I go to repair the sky, and then mediate with the three immortals who have come, maybe there is a possibility of winning immunity for you. It was me who caused you to be hunted by the three religions, so it is natural that I should deal with these troubles for you. As for you, from today on, you are free. Don't worry about me. It will take a long time to refine the fragments of the Butian stone into the Butian stone. You just need to hide and wait for me to finish the rest of the work. Wei Dongliu. He didn't know how to react for a while, but turned around and walked away numbly and stiffly. Going back along the original road, he saw that the heavenly demon lady was still killing Taoist Luo in the distance. The latter could only barely protect himself now, and was already in a shaky situation. He turned into a great free demon. As the enemy of the immortals on the road to ascension, no one below the Chaos de Luo Jingxian was his opponent. Even if Taoist Luo had many conspiracies and tricks, he would naturally have to run away when faced with such unreasonable force to break the trick. Thinking of this, Wei Dongliu knew that Taoist Luo would not be able to hold on for long, and would choose to run away sooner or later, and then the lady would come to find him. Now that our Jin is gone, I don't know how long the Mirror Flower Water Moon technique on his body can last. If the heavenly demon lady finds out, won't he end up being eaten alive? Let's run away. Following the road he came from again, he quickly passed through the blood pool and the copper pillar, and finally left Wang Quan from the entrance of the earth vein and returned to the surface. At this time, Wei Dongliu, enduring the pain of the poison in his body, thought that he had not only lost sisters Yu, Sister Anne, Miss Shi, Witch Jing and the little fox, but now even a Jin was gone. It seemed that he was the only one left in the world. For a moment, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Master Sword Master. Su Mingjian reminded, I don't think this place is very safe. Yeah. Wei Dongliu said listlessly. Why don't we find a place to hide first? Su Mingjian saw that he was absent-minded and could only remind him again. Oh. Wei Dongliu flew up on his sword and flew quickly forward. It was said to be forward, but in fact it was just finding a direction and moving forward aimlessly. Su Mingjian couldn't bear to watch it, so he had to use his wisdom as a sword spirit to persuade him. Master Sword Master, please think about it carefully. The agreement that our Jin made with you before required you to collect the fragments of the sky repairing stone and repair the sky, and the reward was to help you blend into the major forces and get their benefits. Now that you have been promoted to the nascent soul realm, your Dio Foundation realm is extremely solid, and you have a strong set of drill methods, flying swords, and magic weapons. Needless to say, the rewards have all been received. As for the price you should pay, the former has been paid in full, and the last step of repairing the sky is also exempted for you. In other words, we are not making a small profit, but a big profit, and we are winning. Wei Dongliu ignored it. This is a simple and clear truth, how can I not understand it? The key is that I want both the realm of cultivation, dual methods, magic weapons, and flying swords, as well as my junior sister, senior sister, and my wife, the Fox Arjun. I want them all, do you understand? No more. All gone. Wei Dongliu walked forward in a daze until he suddenly landed, and his whole body was rippled. Without Arjun to continue his magic, the illusion on his body had lost its effect. He finally turned back into Chen Gyonzui again. Chen Gyonzui looked around and saw that there seemed to be a large grassland nearby. The sky was clear and blue, so he thought the altitude should be very high, but he didn't know which plateau it was on. There was a nomadic camp in front of him. Chen Gyonzui had completely lost his target at this time, so he walked towards the camp casually. Near the camp, he saw a large number of sheep chewing hay, white as clouds in the sky. Several shepherd dogs were frolicking around the sheep, constantly driving those sheep that had strayed away back to the flock. Several children were riding ponies in the distance, holding branches, and commanding the sheepdogs as majestically as generals. Seeing Chen Yuanzhu, a strange man, approaching, the children were immediately frightened and scattered, riding ponies back to the vicinity of the tent, and then jumped off the ponies and rushed in. After a while, an old man opened the curtain of the tent and walked out. Chen Yuanzhu took a closer look and found that it was his old acquaintance Gilai. Wasn't this old bald man a foreign monk in Chura Road? Why did he appear in the tent of a herdsman, this donor? Gilai didn't seem to recognize him at all. He just saw that the man looked panicked and didn't carry any weapons, so he regarded him as a poor traveler passing by. He chanted a Buddhist name and said, "If the journey is hard, why don't you come in and have a cup of butter tea and rest your feet?" "Thank you, master." Chen Yuanzhu returned the courtesy. Following Gilai into the tent, Chen Yuanzhu quickly scanned the surroundings and saw that there were some common furnishings used by herdsmen inside, and there was nothing related to monks in it. Did this Gilai kill the herdsman and occupy the tent, or was he playing house here? Thinking of the children outside, Chen Yuanzhu naturally thought it was the latter. He might be able to kill the herdsman and impersonate them, so why did he deliberately leave these children behind and then brainwash them with illusions? There is absolutely no need for that. Gilai took a copper cup, poured steaming butter tea into it, and then pushed it to Chen Yuanzhu. Chen Yuanzhu hesitated. Although he could tell Gilai could not have poisoned it, he still instinctively wanted to ask a Jin to scan it. Then he remembered that a Jin had left me. He sighed in his heart, raised the copper cup and drank it all, as if drinking to relieve his sorrow. Seeing him drink so happily, Gilai's last doubts were gone. After all, it was impossible for a monk to be so unguarded. "Where are you from, and where are you going?" Gilai asked casually. If Chen Yuanzhu had a little Buddhist wisdom, he could answer, "I came from where I came from, and I want to go where I'm going," but he naturally didn't have that mood at the moment, so he just sighed and said, "I came from the Middle Earth, but I don't know where I'm going." Oh. Gilai immediately had a guess. Now, while the Orthodox sect's immortals are away, the Six Paths are besieging the Sand King's headquarters. This person is probably a resident near the Orthodox sect's headquarters. He ran here to take refuge because he sensed that war was approaching. Well, judging from the direction and distance, he is most likely from Kunlin. Thinking of this, Gilai also sighed and said, "If there is no place to stay, the guests can stay for a while. Just help me take care of the sheep as a fee." Chen Yuanzhu looked at the copper cup and remained silent for a while before saying, "Aren't you afraid that I have bad intentions?" "Yes, of course I am." Gilai put his hands together and said with a smile, "So there is nothing valuable in this tent or outside that can make the guests have bad intentions. All the things in this tent are not worth a gold. The sheep outside can be sold for a lot of money, provided that the guests can drive them to Gyeongthong to sell. Then why do the guests come to the frontier to seek refuge?" Chen Yuanzhu was silent for a long time, and suddenly asked, "Those children outside? They are all homeless orphans." Gilai replied, "Master adopted these orphans to accumulate merits." Chen Yuanzhu asked again. As far as he knew, there were many foreign monks in Chura Road. Because the martial arts they practiced were too violent, they needed to do good deeds among the people from time to time to dissolve the violence in their hearts with kindness. The common people didn't understand why, so they said that these monks came to accumulate merit. However, those foreign monks only did one-time good deeds, such as giving a debt-ridden family a sum of money to help them out, or saving travelers attacked by bandits, etc. And then they would dissolve their anger in the face of the other party's gratitude and drift away. Raising orphans is another extreme. If you want to raise them, you have to raise them until they are adults and can make a living on their own. Otherwise, if you abandon them, the orphans will have no way to live, and they will also be dragged down by karma and their Taoism will be shaken. Ha ha ha. Gilai smiled indifferently. "It's not to accumulate merit, but every time I see them, I think of myself who was lonely and helpless before, so I can't just leave them alone." Chen Yuanzhu was speechless for a long time. This explanation, either he has other intentions and is just lying at this time, or he is really a good person. Chen Yuanzhu's mind moved slightly, and he nodded and said, "Then I will bother you for a few days." Anyway, what he has to do now is to find a place to live in seclusion first, avoiding the first wave of searches for himself by his former master, ex-girlfriend and ex-wife, and then he will talk about it later. Instead of looking for a shelter everywhere, it is better to stay here with Gilai temporarily. Thinking of this, Chen Yuanzhu had another idea. He realized that Qiu Cheng Tian, Ling Yunpo and Luo Yan, their social circles were mostly limited to their own sects. But Wei Donliu was different. He made many friends in the Six Paths, such as Wen Yang, Gilai, Long Xiaqi and others. At most, he could find a way to make new friends and seek refuge one by one. So Chen Yonzhou stayed here, just to experience the life of a herdsman. After a few days, probably because of the call of Shirodo, Gilai finally left, asking Chen Yonzhou to take care of the children and sheep for him. The children were all orphans. Although Gilai trusted Chen Yonzhou very much, they were still very vigilant. They usually stayed away from him. Only when they could not hide, they would nominate the oldest child to come and talk to Chen Yonzhou. Chen Yonzhou did not have the ridiculous idea of making friends with these children. He usually just lay on the grass to bask in the sun, chew some grass seeds, etc. Anyway, the desert grassland was vast and sparsely populated. Without positioning, he was not worried that someone would find this place. After an unknown period of time, the sorrow that had been lingering in his heart gradually turned into emptiness. He lived in seclusion on the grassland pasture, but he did not know the battle between good and evil outside. Without Wei Dongliu's command, the Six Paths Alliance quickly scattered. The crisis of the Orthodox religion was resolved. Zhu Yinglian returned to the sect and reported to the headmaster. When he left Yuxiu Palace, he felt the same emptiness and decadence in his heart. Without the figure that had been chasing her in front of her, even practicing Taoism seemed to have lost all its meaning. Zhu Yinglian lowered her long eyelashes as she faced the scorching sun on the snowy peaks at noon. Suddenly, she felt something in her heart, as if she had received some kind of hint, and cast her gaze in a certain direction in the distance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Mundo Fanfic Novelers, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelers. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1014. It really seems sheep herding seems simple, but there are actually a lot of things to do. Sheep cannot eat fresh grass with sufficient water, which can easily cause diarrhea, so the children will carry sickles to cut grass early in the morning and then hang it on a tall wooden rack to dry. At night, the sheep must be driven into the sheepfold to prevent them from being taken away by passing wild wolves. The children worked hard, and Chen Yonzhou watched the whole process. Every day, he sat on the hedge with a grass stem in his mouth, looking at the vast mountains and vast grasslands in the distance, which made the children complain about him. However, the sheepdog didn't think so. For some reason, perhaps it was the instinct of canines to identify strong people for thousands of years. They rushed to surround Chen Yonzhou and have fun, even if the latter didn't feed them at all. In addition to wild wolves and wild horses, caravans passed by from time to time. The characteristic was that they would carry many fully loaded pack horses, and most of the people accompanying them also carried swords with them, with vigilant faces. They would not bother the children, but since Chen Yonzhou had no weapons, most of them would come back to bother him, asking for directions, or asking for tea. Chen Yonzhou would lazily respond, pointing out the location of the nearby town, or pouring butter tea for them in that tent, without any airs of a union cultivator. A few days passed like this, and most of the people he met were mortals, and no cultivators passed by here. One day, he was napping on the hedge, and suddenly he heard someone next to him ask, "Excuse me." Chen Yonzhou half opened his eyes, looked back at the face of the person who came, and was so scared that he almost couldn't stand. Although the other person was wearing a veil, how could Chen Yonzhou not recognize that it was Zhu Yinglian? And how come you are dressed in white, spotless? In this vast grassland, under the endless wind and sand, you can come here cleanly, for fear that others don't know that you can fly a sword, right? Excuse me, which way is Gleekan? Zhu Yinglian asked politely. Chen Yonzhou was silent for a moment, raised his hand and pointed in a direction. For cultivators, famous cities such as Chang'an and Luoyang are self-evident. They can be found by flying along the river. However, Beacon is just a small city built along the Shisu River nearby. There are many Han and Kaiyang people living together. It is normal for them to ask for directions. The question is, with so many herdsman tribes nearby, why did they choose to find me? Zhu Yinglian, who was on the opposite side, was actually a little confused and bewildered. She suspected that she might have been under some kind of illusion. In recent days, whenever she was idle, she would suddenly have some unspeakable feeling that her senior brother seemed to be in a certain direction. This feeling came for no reason. In the words of Senior Fenlan in the Sea of Consciousness, it's either your illusion or a very high-level illusion. Therefore, after thinking about it, Zhu Yinglian decided to follow that direction guided by her intuition. Even if she failed because of an illusion, at least she would not suffer any loss. But if it was really an illusion, and the person who cast the illusion on her was the same person who kidnapped her senior brother, then this intuition was her only clue now. Soon, she quietly left the Cumberland Mountains and followed the instructions to the grasslands outside the Great Wall. The intuition in her heart was getting stronger and stronger, as if she was getting closer and closer to her goal. Nearby, she only remembered that there was a white city, a small human settlement. Flying towards the white city with the sword, the feeling was also pointing straight ahead, and slowly began to descend until she found the herdsman's tent where Chen Gyonzhu was. Pretending to ask for directions, Zhu Yingyan carefully looked at Chen Gyonzhu's facial features. No impression. If an advanced computer is used to scan the facial structures of Qiu Changtian and Chen Gyonzhu at the same time, it will inevitably be found that the two look exactly the same. However, the brain area responsible for recognizing and remembering appearance in humans does not rely on comparing data such as nose size and eye spacing to see if they match, but relies on combining the distribution of the target's facial features, combined with temperament, demeanor, habits, etc., to finally form a general impression. The illusion of Cumberland Mirror directly disrupts this final impression. Therefore, although Zhu Yingyan saw Chen Gyonzhu's true appearance, she could not associate him with Qiu Changtian in her memory. Seeing that Zhu Yingyan was not unusual, Chen Gyonzhu also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but continued to point in the direction of Beacon, deliberately lowering his voice and saying hoarsely, "Beacon is over there." Zhu Yingyan was extremely disappointed. After all, this intuition pointed to an ordinary herdsman, who had nothing to do with her senior brother Qiu Changtian. But she really didn't have any other clues, so she could only ask, "What's wrong with your voice?" "I didn't sleep well last night, and I'm a little hoarse," Chen Gyonzhu said perfunctorily. "Oh." Zhu Yingyan took out a pill bottle. "I have some pills here, you will be fine after taking them. I dare not trouble the immortal to worry about me." Chen Gyonzhu didn't dare to take it, but just acted flattered and declined, saying, "This little illness will be healed in a few days." "Knowing that I am an immortal, you are not surprised?" Zhu Yingyan asked with a frown. Another suspicious point was found. When ordinary mortals encounter immortals giving them elixirs, shouldn't they immediately accept them with ecstasy and kowtow 3 times and 9 times to show their sincerity? How could they still encounter someone who refuses to accept them? Ha ha ha. Chen Gyonzhu laughed freely. In the vast grassland, thousands of miles of wind and sand, the immortal is actually wearing white clothes, without any dust. If he is not an immortal, could he be an ordinary mortal who washes clothes every day? "You have a good eye," Zhu Yingyan said lightly. Although the other party's words were well reasoned and could not be refuted, this feeling of suffocation was really too much like Zhu. Considering that there are many disguise illusions that change appearance these days, Zhu Yingyan's original frustration and discouragement also dissipated. He looked at Chen Gyonzhu meaningfully, and then left. Chen Gyonzhu just breathed a sigh of relief, but saw that Zhu Yingyan did not leave in a hurry, but came to the side of the sheep and greeted the orphans who were herding sheep in dirty robes. The children were obviously creatures of beauty. They were very fond of this sister who looked extremely beautiful even though she was wearing a veil. They all widened their eyes and wanted to talk to her. "Tell me." Zhu Yingyan took out another pill bottle. "Tell me about that brother, and I will give you candy." There was no need for any candy. The children were already scrambling to talk. Lazy. Sleeping all day. Always not working. Even Da Wang is more diligent than him. Da Wang is one of the sheepdogs responsible for driving the sheep. Hearing so many familiar adjectives, Zhu Yingyan's sense of Zhu became stronger and stronger. Of course, these did not constitute conclusive evidence, because there were lazy people everywhere in the world, and you couldn't just say that one of them was related to Qiu Changtian. But women never needed any evidence. Zhu Yingyan relied on her intuition. No, it should be said that her 7-witted and exquisite heart, to judge that this herdsman must have something to do with Qiu Changtian. She returned to Chen Gyonzhu gracefully and said, "I'm new here and I need a guide to go to Beacon." "I've never been to Beacon," Chen Gyonzhu said quickly. "It's okay. Locals are always better than outsiders like me." Zhu Yingyan naturally refused to let him go. "I'm from another place too," Chen Gyonzhu said quickly. "Oh?" Zhu Yingyan asked immediately, "Which place are you from?" "Yangzhou." Chen Gyonzhu knew that he must not hesitate at this time, otherwise the probability of being suspected of lying would increase rapidly, so he said decisively, "I'm from Guangling County, Yangzhou." "Yangzhou?" Zhu Yingyan thought for a moment and said, "I won't let you lead the way for nothing." She took out a pill bottle and said, "The pills in here. Taking one pill can extend your life by 1 year, up to 10 pills. How about your reward?" According to the logic of ordinary people, seeing a pill that can extend life, let alone gratitude, it would not be too much to kneel down and lick the other party immediately. However, Chen Yonzhui did not want to be grateful, nor did he want to kneel down and lick Zhu Yinglian. On the one hand, he really didn't need any longevity elixir, and on the other hand, after so many years of disguise, Chen Yonzhui really didn't want to continue to act exaggeratedly. The reason why he was willing to stay in the nomadic tent was because there was no need to disguise himself here, and he could be himself freely. "No one could force me, not even Zhu Yinglian. I don't need it, thank you, Immortal." Chen Yonzhui sighed and said, "I always feel that living so long is actually meaningless, Immortal. You see, we nomads rely on the weather for food, and every winter is like passing through the gates of hell. Whether our lifespan is 100 or 90, we may not see the spring of next year. What's the point of prolonging life?" Zhu Yinglian thought for a moment, and said again, "If you want to practice Taoism, I can give you breathing exercises. As long as you can learn magic, it should not be difficult to resist the severe cold. Do you think I am suitable for practicing Taoism?" Chen Yonzhui laughed dumbly. "Not like that," Zhu Yinglian said bluntly, "but I think you were a liar, the kind of person who can tell lies as naturally as eating and drinking." Chen Yonzhui's heart moved, and he knew that this apprentice sister Zhu had begun to doubt him. No matter how he refused, Zhu Yinglian would grab a life-saving straw and would never let him go easily. It would be better to go with her first, find a chance to get away on the way, and never stay here again. With this in mind, Chen Yonzhui said straightforwardly, "Okay, but put away the pill bottle, I really don't need it." Seeing that he gave in so quickly, Zhu Yinglian was also a little surprised. But she soon stopped worrying about it and just said, "Arrange a mount and take me to Beacon." "No mount." Chen Yonzhui shook his head, "These herds are not mine, I can't take their horses." "No wonder." Zhu Yinglian said tentatively, "I don't think these children like you very much." "I said I'm an outsider, it's normal for children not to like outsiders." Chen Yonzhui said calmly, "The owner of the herd and I get along well, and asked me to help take care of it for a while. Then you are leaving with me now, is it okay?" Zhu Yinglian asked in surprise. "It's okay, I will come back after leading the way for the Immortal," Chen Yonzhui replied. There was no flaw in this answer, so Zhu Yinglian's mind sank a little, thinking that although this person has an open-minded temperament, he is not arrogant at all, and he is really too different from his senior brother. "It can't be that I really made a mistake." She quickly suppressed the random thoughts in her mind and continued to probe. "The children said you are lazy." "It's not my mount, why should I work hard?" Chen Yonzhui asked her back. Zhu Yinglian fell silent. Although she was smart, she was still far inferior to Chen Yonzhui in the art of nonsense, so she was soon speechless. After a long while, she asked again, "Without a mount, how can we get there?" "We can't just walk there." If Chen Yonzhui asked back, "Don't you know how to control a sword?" then he would have given away the secret. Even though the art of controlling a sword is well known among cultivators, how could ordinary people be exposed to this concept? Chen Yonzhui certainly didn't fall for it. He tilted his head and said, "Go to the Beishua River over there and find a passing fishing boat to hitchhike." "Did the Immortal carry any silver?" "Yes." Zhu Yinglian certainly didn't carry any earthly currency, but she still knew the basic tricks of deception. Chen Yonzhui called the oldest child and told him that he would be away for a few days, and then took Zhu Yinglian to the river. The Beishua River is not wide, but the current is also quite turbulent. After waiting for a long time, a lone boat passed by. There were several bundles of firewood on it, and the waterline was very deep. The boatman originally did not intend to let the two people get on the boat, but after seeing the silver money that Zhu Yinglian had conjured up, he decisively threw some firewood to free up weight for the two people to carry. As a cultivator, Zhu Yinglian just jumped lightly and landed on the fishing boat steadily. Chen Yonzhui was relatively clumsy. He waited for the boat to dock before jumping over and holding onto the side of the boat. He almost miscalculated the distance and fell into the water. Zhu Yinglian watched coldly, thinking that this man was at the level of Immortal in both skills and physique. But these did not count, because the senior brother was also a person who was good at disguise. Thinking of this, her heart began to ache again. The lone boat went down the river, and the two sides were all yellow-brown, and occasionally many herds could be seen. Zhu Yinglian stood at the bow of the boat with his hands behind his back, looking at the scenery on both sides of the river bank, and was silent. Chen Yonzhou chatted with the boatman for a few words. I don't know what means he used, but he actually borrowed the boatman's fishing rod and started fishing on the river. Fishing in the flowing water? Zhu Yingyan asked in surprise. The boat moves with the water, and the hook and bait also move with it. How can I catch a big fish? It doesn't matter. Chen Yonzhou didn't care, it's just that those who are willing to take the bait will take the bait. Those who were willing to take the bait, Zhu Yingyan muttered a few words to herself, thinking that she was really willing to take the bait. She was unwilling to give up all the clues related to her senior brother, so even if it was a little bit of a subtle illusion, she chased the hook and bait like an eager big fish. Thinking of this, her mood soon became depressed, and she lost interest in talking for a while. The boat drifted for about half a day and finally arrived in Beacon. The city wall was old and built along the water. Smoke rose from cooking fires inside the wall. Outside the wall, there were a lot of markets. Countless hand people, cunning people, herdsmen, and traveling merchants were talking loudly to each other. The surroundings were extremely noisy and bustling. Zhu Yingyan finally calmed down and said to Cheng Yuanzhu, "Come with me to Beacon. I need to do something." Chapter 1015. It must be him. Cheng Yuanzhu had a headache. Now it seemed that although Zhu Yingyan did not see anything unusual, she had obviously noticed some kind of connection between him and Qiu Cheng Tian, so she was holding on to him tightly. Unless he insisted on playing the role of a down-and-out refugee, it would be possible to deal with her until she lost her patience, but he had long since stopped acting, so why should he continue like this? It would be better to find a chance to run away. Chen Yonzhu had a headache, and Zhu Yingyan was also very distressed. What did she have to do in Beacon? She was just looking for a reason to continue testing Cheng Yuanzhu. Now he didn't know what to do for a while. After entering the city, his eyes just turned slowly, looking at the things around him absent-mindedly. "I'm going to buy something," Zhu Yingyan suddenly said. "Supreme Immortal, please do as you please," Chen Yonzhu said lazily. "Come with me." Zhu Yingyan frowned and ordered. She didn't mention why he had to follow her. Chen Yonzhu followed silently and followed Zhu Yingyan into a shop. As soon as he entered, Chen Yonzhu immediately realized that this shop must be opened by a cultivator. The anti-theft formation on the ground at the door was almost undisguised. On the shelves, there were various kinds of goods. Chen Yonzhu looked casually and found that they were almost all low-grade elixirs or magic tools. Although no one would openly display their best things at the outside, judging from the things outside, there was probably nothing good inside. The owner of this shop was at most at the foundation building stage, and it was impossible to be higher. Zhu Yingyan wandered between the shelves, and from time to time he stopped in front of many magic tools, holding his chin to study the magic tools' brilliance. Chen Yonzhu followed obediently behind, and he was complaining in his heart. What's so good about that thing? It's like a math student reading a kindergarten textbook on recognizing numbers, isn't it embarrassing? But he also vaguely guessed the purpose of Zhu Yingyan's doing this. It was nothing more than testing whether he would have any reaction. As long as he showed a little "that's it" expression, it would definitely become a real flaw in her eyes. So annoying, I really want to run away, Chen Yonzhu thought carefully and found that if he ran away forcibly at this moment, he was not sure that he could escape successfully. First of all, if we simply compete in sword-controlling skills, he should be faster than Zhu Yingyan. The premise is that Zhu Yingyan has no other means, especially her magical power of phoenix blood. Who knows if she has some secret method of acceleration? In comparison, my magical power of escaping is too few. Secondly, if I use Tianu Divine Shuttle, dividing clouds 8 diagrams steps, etc., I can achieve small-scale transfer. But what's the use of a small range? I want to try to get rid of junior sister Zhu, not to fight her. It's all Ah Jing's fault. Her teleportation is so useful that I never thought of preparing other means. Now I encounter this situation, and she is not here. Oh, really? Just when Chen Yonzhu was complaining again, he heard Zhu Yingyan say, "Look here, is there anything good?" "You are joking, Immortal." Chen Yonzhu said perfunctorily, "I'm just an ordinary person, how can I recognize these immortal treasures?" "It's okay, just talk about it." Zhu Yingyan waved his hand and said, "I don't understand much either." "How can you not understand? You were born in a family of immortals. How many treasures of cultivation have you seen since childhood? I think you know more than me, junior sister." Chen Yonzhu was too tired to complain, so he bowed and said, "Then I will express my humble opinion." He carefully leaned his head towards the shelf, looked at it for a long time, pointed to one of the inconspicuous seals, and said, This seal looks square. If it is used to hit people, it must be quite useful. Zhu Yingyan nodded without saying anything, thinking that this person is good at choosing, and he chose the most useful magic weapon in this store at first sight. Looking at the many magic tools in the store, the craftsmanship is too crude, and the level of the people behind the production is probably not very high. As the magic seal can be used to hit people after being refined, it is too simple and crude, so the requirements for the craftsmanship are the lowest, making it the most perfect magic weapon in the store. So you think this magic seal is the best of all the treasures? Zhu Yingyan said with a smile. Her smile was hidden behind that veil, revealing only a pair of beautiful eyes. Chen Yonzhu was so familiar with these eyes that even if they were not curved into a crescent, he could sense the hidden joy in them. No. He quickly poured cold water on it, shook his head and said, looking at its dull color, "It's a failure. The material is neither gold nor iron, it's not hard enough, it's a failure. Most importantly, there's no comfortable grip on it, it's definitely not very convenient to pick up, it can be said to be a failure among failures." Zhu Yingyan. The color is dull because this thing is used to hit people, so it can't shine brightly to let the target notice it. She explained lightly, the material is ironclad wood, although it's neither gold nor iron, but it can be made 100 times harder than gold and iron with special techniques. There's no comfortable grip on it because there's no need to hold it to hit people. Magical weapons rely on the cultivators to refine it, and the ki and energy interact, and they use their thoughts to command to hit people, understand? Chen Yonzhu immediately acted convinced and exclaimed, "So that's it? Oh, this fairy thing is really wonderful." Zhu Yingyan stared into his eyes, trying to see some wrong emotions from them. However, what kind of person is Chen Yonzhu? Having been undercover for 300 or 400 years, even without the magic of a Jin, his acting skills are still perfect. There is nothing but sincerity in his eyes, so Zhu Yingyan can't find any flaws at all. After a long time, Zhu Yingyan snorted coldly and said, "Continue the analysis." Shangxian. Chen Yonzhu said with a wry smile, "Since you know these magic tools like the back of your hand, why do you let a mortal like me show off my skills?" "Mortal?" Zhu Yingyan said coldly, "Why don't I think you are mortal? Then what do you think I look like?" Chen Yonzhu said with a smile. That smile was so much like a weasel seeking a title that Zhu Yingyan raised his eyebrows in disgust and couldn't say, "You look like my senior brother at all. What kind of person is my senior brother Qiu Chang Tian? How could he be like this mortal? Could it be that I really made a mistake?" She gritted her teeth in pain, revealing a desperate expression as if her lifelong wish had suddenly been shattered, which made Chen Yonzhu feel a little bit reluctant. But Chen Yonzhu was a man of strong mind after all. Even though he saw junior sister Zhu about to cry, his expression did not show any abnormality. Zhu Yingyan was silent for a long time, and slowly asked, "Let me ask you. If someone betrays the sect for no reason and abandons their partner, what might be the possible reason?" Chen Yonzhu did not expect junior sister to ask this question, so he answered casually, "I don't know who the immortal is talking about, so it's hard to say. Anyway, either this person is really rebellious and heartless, or he was coerced by others, or he was forced by the situation and had to do it." Zhu Yingyan listened in silence, sighed, and said, "Yeah, who knows what he is thinking?" Chen Yonzhu bowed and said, "I think the immortal seems to have a heavy knot in his heart. As the saying goes, the bell must be untied by the person who tied it. The immortal should find that person who brought you the knot in your heart. This is the right way." Zhu Yingyan was stunned and speechless, gradually sinking into the emotions of the past, unable to extricate himself. "In that case," Chen Yonzhu asked tentatively, "then I'll take my leave?" Seeing that Zhu Yingyan didn't respond, Chen Yonzhu knew not to stop while he was ahead, and hurriedly ran away, ran out of the store, left the beacon, flew up on his sword, and headed straight to the east. I don't know how long it took. Zhu Yingyan let out a long breath of turbid air in her chest, recovered from her confusion, and was about to talk to Chen Yonzhu, only to find that guy had disappeared long ago. "Hey, where is the person?" She released her spiritual sense and scanned the area near the store, but still couldn't find the other party. "He just left." Fen Lan reminded her in her sea of consciousness. "Then why didn't you call me?" Zhu Yingyan said disappointedly. The clue that was finally found was broken again. "Do you think that person might be Qiu Chang Tian?" Fen Lan asked in surprise. "It's outrageous, isn't it?" Zhu Yingyan sighed, "Yes, although there is no basis, but I always have a subtle feeling that there must be some connection between him and my brother." I think he seems to be just an ordinary herdsman. Fenlan said. Ordinary herdsmen will talk to an immortal with a normal attitude and tone. Zhu Yinglyan asked back. Not everyone will kowtow to the powerful and wealthy. Fenlan still didn't care, and continued, it's normal to have a few people with integrity occasionally. After he entered the store, Zhu Yinglyan insisted, the analysis of these magic weapons is too deliberate. Don't you think it's like he knows which ones are valuable treasures, but he just talks nonsense on purpose? Talking nonsense? Fenlan said strangely, if a mortal without any magic power can only judge the magic weapon by its appearance, right? It's normal for us to talk nonsense. Also, Zhu Yinglyan was a little unwilling, look at the timing of his escape. Isn't it also very clever? It seems that he just saw that you're distracted, so he took the opportunity to escape. Fenlan laughed. Not really. Zhu Yinglyan said coldly, I'm an immortal. Isn't it wishful thinking to think that you can run away under the eyes of an immortal? I'll find him now. When did he leave? About half a quarter of an hour ago. Fenlan replied. So Zhu Yinglyan quickly left the shop, flew up on his sword in broad daylight, and quickly scanned the surroundings of the city under the horrified gaze of many mortals. No. After a moment, Zhu Yinglyan, who had found nothing, was shocked. Impossible. In just half a minute, even if he was riding a horse, where could he run to? There seems to be something really strange about this. Fenlan said seriously, logically speaking, even if a mortal is riding a horse, the range he can run should be very limited. Unless he used some faster means of movement than riding a horse. Zhu Yinglyan said in a deep voice, for example, flying a sword. I just came back and was on the road for most of the day, so I can only update alone. Sorry. Chapter 1016. Across the mountains and rivers, Chen Yonzhua left Beijing and first went along the river to Chang'an. The land outside the Great Wall is vast and desolate, and most of the scenery is similar. There is no distinctive landscape that can be used to find the way. In addition, there is no magic similar to electronic maps in this world. Therefore, whether it is the Tai King sect monks in the Kunlun Mountains, the Shirduga monks in the Tipchen Mountains, or other sects, they are used to going east along the river to find Chang'an first, and then fly to other places with Chang'an's prosperity and magnificence. It can be seen clearly from a long distance. But Chen Yonzhua flew for a while and suddenly reacted. I can think of going down the river and going to Chang'an first, can't sisters you think of it? No. We have to change direction. He quickly turned to the south, abandoned the original steady route of following the river, and quickly passed through mountains and hills, not knowing where he was flying. The disadvantage of doing this is that before encountering the next human settlement, you don't know where you were at all. But the advantage is also obvious. Sister Zhu and the Kunlun sect behind her will also find it difficult to track me, so the essence of running away is to run around. Even I don't know where to go, how can I deduce it? Chen Yonzhua simply went south all the way, day and night, flying his sword. After an unknown amount of time, he finally saw a herdsman grazing sheep below, so he landed on the ground in advance and disguised himself as a traveler to ask for directions. After asking the herdsman, he realized that he had left the hinterland of the plateau and arrived at the Hengduan Mountains. Because this place is on the edge of the plateau, the altitude difference is extremely large, and the spiritual energy is also very thin. Whether it is a cultivator or a mortal, few people come here. If you continue to fly eastward along this place, as the altitude gradually decreases, the vegetation will obviously become lush, that is, you will enter the Shushan territory. Of course, Chen Yonzhua could not run to the Shushan area to live in seclusion, so he just continued to go south along the cross-section and finally arrived at the northern border of southern Xinjiang. As the altitude dropped, not only did the trees grow more and more luxuriant, but the miasma gradually thickened, looking like a streamer flying in the forest from the air. If you go deeper, you will enter the territory of the Eastern Emperor. Among the 6 paths, apart from the Helldodo where the dragon is invisible, the Eastern Emperor, which has been hiding in the miasma for many years, is the most mysterious. However, Chen Yonzhua knows the foundation of the Eastern Emperor very well. I don't know how many years ago, the descendants of the Jialong from the Eastern Emperor realm secretly controlled the Eastern Emperor as a bridgehead to the human world. Of course, it is absolutely impossible for the demons to counterattack, because the Eastern Emperor realm itself is in a mess. Since the death of Emperor Yinglong, the rising Kaling clan can't even subdue the southern state Feather clan, let alone unify the demons. Chen Yonzui estimated that the main purpose of the Eastern Empire of Dada was probably to plot against the one imprisoned in the demon locking tower, but now he has no connection with Shushan anymore, so he can try to sneak into the Eastern Empire of Dada and hide himself. Flying along the edge of the miasma, he soon arrived at a Mao town. The town was inhabited by both Mao and Han people. Chen Yonzui wandered around for a while and found that there were many medicine shops. It was thought that the Mao people braved the miasma to go deep into southern Xinjiang to collect herbs and sell them to merchants from the Central Plains, so there were so many medicine shops in this town. Chen Yonzui wandered around for a long time in boredom, and suddenly heard someone calling him on the side of the road. "Calling me?" He pointed at himself. "Yes, I'm calling you, that's you." The one who called him was a wealthy middle-aged man who seemed to be a businessman. He smiled and asked, "If what I saw is correct, you should be a cultivator, am I right?" "Yes." Chen Yonzui said casually, "How did you see that?" "Please look, Immortal." The rich businessman pointed to a passerby nearby and said with a smile, "This person is obviously an ordinary person, and his family is poor." Chen Yonzui looked closely and saw that the man was dusty, with patches on his sleeves, and there were dust, wrinkles and sunburn marks on his temples. It was obvious that he was a person who worked all year round. "Look again, Immortal." The rich businessman pointed to another passerby and said with a smile, "This person is obviously a businessman." Chen Yonzui looked again according to his instructions, and saw that the man was dressed relatively neatly, but his face was full of vigilance, and there were two strong men standing beside him. He thought for a moment and suddenly realized. There are two kinds of people in this town, one is the poor people who don't have much money, and the other is the rich people who have some money but are afraid of being robbed by the poor people. After all, it is a border area where the Mao and Han people live together. It is difficult for the government to manage it. Violence is above the law. Most rich people will hire a few guards. I don't look like a poor person, but I am alone and have no guards around me. So there is only one reasonable explanation. My own strength is strong enough and I am not afraid of any robbers. However, since the rich businessman can guess my identity at a glance, he must have seen a monk before. So Chen Yonzui stopped perfunctory and asked directly, "What do you want to see me for?" "Shangxian, although I also brought some guards, they don't have magic power." The rich businessman clasped his hands and smiled. If Shangxian is free, he quietly raised his sleeves to reveal half a piece of spiritual stone inside. Chen Yonzui was also amused and helpless when he saw this. "I'm already in the nascent soul realm, and there are still people who use spiritual stones to hire me." But he was idle. He asked calmly, "Don't rush to talk about the reward. What do you want to hire me for? You have to ask clearly first." "I want to go to Yulong Mountain to do some business," the rich businessman said with a smile on his face. Yulong Mountain is the residence of Don Huangdo. What business did this rich businessman do there? He must have some collusion with some people in Don Huangdo, but he was afraid that the other party would steal money and kill him, so he hired me to accompany him. Chen Yonzui knew what was going on, so he nodded and said, "Okay, but there is a lot of miasma in this southern border. As ordinary people, if you can't get through the miasma, you can't go." "Don't worry, Immortal." The rich businessman immediately said, "I have asked the local Mao people for a way to restrain the miasma. There is absolutely no problem in this regard." Chen Yonzui asked him many questions again, and after making sure that this man was really just a traveling merchant, he nodded and agreed. Following the rich businessman to the warehouse, three men came out soon with luggage on their backs. Chen Yonzui looked carefully and confirmed that one of them was a porter, and he was carrying the heaviest and most packages. The other two are both capable and strong people from the martial arts world, carrying swords and bows and arrows. Judging from the shape of their clothes, they should be wearing leather armor underneath. He looked at the other person, and the other person was also looking at him, but they were strangers, so they didn't speak. The rich businessman and one of the men gave a few instructions, and everyone took their packages and started to travel. When they arrived at the edge of the miasma, the rich businessman and others took out the antidote. It was a great pill, which they put in their mouths but did not swallow, but just held at the root of their tongues. The rich businessman wanted to give Chen Yonzui one, but he waved his hand and refused. The so-called miasma poison is actually the wood poison. No matter how much invades the body, it can be completely cleared by circulating the 5 elements divine light in the meridians. Seeing that Chen Yonzui could breathe freely in the miasma without the need for elixirs, one of the two guards called the rich businessman privately and said worriedly, "Master, where did you invite this great god from?" "Why?" The rich businessman frowned and asked. He is not afraid of miasma at all. The guard said. It is normal for a cultivator not to be afraid of miasma. The rich businessman was puzzled. How can it be that simple? The guard explained hurriedly, Master, do you know that the Shushan sword immortal will come again in half a month? Why do they always choose to fight in winter? Because the miasma retreats in deep winter, so there is no need to worry about detoxification. Even the Shushan sword immortal can't deal with the miasma, but this person can treat it as nothing. How can ordinary cultivators be compared? The rich businessman hesitated immediately. The price he agreed with this man was not much among the cultivators he had hired before. If this person's cultivation level is very high, why did he only use a few spirit stones to complete the task? Or does he not care about spirit stones at all? Is he targeting my goods? I don't agree with what you say, brother. Another guard came over and said, the Shushan sword immortal is afraid of miasma, so why aren't the local Mal people afraid? Could it be that the Mal people are more powerful than the Shushan sword immortal? That's right. The rich businessman immediately realized and said with a smile, whether you can deal with miasma depends on the method rather than the strength. It's the same as the secret of doing business. Those who find it difficult can't do it, and those who can do it are not difficult. It doesn't mean anything. The older guard was speechless, but he still insisted. Master, I can't say for sure. I have been traveling all over the country for so many years, and I think I have some vision for judging people. This person is definitely not an ordinary cultivator. We will know when we walk behind. Judging from people? The rich businessman laughed. How many people can you judge as I do? Master, I'm a businessman. That's not what I mean. I'm talking about the degree of danger. The three of them hid in the back and discussed, while the porters carried the luggage in silence the whole time. Chen Yonzhu walked in front, holding the summon sword in his hand, using it as a hatchet to chop the branches and roots blocking the way. If this scene was seen by the people of Shushan, they would be furious. A divine sword was ruined by you like this. Tell me. Chen Yonzhu suddenly had an idea and asked Summon Sword, is there any way to keep the Sun True Fire from going out and get the Sun True Darkness Sword at the same time? If the Sun True Fire goes out, there will be no barrier between the Eastern Empire Realm and the Cultivation Realm. If the Eastern Empire Realm invades from the Tianqian Realm Gate, the karma caused may be attributed to him. Because of this, Chen Yonzhu was reluctant to take the Sun True Darkness Sword. I don't know. Summon Jian groaned, maybe we can try the formation. Formation won't work. Chen Yonzhu rejected it decisively. To deal with the restrictions of the demon locking tower or the chaos in the Earth's core, it's because the other party is a dead thing. But the East Empire Realm is full of living monsters. If you use an unchanging formation to seal the gate, sooner or later it will be infiltrated and cracked by the other party. Then I don't know what to do. Summon Jian replied. Hearing it say that, Chen Yonzhu sighed several times and said, if our Jin was here, I would definitely not be helpless. Bullshit. Summon Jian said immediately, the Tianqian boundary gate is a primitive relic, a thing from the same era as Jiang, what can she do? Master Sword Master, you already have the Summon Jian, so don't try to plot against the Zhenmei Sword, okay? I can solve all the problems and difficulties he can solve. He can't solve what I can't solve, so what's the point of you bothering to get him? You don't understand this. Chen Yonzhu said leisurely, he can be useless, but I can't be useless. Do you know what it means to open an illustration? If he hears this, he will have to chop you to death with a sword. Summon Jian said sarcastically. Where do you think our Jing is now? Chen Yonzhu asked casually. I don't know. Summon Jian said, maybe the cat is refining the Tianbu stone somewhere. Didn't she tell you where she was before she left? Chen Yonzhu asked tentatively. No. Summon Jian answered very straightforwardly. Really? Chen Yonzhu asked suspiciously. Not fake. Summon Jian laughed. She said she ran to hide in the deep sea directly below the sky leak in the East China Sea. Once she refines the sky repairing stone, she can immediately go to repair the sky leak. It depends on whether you, Master Sword Master, believe it or not. I don't believe it. Chen Yonzhu said immediately, the world is so big, why hide in the deep sea below the sky leak? That place is far away from Shenzhou. If there are any materials missing in the refining process, you have to go back to Shenzhou to collect them. How troublesome. Hilly. Summon Jian saw that he couldn't deceive him, so he smiled and said, Master Sword Master, you're right. The world is so big, she could hide anywhere. But if she wants to repair the sky, she will have to go to the Sky Leap sooner or later, so you can't go wrong waiting for her there. Let's talk about it later. Chen Yonzhu waved his hand and said. He suddenly looked up and looked into the distance. He vaguely remembered that from here through the valley in front and then across 2 rivers, it was the location of the Mirror Lake Palace. Chen Yonzhu couldn't help but sigh when he recalled the time when he dressed up as Wei Dongliu and went to the Jinnu Palace with his friends to explore. In the past, he was just a small cultivator in the foundation building stage, and his cultivation level was so low that it was pitiful, but Jiangmon was by his side, chatting and laughing all the way. Now he is a Yuning elder, and Jiangmon has also turned into a demon. The relationship between the two has broken down, and there will be no day for them to meet again in the future. How sad. Shang Xian. Seeing him stop there for a long time, the rich businessman asked cautiously. It's okay, let's go. Chen Yonzhu waved his hand and said. On the other side, in Shushan. As the day of the southern expedition approaches, many sword immortals have begun to get ready. The foundation building cultivators want to seek the Purple Mansion elixir from the southern border, the Jindan Shenron wants to break through the bottleneck through fighting, and even the Yuning elders are organized to go to the Tianqian Realm Gate to see if they can get the Xinmei sword from the last Sun Sword Master. This is a traditional program every year, and this year is no exception. Zisu sat quietly under the tree in front of the Taoist temple at King Luo Peak, with the Feian sword placed flat on her knees. The old tree above her head was dead, without any green leaves, and as rough as a rock. Her hair was all white, without any impurities, and as heavy as snow. Suddenly, Zisu raised her head and looked to the south. Her eyes passed through the mountains and fell under the clouds in the sky, like a falcon flapping its wings and flying across a long distance. Chapter 1017. Chasing and killing. Chen Yonzhu followed the caravan for several days and finally arrived at the foot of Yulong Mountain. The altitude here is already quite high, so the porters with the heaviest load and the wealthy merchants who live a life of luxury all have some mild altitude sickness. Chen Yonzhu was naturally fine, just staring at the snow-capped mountains in the distance in the daze. He suddenly recalled that there seemed to be a unicorn lying in the sect square of the Donghuangdo. This unicorn ancestor was probably also a person with a story, but Chen Yonzhu had seen many old monsters in the past, so he had no intention of inquiring about other people's identities. After being questioned by the patrol monks, the group set out to go up the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, several Donghuangdo disciples met everyone. Although the wealthy merchant seemed particularly nervous, Chen Yonzhu could confirm without scanning that these Donghuangdo disciples were all human. Since they were human, they could not be the core disciples of Donghuangdo. If they wanted to kill them to silence them, they would have to worry about whether they would attract the attention of the sect, which was unlikely. Sure enough, although those people were arrogant, they only counted the goods brought by the rich merchant in detail, and then threw down the bag of spiritual stones and told them to get out. After descending Yulong Mountain, the rich merchant was reluctantly relieved. Just as he was about to say something with a smile, he heard Chen Yonzhu say, "Since you have been sent here, you can go back by yourself next. I won't send you off." Shang Xian. The rich merchant said hurriedly, "If they arrange to kill us on the way back, if they really want to kill us, they should arrange it on the way we came." Chen Yonzhu said calmly, "Just rob the goods, so that we can explain to the sect that we have never encountered this caravan. There is no need to arrange it after you return, give the spiritual stones and then take them back." The rich merchant knew this, but he still wanted an extra layer of insurance. Just as he was about to persuade him again, Chen Yonzhu had already performed the dividing cloud back step without giving any explanation, and disappeared without a trace in 302 leaps. Just now on the mountain, he noticed very keenly that the protective formation of Yulong Mountain had been activated. The formation was very large, and every extra second it was open consumed a huge amount of resources. Xiao's focus was not on the cultivation world, and she basically followed the rhythm of the 6 paths. Therefore, it was even more impossible that she asked to open it actively. In other words, it was highly likely that something had happened, forcing the Donghuangdo to activate the sect protection formation. He just thought about it for a while, and then he remembered that it would not be long before the peach blossom miasma would dissipate and Shushan would march south to the 100,000 mountains. In this case, the southern border would not be very safe. Thinking of this, Chen Yonzhu had already made up his mind to leave. He returned with the rich businessman along the same route. If he met the Shushan monks who came in advance in the border town, it would not be very safe. It would be better to run away for safety. Chen Yonzhou turned to the southeast and walked for a few days, and then he realized that the miasma had begun to thin. Fortunately, it had not yet completely dissipated, so there was no need to worry that Shushan would launch an attack in advance. One day, Chen Yonzhou was walking through the woods and turning the corner of the rock. Suddenly, he saw someone standing in a small pavilion next to the waterfall in front of him. Judging from her slender figure, she was probably a woman, but her white hair was like frost and snow, and she had a strange and weird beauty. Chen Yonzhou originally wanted to go over and ask for directions, but when he saw the other person's abnormal appearance, he hesitated for a moment. Before he could react, the woman opposite had turned her head, and he was immediately shocked. Senior Sister Anne. Zisu looked at Chen Yonzhou. Although she didn't recognize his appearance, she still relied on her intuition to realize that this person must have some relationship with junior brother Lim. With a slight thought, the Fei'an sword was immediately unsheathed, and the tip of the sword was pointed at Chen Yonzhou in the air. Chen Yonzhou's face changed slightly, and he didn't care to think about why the other person had white hair. He just bowed his hands and said, "Please spare me, Immortal. We have never met before, so why do we have to fight with swords?" Zisu was silent for a moment, and said, "You look very similar to someone I'm looking for." "Very similar?" Chen Yonzhou pretended to be stupid and said, "Who does the Immortal have such a deep hatred with?" Zisu ignored him, but continued to frown and think. This person seemed to have nothing to do with junior brother Lin, but her instinct told her that there must be something fishy. In addition, Zisu was a straightforward person who relied on her intuition, so she simply tested the other party's strength first. Fei'an's sword suddenly vibrated, and then stabbed straight at Chen Yonzhou's chest. This sword was all out. Either Zisu suddenly stopped, or Chen Yonzhou defended, otherwise he would die. Of course, Chen Yonzhou couldn't bet on whether Senior Sister would stop in the end, so he could only helplessly use his sword to defend. The Fei'an sword and the Wangchang Kun sword collided with each other, and with a crisp sound of metal clashing, the former was undoubtedly shaken away, but Zisu's eyes suddenly became sharp. The one who could directly crush her in the sword-controlling technique was either the flying sword grade far superior to the Fei'an sword, or the opponent's root bone and true essence were far superior to hers. What made her even more difficult to underestimate was that from the power transmitted back from the Fei'an sword, the opponent seemed to have both. Wow! Chen Yonzhou was still trying his last effort, trying to perform, "It's so scary, Immortal, spare my life, don't kill me, okay, is it interesting?" Zisu asked coldly. "It's not interesting." Chen Yonzhou put away his expression and sighed, "Why did you suddenly attack me?" I said. Zisu was silent for a moment, and replied, "You look like someone I'm looking for." "I look like someone?" Chen Yonzhou suddenly laughed. "Does he have my ability?" He raised his hand lightly and sacrificed the Panlong Xiaojin ball. It must be said that Shiro is indeed an old demon. I don't know how long she has studied how to deal with human cultivators. I saw that the Panlong Mountain Gold Ball she gave me seemed to have very poor versatility, but it was also extremely strong in restraining flying swords. As soon as it was sacrificed, Zisu's Fei'an sword immediately trembled, as if it was completely out of control, and suddenly shot towards the Panlong Mountain Gold Ball. However, Senior Sister Anne was also quick-witted and reached out her hand like lightning to grab the hilt of the Fei'an sword. "What kind of evil treasure is that?" she immediately said in a stern voice. The ball-shaped magic weapon looked inconspicuous, but in fact it completely restrained her sword-controlling skills, making Zisu's most powerful ability completely unable to be fully utilized. Even other Shushan sword immortals were probably the same here. A magic weapon is a magic weapon, how can there be a distinction between good and evil? Chen Yonzhou asked her in return, "People can be divided into good and evil." Zisu was silent for a long time, and then she said, "Yes, people can be divided into good and evil." Her body seemed to tremble slightly, but soon and slowly calmed down, just staring at Chen Yonzhou faintly. Chen Yonzhou felt a little uncomfortable when she looked at him, and said, "I don't know who you are looking for, but you are pestering me here. You must have found the wrong person. Whether you have found the wrong person or not, I will judge for myself." Zisu said in a deep voice, "What is your name?" "Wang Shan." Chen Yonzhou replied. "Wang Shan, what sect are you from?" Zisu continued to ask. "Do you want to check my background?" Chen Yonzhou asked vigilantly. Zisu didn't say anything, but pinched the dough formula in her hand. The Fei'an sword she was holding suddenly shot out two intertwined sword auras. The sword energy looked like smoke and dust, and it seemed to be there and not there, but Chen Yonzhou had no doubt about its power. He knew that if he was hit by it, it would be almost the same as being hit by the Feian sword, and his body would be torn into pieces immediately. Since the senior sister used the sword method, the Panlong Xiaojin ball was useless against it, so Chen Yuanzhu could only put it away, and then rubbed his 5 fingers together to release the 5 elements divine light. The sword energy of the Feian sword was of the fire element, and it was immediately dissipated without a trace after being brushed by the 5 elements divine light. 5 elements divine light. Zisu frowned and said, "You are the elder Jingdun who defected to Penglai." "No, I have seen him before." "You are not him." Chen Yuanzhu was a little helpless. This was why he didn't want to fight with Zisu. No matter what tricks he used, she would recognize him. "Then just treat me as the Jingdun," Chen Yuanzhu said perfunctorily, but saw that Zisu's eyes became sharper. "You can't be Jingdun, but you know the 5 elements divine light, then the result is obvious. You were a demon from the Peacock clan, right?" "Ah, yes, yes." Chen Yuanzhu was overjoyed, but he didn't expect to cause such a misunderstanding, and completely guessed his true identity wrongly. "I'm the Peacock." Before he finished speaking, Zisu had already impatiently pinched the sword formula, and the Feian sword and the Hanli sword shot out at the same time, fiercely killing Chen Yuanzhu. The Hanli sword is supposed to be Su Jian's natal sword, but since Su Jian came out of retreat, he has never taken his natal sword back from his daughter. Perhaps because of the blood connection, the Hanlian sword is also very obedient to Zisu, and unlike the ethereal and light Feian sword, its sword path is more solemn and harsh, and it is also quite difficult to deal with. Chen Yuanzhu silently took a half step back, knowing that it was too late to take the Panlong Xiaojin ball at this time. This is also the standard routine of the Shushan sword Immortal, using the speed of the sword control technique to attack, so that even if the opponent has any big moves, there is no time to use them. Not to mention, the Kisha sword technique of the King Luo Peak of Shushan is the best at attacking and taking the initiative, and will never give himself any chance. To deal with the extremely fast sword control technique, the best way is of course to use the sword control technique as well, so Chen Yuanzhu also pinched the sword formula, and raised the Wang Time Kun sword and the Shuolongying sword at the same time to intercept the Feian sword and the Hanlian sword. Two-handed sword control technique, Zisu's heart sank, and he immediately stepped up his offensive, taking the opportunity to observe Chen Yuanzhu's sword path. However, strangely, Chen Yuanzhu's sword path is characterized by speed, accuracy, and directness. It is very common, and there is no style of any Shushan sword control technique. To be more precise, this person's swordsmanship is so strong that his fighting style has covered up his swordsmanship, making it difficult for Zisu to identify. Thinking of this, and thinking that his junior brother Ling Yunpo is still missing, the impatient Zisu became more and more ruthless, and his true energy was fully mobilized. He controlled the Hanli sword and Feian sword so tightly that the attack was like a storm, a raging fire and thunder, as if he wanted to kill the opponent immediately. Facing the full-scale attack of senior sister Am, Chen Yuanzhu also secretly groaned in his heart. Although he used to practice swordsmanship with Zisu, after all, they were 5 trumpets at the same time, and their dependence and immersion in swordsmanship were not as deep as Zisu's. Therefore, if he fought to the limit in swordsmanship, he might not be able to beat senior sister Anne. What's more troublesome is that once he wants to attack to the limit, he will definitely not be able to hide his sword style, but there is no time to think about it. The cold sword is still slashing violently, and the flying smoke sword is quietly attacking from behind, leaving the shadow of sword energy on the spot to confuse Chen Yuanzhu. If Kung Linjing is here, of course he will be careful behind. However, now that Jing is not here, Chen Yuanzhu's vigilance has been pulled to the maximum. He immediately recognized that it was an illusion. Without thinking, he commanded Kun Sword to go around and slash a huge semicircle with great force, shaking off the sneak attack of Feian Sword. Zisu's mind sank again, and she felt that the opponent's defense was watertight, and there was no flaw or loophole at all. But she was also a person with a tough mind. While continuing to maintain the extreme pressure, she changed her gestures from time to time, quietly displaying the sword's Taoism, giving Chen Yuanzhu a little Shushan shock. Chen Yuanzhu seemed to be calmly deploying his defenses and defusing the opponent's violent attacks one by one. In fact, in order to deliberately conceal his own style, his moves had become more and more outdated, and he soon faced the dilemma of having no moves to use. He had already thought of retreating, and just when he was about to find a direction to escape, his intention had been seen through by Zisu. The Taoist method on the sword of Han Lijian was activated, and a large number of ice flowers quickly grew from the ground, and then exploded in the surroundings one after another, instantly blocking Chen Yuanzu's retreat. But Chen Yuanzu had the 5 elements divine light in his hand, so he would not be stumped by such a trick. With a flick of the divine light, countless ice flowers instantly collapsed on the spot. Chen Yuanzu almost subconsciously used the dividing cloud 8 diagrams step to escape, but he quickly reacted and changed to flying the sword close to the ground to escape quickly. Zisu was not willing to give in, and hurriedly followed with the sword. This time he was running with all his strength. Chen Yuanzu did not hold back at all, and urged his true energy with all his strength. The sword light quickly swept over countless trees and cut off a large number of bushes blocking the road. Zisu chased after him relentlessly. His sword light was equally sharp and fierce, almost following the trail of Chen Yuanzu's sword light, not leaving for a moment. The two chased and fled, passing through a large number of valleys, streams and forests, and soon arrived near a certain ruins. This ruins was not somewhere else, but the Alao mountain that Wei Dongliu and his friends had explored together in the past. The lake in the mountain led to the cave of the Mirror Lake Palace, but a certain golden sword was needed as a key to open the passage inside. The key had been returned to Kaling by Wei Dongliu in the past, but Chen Yuanzu was no longer the same as before, and of course he would not be stumped by a mere key. He quickly took out the Tianyu Divine Shuttle, injected his true energy, and started it directly, trying to imitate the past when he forced his way into the Shen and Gjie secret realm, breaking through the space barrier to the Mirror Lake Palace. When Zisu saw him take out the Divine Shuttle and another space fluctuation occurred, he immediately reacted with his natural sword heart. The other party was going to escape to a nearby cave. She simply ignored it and used the cold and smoke swords to entangle the Wang Time Kun sword and the Water Dragon Song. Suddenly, she shook her body and performed the dividing cloud 8 diagram step, instantly approaching Chen Yuanzu's side. The timing of this move was extremely clever. If it was a second faster, Chen Yuanzu would have reacted and distanced himself again. If it was a second slower, he would not have had time to enter the range of the Tianyu Divine Shuttle. In short, Chen Yuanzu used the power of the Tianyu Divine Shuttle to enter the cave. Just as he was about to break through the lake surface and get out, his ankle was suddenly grabbed by Zisu from below, and he was dragged back into the depths of the lake. Chapter 1018 Give you a night first. Chen Yuanzu was dragged into the lake and swallowed a few mouthfuls of lake water. He quickly curled up and pulled away the hand that was holding his ankle, but was soon punched in the face again. This punch was so powerful that Chen Yuanzu saw stars and his whole body was pushed backward by the force. He didn't suffer any damage, but it really hurt. Are you crazy? Chen Yuanzu barely managed to stabilize his body and roared in the water. Through a series of crazy battles, his voice finally managed to get out. Zisu was still using her hands and feet, paddling towards him like a mermaid, with some kind of angry and persistent flame burning in her eyes. Ling Yunpo. Chen Yuanzu was shocked and quickly swam above the lake, trying to distance himself from her again, but he said, "Who is Ling Yunpo? Don't pretend, I know it's you." Zisu gritted her teeth. "Who else would not have the slightest intention to kill me except you?" Chen Yuanzu was stunned when he heard the words, and he cursed in his heart. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect this. You know, Zisu's attack just now came so fast that he subconsciously thought that the other party wanted to kill him, so he didn't have time to think deeply, and could only defend and resist in a panic, and then run for his life. But this escape caused a problem, you know, which cultivator in this world would just take a beating without fighting back? Even if it's a rabbit, if you pinch its throat, it will bite you. Zisu attacked with all her strength to test him, but found that this stranger not only did not fight back with a killing move, but also did not even have the slightest killing intention. What does this mean? How could someone who is not extremely close to him have such a reaction? Thinking of this, Chen Yuanzu also wanted to slap himself a few times, and hated senior sister and for being so shameless that she actually used their feelings to test him. However, he still said stubbornly, "Don't push your luck. I just saw that you were so young and beautiful, and I couldn't bear to do it." "You couldn't bear to do it." Seeing that he was still quibbling, Zisu smiled bitterly, and her expression became more and more sad and desolate. "Nonsense, if you are not Ling Yunpo, I have killed you, and you can come and kill me." At the end, she suddenly shouted angrily, "If you say you can't bear it again, your life will be gone." Before she finished speaking, the cold sword and the flying smoke sword shone brightly at the same time, and the Taoist magic on the swords rushed towards Chen Yuanzu like a tidal wave. Seeing that she was serious, Chen Yonzhui was furious and wanted to destroy the flower. No, I still couldn't do it. All the memories of the past with his senior sister just emerged in his mind, and the murderous intention disappeared without a trace. Knowing that he could never use force on Nzesu, Chen Yonzhui did not dare to stay any longer, but quickly flew away with his sword to dodge the attack and escape. Nzesu chased him relentlessly, and Chen Yonzhui rushed towards the underwater entrance of the Mirror Lake Palace in panic. There was originally a thunder ban at the entrance, which was later lifted by Wei Dongliu and his group, so the two rushed into the Mirror Lake Palace unscathed. The sword light passed through the water film and the corridor, and there was a huge mirror at the end, standing close to the wall. Chen Yonzhui glanced at it while flying the sword, and saw his reflection in the mirror, still a faceless man who was changing constantly. What happened? In the past, I had many accounts, and you said I had no face, but now I am acting in my true colors, so why am I still this faceless person? He was confused, but soon he had some vague understanding. The mask has been worn for a long time and has grown into the flesh, and it cannot be torn off. Chen Yonzhui has nothing to do with Nzesu, so why can't he kill her? It's because of the mask named Ling Yunpo. Nzesu followed and glanced at the mirror quickly, and saw that he was in tattered clothes, covered with wounds, and many wounds were still bleeding. But the reflection still held the sword tightly in its hand, and just looked at himself through the mirror stubbornly. What evil method did you use on me again? Nzesu shouted loudly, confirming that there were no scars on his body. It's not an evil method. Chen Yunzhui, who was flying in front, actually answered, how long are you going to chase me? Ling Yunpo. If you don't run, I won't chase you. Nzesu became more and more angry. That's enough. Chen Yonzhui rushed into the hall, and saw the projection of Nzesu, who was transformed by the mirror, standing in front of him. The other party was also in tattered clothes, covered in blood, but with a kind of black smile. She smiled at Chen Yonzhui and Nzesu, who rushed in. Okay, you're here. The man is unfaithful and heartless, and the woman is blind. It's better to kill them both, so that we can feel relieved. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly turned into a sword light, and she was directly integrated with the sword. The sword light surged dozens of feet and rushed towards Chen Yonzhui fiercely. It should be known that the strength of this projection in the mirror is often one level higher than the original body, so the sword light is so majestic and strong that it is almost close to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Even so, what should I be afraid of? Chen Yonzhui sneered in his heart. Although he couldn't kill Nzesu, he had no sympathy for this projection. He was about to suppress it with the force of thunder and then continue to run for his life, but he saw a sword light coming from behind. It was actually senior sister and behind him, who was in harmony with her sword and also turned into a majestic sword light, blocking him. The collision of the two sword lights of the combination of man and sword was an absolute competition of hard power, and there was no room for any skills. Nzesu was really no match for the sword light that was one level higher than her own. Her body was thrown into the air by the force, and it was like a fragile catkin in the wind, ready to fall. Chen Yonzhui was shocked and didn't care about disguise. He quickly flew over to catch her body. At this moment, he suddenly realized. Although the projection of the senior sister in the mirror was covered with sword wounds and blood, the murder weapon that caused the wounds was held in her hand. It means that she has already given up the world and she is continuing to hurt herself. Because of this, Nzesu just blocked the sword for him. After all, she no longer cares about her own life and death. Thinking of this, Chen Yonzhui felt distressed and guilty. It is really hard for him to let go of such a devoted senior sister, but if he doesn't let go, what can he do? Even if he talks it out here and is lucky enough to reconcile, when she finds out the existence of junior sisters Yu and others later, won't it be another bloody sea? It's better to say goodbye to avoid secondary injuries. Chen Yonzhui was thinking wildly, and suddenly the alarm bells in his heart rang loudly, and he quickly pushed Nzesu out of his arms. There was a little pain in his heart, but it was because when Nzesu was held in his arms before, she suddenly took out a dagger from her arms and stabbed him in the chest. Fortunately, it only penetrated a few inches into the flesh, but did not touch the heart, and there was no danger to his life. I just don't know whether it was because senior sister couldn't bear it and held back, or because I was quick to react and pushed it away in advance. What are you doing? The slight pain aroused his ferocity, and Chen Yonzhui's eyes also showed coldness, and he shouted. You still don't admit it. Nzesu gritted his teeth, but 2 lines of tears flowed from his eyes, but he had already determined his identity. Junior brother Lin, I will call you junior brother again. You betrayed the sect and stole the sect's treasures. Your crimes are extremely heinous. Senior sister, I will kill you first, and then commit suicide to thank Master and the sect. In the afterlife, we can be a pair of siblings again. Chen Yonzu's injuries were not serious, but when he heard her say these true words, he almost vomited blood in anger. If you betrayed the sect, shouldn't you catch me first? If you stole the treasure, shouldn't you ask about the whereabouts of the treasure first? Why would you want to kill someone right away? Senior sister, you can kill me, why do you commit suicide? Do you want me to die without peace? In the afterlife, we will be reincarnated separately, no one owes anyone anything, what's the point of being a brother and sister? Childhood sweethearts are better than real brothers and sisters. Although there are so many points to complain about, Chen Yonzu doesn't want to complain at all, he just wants to vomit blood. Looking at the phantom of Nzesu, he also has tears on his face, but his tone is extremely happy, and he seems to be extremely crazy. That's right, that's right. My dear junior brother, since you can't be my junior brother in this life, I might as well chop you off with a knife and then cut my own neck with a knife. In the next life, we will be reincarnated into the same belly, and you can't get rid of me, your sister. Chen Yonzu finally couldn't help it and complained. So you want to be my real brother and sister? Shut up. Nzesu was angry and scolded the phantom, nonsense. How could I have such a weird idea? Chen Yonzu. So do you want to die for love? Seeing that Nzesu was stubborn and refused to admit it, the projection shed tears again, crying and laughing. Sisters and brothers in the same sect still have the possibility of betrayal. Siblings who are connected by blood can't be forcibly severed, right? But since they are connected by blood, they can't do that shameful thing, which is a pity. But if we can stay together forever, even if we can't love each other, what does it matter? Seeing that it was getting more and more outrageous, Nzesu was almost mad with anger, so he simply turned the Feian and Hanlian swords around and killed the talkative phantom with all his strength. Chen Yonzu was shocked when he saw this, knowing that the senior sister was overwhelmed at this time, her sword heart was blinded, and her cultivation skills were weaker. She was definitely not a match for the phantom, so he quickly used Taoism to attack from the side. The two of them attacked Nzesu's phantom from the left and right, and indeed killed the phantom so hard that it could not resist and just laughed with tears. Very good, very good. Even in this short moment, I can fight side by side with my junior brother. Even if we have to fight with swords next, it is worth it. Nzesu was so ashamed that he suddenly turned his sword light and attacked Chen Yonzu. Chen Yonzu thought to himself, you are too shameless. Just to prove that what the phantom said was not what you thought in your heart, you want to turn around and kill me, right? Stupid. Fortunately, the two of them had already opened up the distance this time, and Chen Yonzu was well prepared. Of course, he would not give Nzesu the opportunity to suppress him with sword skills. He just sacrificed the Panlong Xiaojin ball and directly absorbed the two swords. Nzesu urged the sword to attack, and Chen Yonzu immediately flew back on the sword and hid in the corridor when he came. Slide. He returned along the same route, but Nzesu was unwilling to let him go easily. She chased him out of the Jinnu Palace and rushed out of the cave from the lake passage. Where was Chen Yonzu? Even this lake passage was laid out by Chen Yonzu calmly and left for her to get out. It can be seen that he had already been fully confident. After quickly getting rid of Nzesu, Chen Yonzu did not dare to stay in Nanjing for long, but quickly flew to the northeast on his sword to bypass the main force of Shushan. Leaving the jungle of Nanjing, he entered the mountainous area of western Hunan. This place has been out of the range of miasma, but there are still many poisonous insects and poisonous tongues, and the environment is also complex and harsh. If you go north from here, you will enter the territory of Jingzhou, and then north is the hinterland of Tainan, which is Zhu Yingyan's hometown. Considering that Sister Zhu might return to her mother's home, Chen Yonzu did not plan to go north. To the east is Yangzhou, which is the sphere of influence of Pengliu King Temple. There are many famous mountains and rivers, and there are also a large number of Taoist sects, many of which are customers at Tiangongfang. Considering that Shilili might go to negotiate business, Chen Yonzu did not plan to go east. In this case, he could only go south. Going south through the hot and humid jungle, you will reach the South China Sea. There are many differences between the South China Sea and the East China Sea. Most of the islands in the East China Sea have sects stationed there, and are known as the 72 Caves of the East China Sea. There are a large number of uninhabited islands in the South China Sea. The fire element aura on them is too strong, and the climate is hot and humid, which is not conducive to the monks' cultivation and residence, but if they want to avoid the limelight temporarily, it is also a good choice. Thinking of this, Chen Yonzu suddenly remembered the Jinlo Island. Jinyu Island is an ancient Buddhist residence that has been hidden from the world. There is only one demon cultivator who has converted to Buddhism, and a large number of back holes that trap the demons. The location is also extremely secret. If you want to hide in the Jinyu Island, I believe that except for Jianglin who end there together, no one else can be found. But in terms of cultivation strength, Jiangmun was the strongest among them. Although the demon cultivator is at the same high level, it is still unknown whether he can subdue him and transform into the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon. If he fails to subdue him, Chen Yonzhu will be killed by Jiangli who finds Jinyu Island. Even if he survives by luck, his end is expected to be miserable. But if he subdues him, he can't just sit and watch his wife being sealed. It seems that he can't go to Jinyu Island, so as not to get into trouble for no reason. Otherwise, go to the island where the old man in black suppressed his inner demon. After thinking about it, Chen Yonzhu gradually had a desolate feeling of the world is so big, and there is no place to stay. Just as he was worrying, he suddenly saw that there seemed to be a two-jia village behind the hill in front of him. Many houses in this village give people a sense of Jdu. After thinking for a long time, Chen Yonzhu finally recalled. That was when he was still in Shushan and had not yet formed the elixir. He and senior sister were invited by Sima Changyan to come here to explore the secret realm of giant trees and look for the purple mansion elixir. As a result, in the secret realm, he met Su Jian's former senior brother, the crazy sword fairy Doi Tinran. Of course, none of that is important. The key is that the world in the secret realm of giant trees is huge and extremely suitable for hiding. Even if Nzisu chased here, without anyone to guide him, he might not be able to find himself in it smoothly. Chapter 1019. Contradictory talk. When Chen Yonzhu entered the two-jia village, he found that the villagers passing by were staring at him. This is a very normal phenomenon. After all, most people in a village know each other, and the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar person at this time is clearly an outsider. But despite their curiosity, the villagers did not come over to ask, but kept a distance from him vigilantly. Chen Yonzhu naturally had no intention of reminiscing about the past with these villagers. You have to know that he came here to hide, not to pay New Year's greetings, and of course the fewer people who know his true identity, the better. He just calmly walked through the village and headed towards the direction of the giant tree secret realm in his memory. After almost half an hour, Chen Yonzhu, who was strolling in the mountains, was shocked to find that he could not remember the entrance to the secret realm. After all, he had only been there once, and it was normal to forget it after such a long time. He subconsciously ordered, "A Jin, the location of the last secret realm." Before he finished speaking, he remembered that a Jin had left long ago, so he had to change the topic and ask, "Su Ming, do you remember which way you went to the last giant tree secret realm?" "Of course I don't remember." Su Ming Jian replied. "If you don't remember, then don't remember." "Why do you say of course I don't remember?" Chen Yonzhu frowned and asked. "Because I don't have a recording function." Su Ming Jian said confidently, "I'm just a sword." "You are one of the two swords of Fxit." Chen Yonzhu emphasized, "the most powerful flying sword in the world. No matter how powerful a flying sword is, it is not a flying sword." Su Ming Jian argued, "No matter how powerful a flying sword is, it can't help you cook, sweep the floor, wash clothes, and remember things that are easy to forget. I knew you were not as good as a Jing." Chen Yonzhu was very troubled. In this case, he could only go back to the two-jia village and ask for directions. After another quarter of an hour, Chen Yonzhu returned to the village gate and saw Ah Ling walking in slowly from outside with a backpack full of herbs on her back. Ah Ling? He quickly remembered that the girl had pretended to be from the two-jia village and led the Shushan monks such as Ling Yunpo to the secret realm. In fact, her real identity was Long Xiaoqi of the Dong Huangdo, a Jia-Long monk who had been in the human world for many years. Since Long Xiaoqi was here, Xiao must be here soon. However, Chen Yonzhu was not Qiu Cheng Tian, Ling Yunpo or Luyan, and did not have any identity as an orthodox monk, so he was not afraid of being recognized by Xiao. "Girl." He stopped Ah Ling who was about to return to the village. "Can I ask for directions?" "Oh." Ah Ling stopped. "Where do you want to go, sir?" "I want to go to the giant tree secret realm," Chen Yonzhu said bluntly. Hearing the word secret realm, Ah Ling's eyes narrowed immediately. After a while, she slowly asked, "May I ask who is this immortal? Where did you hear about this secret realm?" Chen Yonzhu replied, "My Taoist name is Wang Shan. I'm a casual cultivator, but I heard about it from a Shushan cultivator, so I came here to look for the secret realm." Ah Ling had a guess in his mind. In the giant tree secret realm, there are many exotic flowers and plants, as well as powerful monsters. The former is the Purple Palace secret medicine for the foundation building cultivators, and the latter can hone the ability to fight and break through the bottleneck of cultivation. I think this person is either in the foundation building realm or the golden elixir realm, and he went to the secret realm to look for opportunities. The giant tree secret realm is not far from here. Arling replied calmly. In the past, many cultivators went there to explore and search for treasures. However, although I know where the secret realm is, I have never been deep into it, so at most I will take you to the entrance of the secret realm, but you have to walk the road inside by yourself. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Chen Yonzhu was immediately overjoyed. I don't deserve it, I'm just an ordinary person. Arling quickly entered the acting state. Chen Yonzhu certainly would not be fooled, and he still maintained a respectful attitude of asking for help, without any neglect or frivolity. Arling took him through the twists and turns in the mountains and soon came to the entrance of the giant tree secret realm. Chen Yonzhu walked towards the secret realm, and saw Arling waiting behind him. He didn't launch any ambush or other formations or traps, and he was a little surprised. After he disappeared in the secret realm, it was not long before Shiro flew over from a distance on a sword. What's the situation? She asked coldly. Arling then described Chen Yonzhu's characteristics in detail and completely. Wang Shan, Shiro pondered for a moment and said, I haven't heard of this cultivator in the three pure ones of the Orthodox Church. Maybe he is really a casual cultivator. So what do we do? Arling asked. Don't worry about him for now. Shiro pondered for a long time and said slowly, if it is someone from the three pure ones of the Orthodox sect, just ambush and kill him directly. It doesn't matter if it is a casual cultivator. Then I will follow him in and see if he is really a casual cultivator. Arling said. Is your time wasted on such things? Shiro said sternly. Arling stuck out her tongue and stopped talking. Shiro flew away on her sword. Arling's mind turned slightly and turned back to the secret realm. This secret realm is where she usually lives. Because no human cultivators will come here, she can boldly reveal her true form as a dragon. After searching in the air for a circle, she did not find any trace of the casual cultivator. Arling was wondering, and suddenly realized something, and hurriedly turned around and rushed to a valley. There was originally a poisonous dragon living in the valley, but it was later killed by the crazy Taoist priest. Arling entered the deep pool at the bottom of the valley and found that it was the nest of the poisonous dragon under the water. If the casual cultivator hid in the nest, she would naturally not be able to find it outside. She dived into the deep water and came to the underground cave ruins. She saw Chen Yonzhu standing in the middle of the bluestone slab, seemingly thinking about something. Suddenly he raised his head and said, Since you are here, why hide your head and show your tail? You are very sensitive. Seeing him looking at the direction where she was hiding, Arling simply walked out openly. There is a different cave here, but it is hidden under the deep pool. How did you find it here? I have been here before. Chen Yonzhu was immediately touched by her question and said sadly. Been here? Arling was slightly startled at first, and then immediately reacted. Wait, this ruins is not a natural formation, but a cave left by the ancients. Later, it was occupied by a poisonous dragon for a long time and no one could enter. He said that he had been here before, and the time point must be before the poisonous dragon. Could it be that he is the ancient who built this cave? Who is this guy? Chen Yonzhu didn't know that his casual words had caused Arling to fill in a lot of wrong information in his brain. He just walked quickly along the lines on the floor at the steps of the dividing cloud Bagua step. As a Jielong monk, Arling practiced the martial arts of the Jielong clan. He didn't understand or look down on the steps of the human race. He just saw that his steps were light and graceful, as if dancing, and he was a little fascinated for a while. After a while, the stone slab collapsed again. The two fell into the abyss and landed steadily at the bottom. Arling looked around vigilantly, and his sight soon noticed the big tree in the center. It was the remains of a tree demon. The soft upper body of a woman stretched out from the trunk, gently hugging the corpse of a man, who was obviously a human. Chen Yonzhu looked at the two corpses and was speechless for a long time. He thought of the dragon fox still in the East Empire realm. They were also in love with the human race and the demon race. Why did this pair of ancient people have the courage to live and die together, while he could only leave the little fox silently? Is it really because of the sky repairing plan? Thoughts turned rapidly in his heart, and Chen Yonzhu suddenly felt something, and immediately sat down at the bottom of the valley to meditate and comprehend. Arling, who was next to him, looked at the two remains hugging each other, and soon guessed the reason. She couldn't help but sighed. She didn't understand what love was, but this scene undoubtedly touched her heart.
Looking at Chen Gyonzhu, who was meditating on the spot, it seemed that he had no guard against her, so Ah Ling put away his fear and just turned his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. But since Elder Jin betrayed the Penglai King Temple, related matters have been listed as taboos by Wang Xiang Immortal himself, and no one is allowed to discuss or speculate privately. The position of the Master of Tiangong Fan was taken over by Elder Dong Yushialuli. Although discussion was not allowed, everyone knew what happened, so the sales of Tiangong Fan almost plummeted, as if it had been banned. The new owner, Shialuli, did not react to this. She just continued to breathe, forge swords, and study every day, which made Liang Guohe worry that this little sister's heart was shaken and she became completely crazy. "Sister, I'm fine." Facing the concern of the third sister, Shialuli said softly, "I'm glad you're fine." Liang Guohe saw that she looked normal. Although she was still worried in her heart, she could only force a smile on her face. "Then, I'll go first." After the third sister left, Shialuli sat in the sword forging workshop for half an hour. Suddenly, she raised her arm again and threw out 6 copper coins. Divination. The copper coins fell, and the hexagram was still chaotic. The completely chaotic hexagram, according to the analysis of the arithmetic industry, means that either there is no such person or there is no such thing. Why is there no such person? Even if he is dead, he should show me that he is dead. Shialuli stared at the copper coins for a long time, and suddenly gritted his teeth in anger and threw them all into the furnace. In the furnace, countless lumps of melted copper were piled up like small hills, and would burn red and shiny by the fire. Shialuli stood up and went back to the bedroom silently. When she pushed open the door, she had an illusion for a moment, thinking that after she pushed the door in, she would see Luo Yan sitting in front of the desk, turning his head and looking at her with a smile. But when her vision became clear again, she could only see that the room was empty. Shialuli came to the bed like a puppet, sat down slowly, and lay down slowly. She looked at the ceiling above the bed, and was stunned for half an hour again. Then she trembled and touched the pillow next to her, and buried her head in the pillow. "Luo Yan, Luo Yan. If you come to me within a year, then I don't want this Tiangong Fan anymore. Let's leave Penglai, and I will follow you wherever you go. If you show up within 10 years, then I will catch you, and then go to the headmaster and the Immortal to plead for mercy, and let you suffer the punishment of the sect. If I find you within 100 years, I will destroy all your skills and tie you up like a dog. I will see if you dare to leave me and run around. But if you refuse to come back in this life, then I don't know what to do." She hugged the pillow for a long time before she let out a barely perceptible sob and choking sound, and her shoulders trembled and twitched for a long time. At some point, Shi King suddenly shouted outside, "Master! There is an elder Jing Xiao looking for you outside." Shialuli put down the pillow and washed for a while in the copper basin, washing all the tears on her face, but her eyes were still a little red and swollen. She came to the reception room and saw Nzisu standing silently, with white hair fallen to her waist like a waterfall behind her, making her look as cold as frost and snow, but as sharp as a nice knife. "Jing Xiao." Shialuli forced a smile. "Long time no see. The last time was in the Golden Palace Secret Realm, and the time before that was in the White Jade Capital Secret Realm." Although they didn't have many dealings, Shialuli was also impressed by the opponent's strong fighting skills. "Don't you?" Nzisu said slowly. "Where is Jinlun?" "Why do you ask when you know the answer?" Shialuli asked in a low voice. Although Penglai refused to admit it, how could such a thing be kept secret? She didn't believe that Nzisu didn't know about it. "Just the day before yesterday, I was looking for the whereabouts of the Qin Sword Master." Nzisu was silent for a moment, and suddenly said, "I found someone in Nanjing. I can be sure that the person is the Qin Sword Master. But when fighting with him, the other party actually used the 5 elements divine light, so I came to Penglai to ask, who taught the 5 elements divine light of Elder Jinun back then, and who has he passed it on to? The Qin Sword Master can use the 5 elements divine light." Shialuli was slightly startled, and subconsciously thought that this was too ridiculous. "Why do you come to Penglai to ask about the skills of the Qin Sword Master of Shushan?" She answered in a deep voice. "My husband's 5 elements divine light was obtained from the Li Ancient Treasure House in the past, and was not taught by anyone. Because the practice of the skills requires the acquired 5 elements true veins, he has never taught it to anyone. But my husband may not be the only one in the world who can use the 5 elements divine light." "Has Jing Xiao never heard of the Peacock Demon Clan? Is he a Peacock Demon Clan?" "Can I tell?" Nzisu said coldly. "Not a Peacock Demon Clan, but a human." Shili frowned slightly, and then immediately had a strange intuition that emerged from the bottom of his heart. That person, rather than the Chin Sword Master, is more likely to be my husband. In addition to the 5 elements divine light, what other skills and magical powers has the other party shown? Shili asked anxiously. Only the sword. Zisu replied. What are the characteristics of the sword body? Shili asked again. 3 feet and 8 inches, about 4 fingers wide, the sword spine is thick, its color is dark yellow, and the lines are like old roots. Zisu has a very good memory and said quickly. There is no mistake. Shili blurted out. That is my husband's Wangchang Kun sword. Zisu was slightly stunned, and then said angrily. How could Elder Jinun's sword be in the hands of my junior brother? Chapter 1020. Is it the same person? Seeing Zisu so angry, Shili's face was as gloomy as water, but he did not argue with the other party. I don't know where this Jing Xiao got the confidence from. He had to think that it was the Chin Sword Master who suddenly used the 5 elements divine light. Why do you say he is the Chin Sword Master? Did he draw the Chin's human sword? Since he can use the 5 elements divine light, shouldn't the first reaction be this is Penglai Jinun? It turns out that because the Chin Sword Master suddenly left the sect, you, Jing Xiao, are too obsessed and have been desperate, right? Even though he was disdainful in his heart, Shili was not stupid enough to provoke the other party, but just said lightly, it's really strange. From your description, Jing Xiao, it should be the Wangchang Kun sword. I understand. Zisu said suddenly. What do you understand? Shili frowned slightly, and heard the other party say again. I think he didn't want to reveal his true identity, so he deliberately used Elder Jinun's flying sword and magic in front of me. In other words, after he left Shushan, he had contact with Jinun and got the 5 elements divine light and Wangchang Kun sword through some means. That's enough. Shili thought to himself. Every person in Shushan has an eagle sword. Why does the Chin Sword Master already have the Chin's human sword? Why is he plotting for my husband's Wangchang Kun sword? However, what Jing Xiao said is not completely unreasonable. Let's make another hexagram to confirm it. Before she turned her sleeves, she grabbed a few copper coins in her hand, then stretched out her palm and took a look. The hexagram was about whether the person Jing Xiao met was the Chin Sword Master, and the answer was yes. So the other party's intuition was right? Did I make a mistake? Thinking of the Chin Sword Master, who actually had the 5 elements divine light and Wangchang Kun sword in his hand, Shili felt her body limp and almost couldn't stand. My husband, could it be that the Chin Sword Master? She barely managed to stand still, and under Zisu's puzzled and irritable gaze, she quickly took out another copper coin to cast a hexagram. Was Luoyang killed by the Chin Sword Master? The result of this hexagram was very strange. Overall, it was chaotic and unsolvable, but it also had a negative meaning. Shili had studied the art for many years, but she had rarely seen such a strange hexagram. After thinking it over, she still felt that at least it confirmed that Luoyang was not killed by her, which was good news. So, did my husband lend the sword to the Chin Sword Master? She rubbed her eyebrows in distress, and only heard Zisu say again. Since Dongyu doesn't know, I'll take my leave. Wait a minute. Shili subconsciously called her to stop, but then she thought, this Jing Xiao is not very smart, has an impatient temperament, and does things rashly. Will it really help if she goes with her to find that 2 people? Maybe it would be faster for her to find them alone. Seeing Shili calling her but not speaking, Zisu was also very annoyed. She stamped her feet and turned around and left in a hurry again. Shili sat in the hall for a while, thinking for a long time, and suddenly asked another hexagram. What is the relationship between the Chin Sword Master and my husband? The hexagram result was chaotic and unclear. Of the Chin Sword Master and my husband together? It was also chaotic and unclear. When did the Chin Sword Master get the Wangchang Kun sword? This time the hexagram suddenly changed and soon gave a result. Shili stood up and her eyes widened slowly. She calculated the time based on the result and found that it was the day when Luoyang and herself explored the Lianqian treasure house in the past. So, that person is actually my husband? No, didn't the previous hexagram say that the person Jing Xiao met was the Chin Sword Master? Shili was upset and wanted to confirm it again, but due to the principle of one hexagram cannot be counted twice, she couldn't throw the coin in her hand. Suddenly, it was as if an electric current passed through her mind, and she suddenly realized. What she had just asked was when the Chin Sword Master got the Wangchang Kun sword, but the result showed that it was when Luoyang and she entered the Lianqian treasure house together. In other words, the Qin Sword Master is the person Jin Xiao met, and most likely also Luo Yan. Luo Yan, my husband, when did he become the Qin Sword Master? Shi Li was silent for a long time, and then asked again. Is the Qin Sword Master Jin Noon? The result of the hexagram was chaos and unclear. She looked at the result of the copper coin, and combined with the various hexagrams in the past, she vaguely realized the problem. She asked again, but changed the question. Is the Qin Sword Master my husband? The answer is affirmative. Shi Li stared for a long time, and suddenly threw all the copper coins in her hand to the ground. Although the copper coin was hard, it couldn't withstand the great force she used, and it was broken into pieces in an instant. After calming down for a long time, she took out 6 copper coins again and asked, "Where is the Qin Sword Master?" This time, she asked not Luo Yan, but the Qin Sword Master, and the hexagram quickly gave the answer. Shi Li stretched out her hand and rubbed her face, thinking that this made sense. In terms of divination, it is very imprecise to use the title "my husband" as the subject. For example, someone wants to calculate his own father, but he does not know that his biological father is someone else. Then is the divination result for the biological father, or the father who raised him? Therefore, a more professional approach is to use the other party's real name or Taoist name as the subject and perform the corresponding divination. However, I don't know how Luo Yan abandoned the Taoist name Jin Noon and even the real name Luo Yan, resulting in Shi Li's divination results for Jin Noon or Luo Yan being chaotic. There is no Luo Yan or Jin Noon in the world, so how can you calculate a person who does not exist? But even if you can give up your name and Taoist name, you can't give up your natal sword and marriage. The former depends on severing the connection with the Qi, which will cause damage to your own Taoist foundation, and the latter requires the two to divorce. There is no doubt that Luo Yan has not done either of these. Therefore, using the title of Qin Sword Master or my husband as the subject has become the only way to locate Luo Yan at present. Shi Li calmed down, then stood up and went out. Senior sister. She found Liang Guohuo and said, I will be out for a few days. You'll temporarily manage Tiangong Fang for me. Luli, you want to go out? Liang Guohuo said worriedly, what should we do at the sect? Although the incident of Luo Yan stealing the fragment of the booty and stone did not have a significant impact in Penglai, it was extremely far-reaching. The business of Tiangong Fan plummeted because of the collective suspicion of the elders of the sect. Could your Tiangong Fan be full of traitors? Of course, Shi Li is the biological daughter of Elder Shi Din, and the possibility of her being a traitor is very small. But 2 traitors have emerged from the sect, and the probability of this happening is not high. But it just happened, who can say for sure? Therefore, the best thing for Tiangong Fang and others is to stay at home and not go out, and try to keep a low profile, so as not to attract more fear and vigilance. However, Shi Li had to go out at this time. If the sect knew about it, he was afraid that someone would take the opportunity to cause trouble. If the sect asks, Shi Li pondered and said, you can say that I found clues to Jin Noon's whereabouts, so I want to go and find out. Is it really okay to say that? Liang Guohuo smiled bigly. No problem. Shi Li nodded, let's say that. She came to the yard, flew into the sky without hesitation, and flew away on the sword. After a few hours, Zhu Yinlian, who came all the way from Kunlin, landed in the yard of Tiangong Fang accompanied by several Penglai monks. She came here to find that Taoist master Dongyu, who was good at divination, to calculate Qiu Chang Tian's whereabouts. After hearing from Shi King that Shi Li had gone out, Zhu Yinlian was a little disappointed, but she still patiently planned to wait here for a few days. In the giant tree secret realm, Chen Yonzhu meditated on the spot, and his mind kept surging with insights. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a restrained divine light flashed in them. Chen Yonzhu has broken through the Baoguang stage of the nascent soul realm and entered the Wuming stage. The Baoguang stage belongs to the lower stage of the nascent soul. The nascent soul in the Danton sits upright, emitting pearl-like precious light all over the body. After being promoted to the Wuming stage, this light became more and more dazzling, illuminating the entire Danton clearly and thoroughly. The corresponding cultivation level naturally increased greatly, and the growth of divine consciousness was even greater. Although it is definitely not as good as a Jin's scan, the range and accuracy of divine consciousness have been improved, which makes Chen Yonzhu feel a little comforted. He turned his eyes for a moment and saw Ah Ling squatting beside him bored, holding her chin with her hands and looking at him in a daze. What's wrong, fellow Taoist? Chen Yonzhu asked. Nothing. Ah Ling waved her hand, you seem to have changed. She certainly would not admit that she had never seen a human cultivator break through, so she was curious and watched from the side.
I have learned a little. Chen Gyonzhou said modestly. Ling hesitated for a moment and said, I don't know much about the situation of cultivators. May I ask what realm the immortal is in now? How did you break through? Chen Gyonzhou knew that she was a demon and didn't know much about the human Jin and Yuning realm, so he asked curiously. After a brief pause, he replied. How should I put it? It's like you were troubled by something for a long time, and suddenly one day you figured it out. It's like a sudden enlightenment, a feeling of enlightenment. Oh, so this is the so-called bottleneck. Ling said thoughtfully. For that cultivation of the demon race, there is no such thing as bottlenecks or state of mind. Their cultivation process is the process of purifying their own blood. Therefore, as long as the blood is noble and pure enough, the cultivation must be a smooth journey. Otherwise, there will be all kinds of difficulties and obstacles. Because of the hidden dangers of defects in her own blood, Ling had to switch between a young girl and a young woman repeatedly in order to cultivate, so she was very yearning and envious of the human way of cultivation. Almost. Chen Gyonzhou replied. Then what are you going to do next? Ling continued to ask, do you want to consolidate your realm? I read in the book that after a breakthrough, practitioners usually have to retreat for a period of time to consolidate their realm. Well. Chen Gyonzhou thought for a moment, I should stay here for a while. Before he finished speaking, he heard a long moan suddenly from a distance. Ordinary cultivators might regard it as the howling of a wild beast, but Chen Gyonzhou had the experience of the Eastern Empire realm after all, and immediately heard that it was the voice command of the Dragon Clan to call their companions, meaning come quickly. As expected, Ling also stood up and said, it's getting late, I should go back. She looked at the rock wall behind her, then climbed up it nimbly, as a thin mountain goat that climbs mountains all year round. Chen Gyonzhou watched from behind, thinking that this disguise was really hard. Why bother climbing the mountain bare-handed just to pretend to be immortal when you can obviously use the Dragon Clan's magical power of flying clouds and mist? But this Longshiaki didn't seem to mind staying here. That's good, so I don't have to do anything to her. Chen Gyonzhou stayed deep underground, while Ling quickly returned to the surface and left the secret realm. At the entrance of the secret realm, she saw the two Donghuangdu elders brought by the headmaster Shiro before, who were blocking the entrance of the valley, and a female monk stood opposite. King Temple, Shiluli. Although the fighting power is not very good, and it has inherited the weak chicken of Penglai King Temple, the opponent is proficient in calculations and comes from the Tiangong workshop of the weapon-making school. It is hard to guarantee that he will not carry some very powerful unknown magic weapons. Therefore, the two elders are also very cautious and did not rashly attack. Dongyu elder from Penglai. Ling frowned and asked. I'm here to find someone. Shiluli said concisely, you get out of the way. The two elders looked at each other for a moment, and then whispered away. Ling. The two of us will hold him back, and you quickly go find the headmaster. Ling responded and was about to leave to find Shio, but heard someone in the distance say, so it's here? As soon as the voice came, Zisu had turned into a sword light and arrived in front of him in an instant. Shiluli was a little surprised, but soon she realized without fortune telling that this Shushan Jinxao elder, because he could not get the answer from her at the time, pretended to say goodbye but did not leave, and secretly followed her. This person was not as stupid as he looked. Shushan Jinxao joined the battlefield, and the two Donghuangdu elders immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy. They quickly sent a secret message to Ling again. Go. Go. This person is not someone you and I can fight against. Go and call the headmaster over. Ling also knew the importance of the matter. Just as she was about to use the cloud-riding mist to escape, she heard Shio's cold voice in the distance. When did our Donghuangdu deserve Shushan and Penglai to join forces to bully us? She flew over from a distance on a sword and looked at Zisu, whose hair was as white as snow. Before she could speak, the flying sword behind her suddenly shot out, and her target was Shiluli next to her. His intention was self-evident, that is, to strike first and get rid of Shiluli, who lacked practical experience, before besieging Zisu at the two elders. Shiluli was startled, and saw the flying sword rushing towards her, but was soon intercepted by a sword light, knocking her out halfway. But Zisu reacted very quickly and blocked the attack for her with the cold sword. She was about to thank him, but she heard Zisu sneer, and then urged the flying sword to quickly fight with Shiro and the other two. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Mundo Fanfic Novelers, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelers. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. we're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1021 Check hard. Chen Gyonzhu was meditating underground, consolidating his state of mind, and gradually fell into a state of neither sadness nor joy, and mysterious. Success does not have to be mine, and success does not have to have me. In order to save this world, they and I have made great sacrifices, but if it were not for us, who could have done it alone? All of this is worth it. As his thoughts gradually became clear, his cultivation increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Outside the secret realm, everyone was already fighting in a group. Zisu fought more and more fiercely. One of the elders of the Donghuangdu was a little careless and was cut off half of his arm by her flying sword. He could only withdraw from the battlefield in embarrassment. The 3-on-2 situation was already a bit sluggish. As one teammate lost his combat power, the Donghuangdu side became more and more unable to suppress it. Xiao had to ink around and tell everyone to prepare for a tactical retreat. So everyone continued to fight for several rounds, and when they saw the opportunity, they used their own secret escape methods and soon ran away. Zisu did not chase him, but just asked Xiaoluli, "He's in there?" Xiaoluli did not answer. She hesitated a little, whether to tell Zisu that the Qin sword master is my husband, but before she could think clearly, Zisu took up his sword and went in, disappearing at the entrance of the secret realm. Xiaoluli pondered for a moment and sorted out her thoughts. First of all, Ling Yunpo is equal to Luo Yan, which means that she and Jiang Xiao are destined to be rivals in love. It seems a bit wrong to say this, because she is the guy's formal marriage, and Jiang Xiao and King Hen, anyway, she has never heard of the Qin sword master and anyone being a Taoist couple. So it is not a relationship of rivals in love, but a relationship between the main wife and the concubine. In this case, as the wife of the main wife, how can she exchange information with the concubine? To put it bluntly, even if Jiang Xiao wants to be a concubine, she has to marry him, offer her tea, and ask her to nod her head before talking. Secondly, I can't beat Jiang Xiao, this is also obvious. After all, Jiang Xiao is also a top-notch existence in the Shushan King sect, where strong men are born. Although I am the wife of the main house, and the other party is an unnamed concubine, at best, she may just have a one-sided love for the Qin sword master, but Jiang Xiao's flying sword is sharp after all, and she has always been unreasonable, so it is difficult to restrict her with this relationship. It can even be speculated that if Jiang Xiao knew the truth, she would probably not want to be a concubine because of her arrogance, and might even kill me. Thinking of this, Xiaoluli has already confirmed that this Zisu was probably an enemy rather than a friend. After all, Luo Yan can no longer be divided, and one of the two will always be out, and they are destined to be unable to coexist with each other. Of course, no matter how you calculate, you still have to find that bastard first and ask the situation clearly. She silently cast a hexagram, looked for a moment, and then stepped into the secret realm. As the sky and the earth turned, she saw towering giant trees and lush flowers and plants around her, which seemed to be a world full of vitality. Such a rich wood spirit! Xiaoluli exclaimed. Yeah. Zisu, who was standing next to her, nodded. She remembered that she had been to this secret realm before, so she asked directly, where is he? If this cave was relatively small, she would definitely search it without saying anything. But the bad thing was that according to her previous memory, she knew that this giant wood secret realm was really vast. If she rashly went forward to look for someone, Ling Yunpo would take the opportunity to go around the entrance and escape, and she might not even find him, so she couldn't walk around rashly. The current location of the bastard. Xiaoluli said, I need to calculate it. What do you mean by that bastard? Zisu raised her eyebrows, very dissatisfied. Even if junior brother is not guilty of 1,000 crimes, I am the only one who can scold him, beat him, and kill him. What right do you have to slander him? Oh, sorry. Xiaoluli said calmly, I want to tell the fortune for the bastard in my family. Jinun. Zisu said irritably, I'm asking about King Feng's location. What does King Feng's location have to do with me? Xiaoluli said in surprise, I'm telling the fortune to find Jinun. As for Elder King Feng of your sect, I can't do anything. Please do as you please. Seeing that she refused to cooperate, Zisu's face became even colder. But she soon realized that since the Qin sword master had mastered Elder Jinun's secret method and flying sword through some means, it meant that the two must have had contact. If she followed the cave to find Jinun, she might be able to ask him about King Feng's whereabouts. Xiaoluli told the fortune again, determined a general direction, and then stepped forward. Zisu followed behind without hesitation. Seeing that Jiang Xiao chose to follow him, Xiaoluli was not surprised.
After all, the other party did not have the ability to tell fortunes, so he had to rely on himself to find someone. Thinking this way, the fear that he had originally felt because of his inferior martial arts strength was almost gone. Deep underground, Chen Yonzhui once again completed the circulation of the key, and suddenly felt something was wrong. Because Ling had been gone for too long, he didn't know what had happened. The previous Dragon Roar meant that there was some kind of emergency, and he needed to call friends to help. The question is, what kind of emergency had happened outside? Thinking that this giant wood secret realm was not safe either, Chen Yonzhui became a little upset, and a bad premonition gradually became stronger. He wondered if it was some lady who came to find him. No, if he stayed here, he would be like a turtle in a jar, which was too unsafe. Thinking of this, Chen Yonzhui immediately flew out on his sword. After leaving the underground and returning to the surface, he saw a sword light coming from a distance. The sword light was light purple, and there were stars in it. If it wasn't Shilili's flying sword, what else could it be? Chen Yonzhui recognized the other party, and his heart skipped a beat. He only heard Shilili say, "Fellow Daoist in front, please stay." "Hello, fellow Daoist." Chen Yonzhui's acting skills have been quickly displayed. He intends to disguise himself as a casual cultivator who is also exploring this secret realm. His face shows 3 parts of surprise, 3 parts of vigilance, and 3 parts of indifference, and he wants Shilili to leave. "I don't know what you want to tell me." Then, he saw another red sword light coming quickly from a distance. This sight almost scared Chen Yonzhui to death. Isn't that the sword light of Senior Sister Anne? When did Senior Sister Anne get together with Lady Luli? Before, one was acting, and the other 2 were acting, so he just fooled them together. However, Senior Sister Anne is now so smart for some reason that she has determined that he is Ling Yunpo, and he can't deceive her at all. In this case, if the smarter Lady Luli saw through it, it would be a hydrogen bomb with an atomic bomb, a double big firecracker. Therefore, Chen Yonzhui turned around without thinking, merged his sword and ran away. Shilili was well prepared, and with a pinch of the Dao formula, countless star sands lying in ambush below immediately rushed into the sky and rolled back towards the fleeing Chen Yonzhui. However, was Chen Yonzhui so easily calculated? He just raised his hand and threw out the Tianu Divine Shuttle, and with a space transfer, he jumped out of the attack circle of the star sand and rushed towards the entrance of the giant tree secret realm. Zisu also reacted quickly, and quickly merged his sword and wanted to chase, but the star sand covered Chen Yonzhui's back, so he could only use the sword light to forcibly break the star sand, and then scan the other party with his spiritual consciousness to confirm the other party's position. This time, he was left behind by Chen Yonzhui again. Chen Yonzhui used all his strength to control the sword and rushed to the entrance of the secret realm. Just as he was about to escape, he suddenly saw countless rivers gushing out around him, and in an instant, he was completely submerged from head to toe. The water of the Tinhe River? No, it was a formation. Chen Yonzhui quickly realized that Shilili had expected that he would run away, so he had set up a formation at the entrance of the secret realm in advance to block his way. Although he was a master of formations, it was not difficult for him to break the formation, but the premise was that he had time. Senior Sister Anne was still chasing him from behind, so how could he have time to stop and break the formation? "A Jin, help me break the formation." He shouted anxiously at first, then reacted and said again to make amends, "Suming." "Master Sword Master." Suming Sword rushed into the endless ocean in front and immediately said, "There is a space restriction here, it is not easy for me to break it." Although Suming Sword is indestructible, it is useless if it is bound by the space restriction and cannot cut the formation weapon. Chen Yonzhui was very angry after hearing this. Isn't this Lily Lady's major in sword forging? When did she study the formation without telling me? Of course, it was impossible for the couple to quarrel now, so he just got angry in his heart, put his hands together, and spit out a huge thunder dragon. Take-Sao Thunder. This Take-Sao Thunder can be like a dragon, and is best at large-scale violent destruction. Wherever it passes, all the water in the Tinhe River is electrolyzed into gas and becomes invisible. Suddenly, there was a click, but it was a formation hidden somewhere. It collapsed after being swept by the Take-Sao Thunder, so the surroundings seemed to be broken. Countless water in the Tinhe River leaked away and disappeared in an instant. Chen Yonzhui was not willing to stay, and decisively flew away on his sword. After only 5 or 6 breaths, Zisu's sword light also chased here and rushed out of the secret realm without stopping. Then Shilili came on his sword and stopped at the entrance of the secret realm. It was not unexpected that the formation she had set up failed to trap that bastard. That bastard is good at the 5 elements divine light.
Unless there are means other than the 5 elements, there is no way to do anything to him. And this array can continuously spray out the water of the Tinha River, which is to use quantity to counter the quality of the 5 elements divine light. It does not seek to completely trap him, but only to delay him for a while. I just didn't expect it to be broken so quickly. She pondered for a while and then made another hexagram. Zhang, why is it thunder magic? According to the hexagram, the bastard did not use the 5 elements divine light to break the array, but some kind of thunder magic weapon or flying sword. Thunder magic is naturally strong and unmatched, and is not afraid of water environment. Therefore, it only needs to sweep a large area to break the array in the array. The speed is naturally faster than the 5-color divine light that relies on 5 elements transformation. But when did that bastard hide it from me and mastered the thunder magic again? Shirley was annoyed, but she also knew that she couldn't quarrel with him, so she could only suppress her anger in her heart and rushed out of the secret realm with the flying sword. After circling around, she saw that Anzisu's sword light had returned. Shirley knew that she must have hit the target in vain, and said, "The other party has too many magical powers, it's not surprising that we can't trap him. If we just chase him blindly without the certainty of being able to capture him, he will just get away again and again. Are you still planning to continue chasing him in vain?" Anzisu remained silent for a long time before asking curiously, "Don't you want to help me find King Feng? Why are you giving me advice now?" Shirley paused when she heard this, and did not explain, but just said, "Don't worry about how I act. If you don't want me to intervene, then I'll leave now." Anzisu raised her eyebrows, feeling a little unhappy, but she also realized that without the magic calculation ability of this elder Dongyu, she could only search the world for her junior brother like looking for a needle in a haystack, which was even more unreliable. So she swallowed her anger and said, "What should I do next? This is like an unfair gamble." Shirley explained, "You don't even know what chips the other party has in his hand, how can you win against him? I need to figure out some things first, and when I am sure, I will come to you naturally. Then how can I believe that you will really come to me at the time?" Anzisu said doubtfully. "You saw it." Shirley said frankly, "With my strength, I am not his opponent. I am good at calculation and weapon making, but I am not good at actual combat. If I don't rely on your strength, even if I find him again, how can I catch him?" "Indeed." Anzisu understood and commented, "With your strength, I'm afraid that he will kill you in one encounter." "That bastard is reluctant to kill me." Shirley suppressed his complaints and said patiently, "You need my calculation ability, and I need your swordsmanship. We are mutually beneficial. Of course, it is limited to before finding that bastard." She added silently in her heart, "Okay." Anzisu replied coldly, "Then go do your thing. Come find me when you're done." "What about you?" Shirley asked. "I'm going to find him," Anzisu replied. Although she has no arithmetic skills, she would rather wander around the world and wait for that strange intuition to appear again than stay in Shushan and wait. Shirley saw that she was determined, so she didn't stop her, but just said goodbye and left. It had been several days since she returned to the East China Sea from Xiangxi and arrived in Penglai. As soon as she landed at Tiangongfang, Shirley learned that Elder Cunning from Kunlun had been waiting for her here for several days. "Why did you come to visit?" Shirley asked calmly. "It is said that she came to ask for a fortune." Liang Ruoho replied. "Ask for a fortune?" Shirley rubbed her eyebrows. "Because she is good at arithmetic, she often has fellow Taoists come to ask for a fortune. If she accepts everyone's request, then there is no need to forge swords. She can use the 12 hours a day to set up a stall and throw copper coins. Not to mention, she was busy investigating that bastard's background, so how could she have time to do favors? But she had also heard of Qiying's name. It was said that she was the successor to Kunlun's next headmaster after Chang Zhen left. It seemed that she was not easy to offend, so she had to think carefully. Speaking of which, at the same time as that bastard betrayed the sect, the Qin sword master of Shushan left the sect and his whereabouts were unknown. Kunlun also announced that Chang Zhen had left the sect to set up his own sect. Why did it seem like all the heroes of the Orthodox sect had problems at the same time? Chapter 1022. So there is more than one, right? After returning to Tiangongfang, Shirley received Zhu Yingyuan. It was heard that this Phoenix Fairy not only became a Taoist couple with Chang Zhen, but also had a deep relationship with him. At the time, Chang Zhen was going to be the head of cunning, which was known to the whole cultivation world. The head was a first-grade golden elixir, and the head's wife was a second-grade golden elixir. Everyone exclaimed that Kunlun was simply invincible. Who knew that suddenly one day, Kunlun announced that Chan Zheng would leave the sect and set up his own sect, which greatly surprised all the forces. In terms of Chan Zheng's importance, if he really wanted to leave the sect and set up his own sect, Kunlun would have to keep him even if he had to beg and lick, but Kunlun's attitude was too weird, giving people the feeling of peaceful divorce and mutual understanding, and everyone was confused. There were also rumors claiming that Chan Zheng did not go out to establish a sect, but rebelled. This statement was even more incredible, just as outrageous as the prince did not want to be the emperor and rebelled against the court. Shili was not interested in Kunlun's affairs at first. After all, the entire Tiangong workshop was in a mess because of Jinun's defection. But now she calmed down and thought about the strangeness of it. The more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. She carefully looked at the elder Cunning opposite her. Although she was dressed in white, without pearls or makeup, she had a kind of extraordinary and breathtaking beauty that amazed Shili. Zhu Yingyan was also examining Shili, thinking that since Dongyu had formed a Taoist partner, the whole person had matured rapidly, and was completely different from the unruly and coquettish look before. After adjusting her mood for a moment, Shili slowly asked, "Qindying came from afar, do you want me to calculate the whereabouts of Chan Zheng?" "Yes." Zhu Yingyan nodded and said, "Can I ask for a divination?" Shili remained calm and threw out a copper coin. Sure enough, when it came to Qiu Chang Tian, the divination result was chaos. This gave Shili an instinctive, bad premonition, but she remained calm and asked Zhu Yingyan, "Chan Zheng, does he have other identities?" "What is other identities?" Zhu Yingyan didn't understand at first, but she was very smart and soon guessed part of the truth. "You mean, his real identity is not Qiu Chang Tian, so the divination can't tell it?" Shili was hesitating whether to tell her, but she didn't expect that the other party was so sharp and guessed the result directly. Thinking that Qiu Chang Tian might be the same as Qin Sword Master, thinking of this, she became upset and didn't even bother to answer Zhu Yingyan's question. Seeing that she was silent, Zhu Yingyan frowned and said, "I really don't know what other identities he has. If we used Qindying Taoist companion to check, can we find it?" "It's hard to say," Shili said perfunctorily, and cast a divination casually. "Qindying's Taoist companion and my husband, are they the same person?" "What do you mean?" Zhu Yingyan stared at the copper plate. "I can't figure it out." Shili put the copper coin back into his sleeve, brushed the hair on his face behind his ear, and said slowly, "According to my speculation, he should have had another identity before he became Qiu Chang Tian, do you understand? The target of the divination depends on the target's inner cognition and who he thinks he is. And now, Chan Zheng has obviously abandoned this identity and no longer thinks of himself as Chan Zheng, so the name Chan Zheng has cut off the possibility of pursuit." "What do you mean?" Zhu Yingyan's face looked grim. "He thinks I am Chan Zheng's Taoist partner, but he is no longer Chan Zheng, so the relationship between me and him is over. So Qindying Taoist partner can't be calculated. I think there should be only this one answer," Shili said calmly. Zhu Yingyan was stunned, and for a moment he felt that his Tao heart was shaken. "Yingyan, calm down, Yingyan!" Fen Lan shouted in the sea of consciousness, finally awakening her from her state of madness. "These speculations are just one-sided word from this Dongyu, and may not be credible." "That's it," Zhu Yingyan said repeatedly as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. "When we met in Beijing before, if he really broke off the friendship with me, he should have slipped away without any scruples. Why did he lie to me so much? It's obvious that he didn't want me to be sad after knowing the truth. Senior brother still has me in his heart." Fen Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that her Tao heart was stable again. In fact, for Fen Lan, it can only prove that the other party felt guilty, not that he was still in love, but Zhu Yingyan obviously couldn't accept this matter, so she couldn't bring it up, so she could only play dumb. In addition, apart from the inaccuracy of the calculation itself, is there a possibility that this Dongyu elder is lying? Fen Lan keenly noticed that the other party never explained it directly, but deliberately induced Zhu Yingyan to think in this direction, and then said, "I think it should be, but is it really true? If not, she could have excused herself later." This statement, which clearly left a way out for herself, made it hard for people to believe the truth in her words. Forget it. Now that Zhu Yingyan's heart was shaken, let her calm down first. After saying goodbye to Shili, Zhu Yingyan left Penglai and wandered aimlessly in the East China Sea. "What are you going to do next?" Fen Lan asked. "I don't know." Zhu Yingyan shook her head blankly. "I should continue to look for him." Her eyes soon became firm again. In any case, unless my senior brother explains it in person in front of me, I will never believe that he would be so ruthless. Even though she had experienced a major change in her life, the stubbornness and determination in Zhu Yingyan's character had never changed from beginning to end. Zhu Yingyan returned to Kunlun to recuperate, so let's not talk about it for now. Shili sent her away, and then sat in the hall, motionless. Liang Ruohuan Shiking came over to call her several times, but she refused and perfunctorily responded. She only felt that she was absent-minded at this time, and didn't know what was going on. Shili sat there all night. The next morning, Shiking went outside to get a basin of hot water and brought it over for her to wash her face and wake her up. After using the towel, Shili finally regained some spirit and said, "Shiking," somehow, her voice seemed to tremble. "What's wrong?" Shiking asked hurriedly. "Go." Shili's lips trembled for a moment, and she uttered the words with difficulty, "Go to my bedroom and burn all those daily necessities, burn them all." Shiking asked in surprise, "But, don't we have my senior brothers? I asked you to burn them all." Shili pressed her face with her hand in pain and said hoarsely, "Just pretend that he has never come to Tiangong to worship." Shiking didn't understand why, but thought that she was desperate because she couldn't find Jinun and gave up on herself. She was also worried that she would regret it later, so she went to her room quietly and collected all her bedding, clothes and other personal belongings, but did not cast a spell to burn them, but moved them to the room in the backyard where miscellaneous items were piled up and hid them. I'm not in a good mood today, and the tension in my writing is also not good. I will write more first. Chapter 1023 Fox Loading Donghuang Realm, Zhongzhou. The war between the princes that lasted for hundreds of years has now reached a white-hot state. Bizhou, which had always been in a weak position and was beaten, and Nanzhou, which had been licking its wounds silently, immediately became majestic after the Dongzhou dragon clan joined. Zhongzhou, located in the hinterland of the continent and surrounded by 3 lines, was the first to bear the brunt and was soon defeated. It was only with the continuous support of Shizhou that it was able to retreat step by step. However, the pressure inside Shizhou was also great. In the past wars between the princes, the White Tiger of Shizhou and the Kulin of Zhongzhou attacked the Yu clan of Nanzhou in the early stage, and attacked the Kung clan of Bizhou in the later stage. It was basically a 2-on-1 situation. The reason is that Nanzhou and Bizhou are too far apart and lack sufficient trust in each other, so they have never established a deep alliance. The Dongzhou Dragon clan, which meets these conditions, often sways neutrality and tries to avoid standing in line and expressing their opinions because of the speculation and inaction of the Kanglong ancestor. This world situation was originally very favorable to Shizhou, until Dongzhou suddenly broke the norm and took the initiative to form an alliance with Bizhou and Nanzhou, and declared war on Zhongzhou, and the good days were over. With Dongzhou's participation in the war, not only did the strength of the two camps tilt instantly, but the many defects of the alliance between Bizhou and Nanzhou were also made up, and Dongzhou's retreat was natural. There were many knowledgeable people in Shizhou, and they soon pointed out that it was impossible to win with 2 against 3, and it was right to jump ship in time to save their lives. The White Tiger clan did not express its opinion on this, but Dongzhou was soon infiltrated and invaded by a large number of assassins, and sometimes even hundreds of assassinations occurred in a month. The target of the assassination was undoubtedly the key figure who facilitated the alliance between Bizhou, Nanzhou, and Dongzhou, Longhu. Dongzhou was also very troubled by this, because the monks themselves had many secret means, and it was almost impossible to deploy targeted defenses, but Longhu quickly gave instructions. It doesn't matter, it's all the same. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that as long as Dragon Fox survives and the 3 states continue to siege, sooner or later one of the western and central states will have to surrender first. Either the central state cannot bear the pressure of the war, or the surrendered faction in the western state has the upper hand. Anyway, whoever surrenders first will suffer less loss, and time is on the side of the coalition of the 3 states. The reason why Dragon Fox was able to persuade the eastern state was that the conditions he offered were very simple. The dragons of the world are one family. In the past, the Black Tortoise supported the Kulin to take the throne, and how much political benefits it gained. I guarantee that the Jialong can give Kanglong no less than this. The same reason as the northern state supporting Kulin Prince Qiuan, the Kanglong ancestor soon realized that the Jialong clan had an orthodox status, but the overall strength was too lacking. Therefore, even if they succeeded in driving Kulin away and taking charge of the imperial capital, the subsequent power field would inevitably require the help of the eastern state Kanglong. The dragons of the world are one family. This is really a wonderful statement. I didn't expect that you, Dragon Fox, were still an ignorant girl in the past, but now you can be so mature and wise. By the way, where is Long Long? Long Long stayed in behind Fanyan to guard the rear. Long Yu smiled and replied, and the ancestor Kang Long did not doubt him and directly decided to let the Dragon Clan join the war. Now it is profitable for the Dragon Clan to join the war. Xuan joins the war to protect itself, and Thu now has a deep grudge with Kalin and is unwilling to let Thong Zhao win, so all three parties have a strong motivation to promote the war. But, what about in the future? If Bi Zhao catches his breath and the hatred of Nan Zhao disappears, will he still be willing to follow Dong Zhao to continue? In the bedroom late at night, Long Yu sat at the desk and continued to read the war plan, and she didn't feel sleepy for a long time. Suddenly, she turned her head as if she had realized something and looked behind her. The bedroom was empty, and there was no one except herself. It must be an illusion. After all, now she is the princess of the last descendant of the Jialong, and it is impossible for anyone to enter her bedroom. And the man who really treated her as a girl, who would break in without knocking to scare her, play with her, hug her and kiss her, has also left her completely and forever. There was a faint pain in her heart, and the Dragon Fox's tail swept behind that chair, as if it wanted to find something to wrap around, but soon it drooped down weakly. Let's watch for a while. She rubbed the corners of her eyes, forced down the grief in her heart, and continued to review the mini intelligence on politics, war and diplomacy. The world of cultivation. Chen Yonzhou left Xiangxi and hurriedly headed south until he reached the long and hot coastline, and then he carefully stopped the sword light. Are there any pursuers? It seems not. If He Jin was here, how could he not even judge whether there were pursuers? Thinking of this, and seeing that the world was vast and there was no place for him, Chen Yonzhou couldn't help crying. If meeting junior sisters Yu in Beijing was just a coincidence, then running into senior sister in Nanjing, meeting Shilili in Xiangxi, and being discovered 3 times in a row, obviously can no longer be explained by coincidence. Someone must have done something to me. As for the suspects, it is nothing more than the assuming sword and the Kunlun mirror. There is no other possibility. Chen Yonzhou thought for a moment, then turned the sword light and flew south. The sword light crossed the vast ocean and finally landed on an island somewhere. This island looks inconspicuous, but in fact, there are mysteries under the soil, which is occupied by a large area of black ice. Even if it is a cultivator, touching these black ices will cause the body to gradually freeze, and the true essence will not work, since the demons will also be affected in the same way. Most of them are used by those cultivators who have gone astray to seal themselves and prolong their lives. Chen Yonzhou followed the route in his memory and found the sword master. The old man in black sat cross-legged without opening his eyes, and said, "Boy, your sword is interesting. The sword light is majestic and brilliant, but I have never seen a flying sword that can compare with it in my life. This is the Qin's human sword, how can it not be powerful?" Chen Yonzhou thought to himself but said, "I heard that you were in seclusion here, so I came to visit you." "I heard." The old man in black asked leisurely, "Who told you?" "Senior, you don't have to ask who it was." Chen Yonzhou replied, "If I had any ill will towards you, I would have done it by now." "Humph." The old man in black snorted with disdain, but he soon realized with his spiritual sense that this person's strength was so high that he had almost no rivals in the nascent soul realm, so he slowed down his tone and said, "Then what did you do all the way across the South China Sea to find me?" Chen Yonzhou was silent for a moment, then said, "I suspect that someone has tampered with my body. It should be some kind of magic that can allow someone to locate me at any time. I hope you can help me." "Hey." The old man in black laughed. "Location? It can't be magic. I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't provoke those masters of magic. Every one of them is good at playing tricks and schemes. When the time comes, you won't even know why you died. Is there no way to block the magic calculation method?" Chen Yonzhou said unwillingly. "Of course there is." The old man in black laughed. "As long as you also master the magic calculation, use the same method to cover up your own secrets, you will not be completely helpless. If I knew the magic calculation method, why would I come to ask for help from the senior?" Chen Yonzhou said disappointedly. "If you don't know the magic calculation, it will be difficult." The old man in black said leisurely. Chen Yonzhou keenly heard that the other party said difficult instead of impossible, and seeing that the old man kept silent, he took out a book tactfully and said, "Junior accidentally got a book in the past, please take a look at it." This book was obtained from the storage back at the kind-hearted dragon ancestor in the Shen and Gjie secret realm in that past. It records many secret methods to calm the mind and consolidate the heart of Tao.
Luo Yan flicked through it briefly and knew that this thing was for various situations such as obsession, mental damage, and unstable state of mind. He also immediately thought of the ancient swordsman trapped on the isolated island who might need it. However, when he originally appeared as Ling Yunpo, the attitude of this master towards him was so bad that he didn't want to do such a thankless task at all. Now that he has completely abandoned the identity of Ling Yunpo and appeared in the real body of Cheng Yuanzhu, the old man opposite did not recognize him, and his expression and attitude did not show any hostility, so he planned to use this book to see if he could exchange it for some key information. The old man in black humped, and his body still did not move. However, the book in Cheng Yuanzhu's hand was pulled by an invisible force and slowly flew in front of him. The pages began to move without wind for him to read. After a while, the old man in black was amazed and said, "There is such a strange method in the world. However, I have seen many routines in it, and it seems that the Dragon Clan has its handicraft in it. I'm afraid that this scripture of yours was taken from the demons. And considering its corresponding rank, it must be a relic of the ancient demon clan." Not bad, not bad. At this point, the old man in black suddenly said, "Although this book is useful to me, I really don't know how to use magic, so I can't completely solve your problem. But I do know a secret cave, which is the site of an ancient human sect. There are prohibitions that can block magic. If you hide in that secret realm, you won't be afraid of your enemies using magic to hunt you down, but this can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause, so you should take the book back." Cheng Yuanzhu sneered in his heart. "You have finished reading this book, what's the difference between giving it to you directly? It's useless if I take it back. I'm very grateful to you for telling me the location of the secret realm." Since the other party wanted to save face, he was of course happy to be a good person. "I will give this book to you as a reward." The old man in black was very satisfied with his understanding and said, "It's a coincidence that the secret realm is in the South China Sea. To find the secret realm and hide in it, you need to continue flying southward for more than 800 miles, and you will encounter a deep sea eye, chapter 1024 blocking the door. Because of Wei Dongliu's sudden disappearance, the war between the six parts of the demon cult and the orthodox cult was almost anticlimactic and soon disappeared without a trace. As the object of anger, the Fanxingdu soon became the target of public criticism and was publicly asked by the Engido to give an explanation. The Fanxingdu was also confused because the sect leader Wei Dongliu seemed to have disappeared overnight and could no longer be contacted. After the deputy sect leader Jianglin returned to the sect, he presided over government affairs for a few days, then announced that he would go out to find the whereabouts of the sect leader, and then left Mount Watai. The power of the sect fell into the hands of Wei Dongliu's eldest disciple Guo Jin. Because he was only in the Jindan realm, many elders were not very convinced, but because of Jianglin's power, they had to pinch their noses and accept it. Some elders also gathered more than a dozen people and went to the top of Thongtai Peak to complain to the Bloodsea ancestor. It would have been better if they didn't go. Once they went, they were shocked to find that the body of the Bloodsea ancestor sitting under the high rock had really become like a dead tree at this time, and there was no vitality at all. The sudden death of the sect's immortal was a huge blow to the mortals. It stands to reason that such a thing must be concealed for as long as possible, but there were more than a dozen people who witnessed the immortal's body at the time, so how could it be concealed? That night, a riot broke out in the sect, and two elders tried to attack the Dharma Hall to rob the scriptures and secrets. As a result, a flying yaksha hid in the hall at some point and killed the two elders and all the disciples. When Jianglin came back, he learned that the Bloodsea ancestor was dead, and he just sneered. That old thing got it for free. Hearing the master's wife's sharp comments on the immortal, Guo Jin and Wang Jun were sweating profusely and dared not speak. Fission Yaksha said earnestly, "That's right. This sect guarding immortal is so arrogant, ordering his master to do this and that all day long. He should have died long ago." Humph. Jianglin was too lazy to explain the relationship between the Helder and the Bloodsea Patriarch, and just coldly ordered, "Guo Jin, you'll temporarily serve as the leader of the mortal dojo, and Wang Jun will be the deputy leader to assist you. As for you," she looked at Fission Yaksha, "use your 9 heavens and 10 earths soul-searching technique to find someone for me." "Who does the mistress want to find?" Fission Yaksha said embarrassedly, "Although my Yaksha secret technique can find people by relying on the aura, it must have contacted the person in advance. I want to find your master." Jianglin said fiercely. "Master?" Fission Yaksha instinctively realized that there must be some friction between the mistress and the master, and it was a serious one. In his early years, he was in awe of his master's unfathomable strength, but now he knows that the mistress's strength is even more terrifying.
If the mistress and the master really fight, which side should he stand on? If he stands on the master's side, he will be beaten to death by the mistress. But if he stands on the mistress's side, the master has the key object that controls his life in his hand, and he can make himself live a life worse than death at any time. It's really troublesome. Can you not involve me, an innocent yaksha, in your own fight? Not to mention the entanglement in Fish and Yaksha's heart, Jiangli sat down on the throne of the headmaster with resentment. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He wanted to find his husband and cut him into pieces. He said he would take me to meet his parents, but he asked me to deal with the leader of the hell. I fought hard over there, but you sneaked away and left me alone in the depths of hell. Even after I finished fighting, I didn't react and searched for you everywhere. Don't let me catch you, or you will suffer the consequences. At this time, Jiangli, not knowing that Wei Donliu's real target was the fragment of the booty and stone, had not yet realized the seriousness of the incident. She only thought that her husband had annoyed her and ran away from home, and she was thinking about how to deal with him when he came back. As for Cheng Yuanzhu, who was in the South China Sea, he didn't know that he had just escaped a disaster. He just followed the route provided by the old man in black and flew forward on the vast South China Sea. It is said that the secret realm was built by an ancient sect called Yuting men. The term Yuting specifically refers to the stage of cultivating the Yuning realm to the great perfection in Taoism, and can be transformed into an immortal at any time. Therefore, this sect dared to use the name Yuting, which shows its heyday. It is said that south of the Yangtze River, no matter what famous mountains and rivers, the fairy flowers and spiritual herbs are occupied by the Yuting men, and the scattered cultivators in Shenzhou cannot collect them privately. Such a prominent super-large sect was ultimately no match for the power of the long river of history. Later, it split into 8 large sects, and the Taoist tradition was gradually lost. After flying for several days, Chen Yuanzhu finally reached the depths of the sea. The seawater within the sea was deeper and bluer than the surrounding seas. Chen Yuanzhu dived into the seabed and searched around for a while, and found that except for the color of the water, the sea was no different from the seawater in other places. According to the old man in black, he only knew that the entrance to the sect was related to the sea here, but how to get in was an internal secret of the Yuting sect, and no one knew it. If Arjun was still there, he could ask her to help scan, but now he can only rely on himself. It took about half a day for Chen Yuanzhu to make a formation device to test the distribution and flow of the surrounding spiritual energy. After operating the formation, he soon found that there was no spiritual energy around the sea. The spiritual energy of the world in this cultivation world basically originated from the spiritual vein source of the Western Plateau. Therefore, in low-lying areas such as the South China Sea and the East China Sea, especially in the sea without islands, the spiritual energy is relatively thin. But such a place without a trace of spiritual energy could not be formed naturally. There must be some restriction that absorbs the spiritual energy nearby. Chen Yuanzhu thought for a moment and then dived into the seabed again. As far as he knew, the distribution of spiritual energy on the island was similar to that of the mountains, and both extended from the underground spiritual veins. Therefore, he spent another whole night exploring the distribution of the nearby seabed spiritual veins, and finally found that the flow of the spiritual veins was strangely cut off in a rift valley. Continuing to dive deep along the rift valley, he soon reached its bottom, but judging from the trend of the spiritual veins, the location where the spiritual veins were cut off should still be below. Chen Yuanzhu put his palms together, and then urged the 5 elements divine light to dig quickly towards the seabed. After digging nearly 100 feet deep, they still couldn't find the whereabouts of the disappeared spiritual vein. They only heard Suman Jian suddenly say, "I think this is a cover-up." Yeah. Chen Yuanzhu thought for a moment, indeed. Surveying the spiritual vein does not require much attainment or skill. Any cultivator who investigates will find that there is no spiritual energy here, and naturally they will think of investigating along the direction of the spiritual vein. In other words, from the perspective of Yuting men, this flaw may not be left, so it can only be explained by a cover-up. He returned to the surface of the sea, looked at the azure sea below, and sighed. If K. Jin was here, he could still detect the spatial fluctuations, but now it's just you and me, we can't do anything. Not necessarily. Suman Jian said, doesn't the Sword Master have the Tianu Divine Shuttle that can break the spatial barrier? To break the spatial barrier, you have to know where to hit. Chen Yuanzhu sighed and said, after all, you still have to locate the location of the cave, otherwise it's no different from wandering around. He took out the Tianu Shuttle, injected his true essence into it, and then activated it directly. Sure enough, the tadpole pattern on the surface of the Tianu shuttle lit up, but it did not jump successfully. There were no available, clear jumping coordinates. After staying on the sea for a long time, Chen Yuanzhu, who was helpless, racked his brains and finally came up with a method. First, the Yutingman's cave is most likely hidden in a space somewhere nearby. Secondly, if the specific spatial coordinates of the cave cannot be explored, even if there is a Tianu shuttle that can achieve space jumps, it is impossible to accurately enter the cave. In other words, a method that can jump over without coordinates is needed, that is, the so-called irregular directional transmission. Speaking of this, can't we use the one-way water veins divine travel formation? This is a vast ocean, and there are no islands. All seawater is interconnected, so it can be regarded as the same water body. Using the one-way water veins divine travel formation, you can jump to another water body that is not connected to the sea. As long as there is water in the Yutingman cave, it is likely that you can jump over. So Chen Yuanzhu spent several days to set up the formation, and then injected his true essence to activate it. Soon, his figure disappeared from the original place. After about half a day, Shili also arrived here on a flying sword. The previous divination results should point to the location of the seer here. But she couldn't get any results after a few more divinations. It's not chaos without a target, but a feeling of being blocked, as if a master of divination is covering for the other party. No, if there is really a master of divination, he should have helped him long ago. Why wait until his identity is exposed before helping? The higher probability is that he ran into a cave, and the cave itself has a ban that blocks divination. Looking at the deep sea below, Shili became more and more convinced of this. She soon noticed the lack of spiritual energy around her, so she began to search along the spiritual veins, and naturally, like Chen Yuanzhu, she didn't get anything. After hesitating for a long time, Shili finally sent a message on the flying sword to find Nzisu of Shushan to see if she would have any solution. After receiving the letter, Nzisu quickly flew here on a sword. After listening to Shili's words, she frowned and said, "What kind of secret cave realm can be hidden in this vast ocean?" Shili said patiently, "If you have any space-related means, just try it out. If you don't believe me, go back by yourself." Although Nzisu was confused, she saw that Shili was too lazy to explain, so she had no choice but to continue tinkering with her. After working for several days, nothing was achieved. Shili was still studying the problem of the severance of spiritual veins, but Nzisu became impatient. She remembered that her master who had gone astray and was lingering on seemed to be nearby, so she planned to visit him and ask about the secret cave realm in the South China Sea. Chapter 1025. Three Heroes Gathering. As the world spun, Chen Yuanzhu came to a cave. Although this place was in the deep sea, the heavy seawater was separated by a huge hemispherical shield above his head. The spherical shield was glowing with a faint golden light, and countless tadpole characters were flowing on it, like a miniature sky barrier. And inside the sky barrier was an extremely spectacular huge city consisting of tens of thousands of houses. Chen Yuanzhu was amazed and said to Suman Jian. The senior said that Yuting sect was once very prosperous. I couldn't understand it, but now I see it with my own eyes. This huge city can accommodate millions of people. Suman Jian said puzzledly, no matter how prominent Yuting sect is there really a million cultivators? Of course it's impossible. Chen Yuanzhu said with a smile, Yuting sect should have accommodated the children and descendants of the sect cultivators in this cave world. Those without talent will be treated as civilians and reproduce in this world. Those with talent will be admitted to the sect after being found out. If the sect cultivators are compared to immortals, then this cave world is the earthly kingdom of God of Yuting sect. Suman Jian was shocked and immediately understood the meaning of the so-called earthly kingdom of God. Even in the current Kunlun-Shu mounting, although cultivators and mortals have not cut off contact, they don't have much intersection overall. For example, in the market near the peaks of Shushan mounting, although there are monks who go there to buy things, most of them just leave after buying. What does it have to do with ordinary people? However, based on Chen Yuanzhu's description, Suman Jian quickly thought of such a scene. In a city with a population of 1 million, there are a large number of ordinary people, while a small number of monks are like princes and nobles, and they are worshipped by the surrounding people when they go out every day. Every once in a while, a grand selection ceremony is held, and ordinary people are asked to bring their children to the sect, and the master of the sect is responsible for testing their talent for cultivation. Those with talent will join the sect, and the whole family will be excited. Those without talent will be dejected and leave silently. It's really interesting. Suman Jian commented. Do you think that the cave structure of this Yuting gate is very similar to a world we have experienced before? Chen Gyonzhu suddenly thought about it. You mean, Jin'an Temple? Su Mingjian reacted. Yeah. Chen Gyonzhu nodded and said, the sects need civilians to produce resources, but they don't need to feed these civilians themselves. Wouldn't it be better to let them be self-reliant outside the cave? Could it be because the entrance to the Yuting sect's cave is located in the ocean, and civilians can't survive in the ocean? Su Mingjian guessed, if you live on the coast of Shenzhou, you have to go deep into the ocean to transport supplies, which is too difficult, so just keep the civilians in the cave world. What you said is like going out to buy dumplings because there is a dish of vinegar at home. Chen Gyonzhu laughed, since this is inconvenient and that is inconvenient, why set up the cave in the ocean? The only explanation is that the Yuting sect needs to keep its sect base strictly confidential. It is so strict that in order to prevent civilians who come and go from the sect from leaking information, they would rather keep them in this cave. The sky barrier above our heads can even block magic calculations. I think it is also for the need for confidentiality. There is no point in saying more, and we will know when we go over there. Hey, didn't the sword master say that we came to this cave just to avoid disaster? Su Mingjian said teasingly. That's right. Chen Gyonzhu laughed, but the ruins here are so strange, how can we not find out clearly? What if there is a treasure in it? Am I not the greatest treasure in the world? Su Mingjian said angrily, what treasure can compare to my #1 sword in the world? Okay, then I'm going to kill time. Chen Gyonzhu changed his words skillfully, thinking that Arjun had already left, and Su Min couldn't be angry again. Outside the cave, above the sea, Shili had already begun to set up the formation. Her knowledge of formations was just a beginner, and she was not proficient, but fortunately, in order to cooperate with the calculation, most of the formations she learned were some exploration-type formations, and now she can also set them up in a decent manner. After checking the environment for a long time, there was still no gain. Shili stood on the sea with a gloomy face, and at first she was still silently thinking about how to crack the entrance to the secret realm. I don't know why, but I started thinking about how to torture Luo Yan and force him to tell the truth. Recently, in order to forge the flying sword, a cellar was dug to the Tiangong workshop. After catching that bastard, why not lock him up in the basement? Of course, this is not for torture and venting, but mainly to protect his safety. After all, Kumling Qiming and Shushan Jingxiao are not good people. If they knew that he had multiple wives and played tricks on time management, they would definitely not be as easy to talk to as I am. Most likely they would cut him into pieces. If we lock him up in the cellar, as long as we can hide it from the sect, we don't have to worry about his whereabouts being leaked to the outside world. Of course, there may be more than just Qiming and Jingxiao involved. There may be other female fairies, female demons, etc. We must ask them carefully and be on guard against them. If my husband is unwilling to tell the truth, then as a wife, I can only use some means. After all, this is all for his good. If those evil men come to my house, how can I protect my husband with my humble and weak strength? That's why I can only let my husband live in the cellar temporarily and protect him. I think you will not blame me. Shili was thinking about it, and suddenly saw Nzisu's sword light coming from a distance, saying, this is the cave site of the ancient Yuting sect. Jin Noon, who you are looking for, must have gone to the Yuting sect. Yuting sect? Shili searched in her memory for a moment, making sure that she had never heard of it. Yes, it is a sect from a long time ago. Nzisu emphasized, and it has been cut off from the orthodoxy for a long time. These two sentences are nonsense. Since it is in ancient times, it must be a long time ago. If it has not been cut off from the orthodoxy, it is impossible to be unknown now. Shili was impatient, knowing that Jing Xiao was too honest and straightforward, saying whatever he thought, without thinking about the effectiveness and simplicity of information communication, so she said, where did you hear it from? How reliable is the news? This is what one of my seniors said, how can it be false? Nzisu said unhappily. Senior? Shili calculated in her mind. She quickly recalled the speed of Nzisu's sword light and the length of time it had been away, and then calculated the approximate distance range, and knew that the senior could not be in Shushan, or even in Shenzhou, but also in the depths of the South China Sea. Living on an island. After secretly noting down this information, Shili asked again, did the senior tell me how to enter the secret realm of the Yuting sect? Because the time is too long ago, the senior is not very sure. Nzisu shook his head and said, but I heard that there is a reef deep in the sea. In the past, when the Uting sect monks returned here, they would dive into the seabed and enter the rift, so the entrance to the secret realm must be inside. If Chen Yonzhu were here, he would definitely scold the old man in black for not keeping his word. Not only did he hide the information from him, but he also revealed it all when he met Nzisu. However, he didn't know that the old man in black had been unhappy with Ling Yunpo before. He was a willful person who was easy to like and pay attention to the first impression. Although he didn't connect Chen Yonzhu with Ling Yunpo, he still had some instincts to dislike him, so he was too lazy to talk to him. Rift, Shili also reacted. There was no spiritual energy nearby, and the spiritual vein extended to a rift somewhere on the seabed, as if it was cut off by a knife. Perhaps it was nearby. Well, that's not right. The traces of spiritual energy being cut off are so obvious. If I were the head of Uting sect, I would definitely not set the entrance there, otherwise it would attract attention. But if it is set in other places in the rift, it is possible. After all, the water pressure in the deep seabed is too high. Not to mention vegetation, there is not even a fish. There is fine sand and soil everywhere, and it is difficult for our monks to distinguish the direction. Only the rift has obvious ups and downs, which can be used to hide the entrance. Thinking of this, she quickly cast a hexagram to verify her judgment. What do you say? Nzisu asked curiously. Shili glanced at her and began to think about countermeasures. If there is danger in the secret realm of Uting sect, Jing Xiao can be brought with her and use her force. But if there is no danger, then before finding that bastard, you have to find a way to get rid of him. Otherwise, if she sees that bastard, she will definitely not give up. Fortunately, I know it in secret, but she knows it in the open. She doesn't even know that the bastard is the same person as the Chin Sword Master. Maybe I can use this to create an information gap later. What did you say? Nzisu urged. It's hard to say. Shili shook her head. I'll go down and take a look first. Seeing her playing tricks again, Nzisu felt unhappy. Although she didn't know that Shili was her love rival, senior sister Am, as a straightforward person, of course, prefers the straightforward character of the same thing. As for Shili's style of having something to say, hiding one point, and leaving one point for you to think about, she was so displeased that she wanted to put a sword on the other's neck and let him answer whatever he asked. He said everything in a breath, and then he was satisfied. If it weren't for finding my junior brother, how could I be willing to deal with such a person? Thinking of Ling Yunpo, she also reluctantly suppressed her annoyance. Just as she was about to follow him silently, she suddenly heard a long cry in the distance. Turning his head, he saw a fairy in white riding a sword. It was the elder cunning, the phoenix fairy. You are? Nzisu frowned and asked, feeling uncomfortable subconsciously, although he couldn't tell why. Cunning. Zhu Yingyan simply bowed. Meet the elder Jing Xiao of Shushan. Yes, he had indeed met her. Nzisu returned the greeting coldly and was about to turn around to look for Shili when he heard Zhu Yingyan ask again. What business does Jing Xiao have here? Nzisu subconsciously wanted to say what's it to you? But felt that it was too aggressive. After all, Qin did not show any malice, so he suppressed his emotions and replied. I'm looking for someone. Oh, what a coincidence. Zhu Yingyan smiled politely and said, I'm also looking for someone, but it's Elder Dongyu from Pengliu King Temple. May I ask if you have ever seen Jing Xiao? Hearing that they were looking for Shili, Nzisu breathed a sigh of relief for some reason and replied subconsciously. She is at the bottom of the sea. I was just about to look for her, but if you have something to do with her, you have to wait until I finish my business here. That's of course fine. Zhu Yingyan thought that after all, it was first come first served, so it would be okay to wait. However, since Dongyu had not told me the truth before, why was he willing to help you, Jing Xiao, find someone? We're both looking for someone, so why are you partial to one over the other? If I had not come to Pengliu again and happened to see you leaving Yu King Temple, I would not even know about this. It is said that Jing Xiao is simple-minded and speaks his mind. Before meeting Dongyu, I'd better test him first. Nzisu flew into the seabed on his sword, and Zhu Yingyan followed closely behind, and asked casually as if inadvertently. Who is Jing Xiao looking for? Is it the Chin Sword Master? That's right. It's indeed strange that the Chin Sword Master disappeared suddenly. Zhu Yingyan nodded. I have heard that Dongyu has the ability of divination. If the Chin Sword Master can be found, it will be a good thing for Shushan. She said these polite words, but Nzisu felt uncomfortable. Although Shoshan announced to the outside world that the Chainsaw Master had been away from the sect for a long time and hoped that fellow practitioners could provide clues, in fact, it was Ling Yun who broke into the sect, and Zisu felt uncomfortable and painful when she thought about this. She didn't want to explain to Zhu Yingyan or agree with him. Seeing in Zisu's silence, Zhu Yingyan realized that he had stepped on a landmine, so he kept silent and just continued to follow her. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.